Howdy, everybody. Welcome back. The stream is live. Thanks for clicking. Thanks for joining. Or if you're a VOD watcher, you should have been here when it was live. You know who you are. What are you doing watching the intro anyway? Aren't you supposed to be fast forwarding to when the game unpauses? What's up, gamers? Those of you who are listening live, you can try to fast forward, but you'll find that it is not accessible right now. I have disabled it. We're back. Crusader Kings 3, day 2, with a new DLC? Whoa. That's crazy. I gotta figure it out. I got a puzzle to solve. I gotta figure out how to progress our campaign after spending like half the stream yesterday just trying to learn how to click buttons again. I feel like I have a lot more left to learn, but should get a little more in today, unpause wise. But it seems like I'm not necessarily the only one. Or maybe it just takes some time to equalize. What I mean is... Hello. I noticed I skipped the other DLC. Excuse me. The other DLC this year, Cons of the Steppe. I did not get to play. That was back in April. And since then, it has now got mixed reviews on Steam. 660 mixed reviews, which, you know, has become typical of the majority of, if you know, Paradox releases, if not worse than that. 4 out of 10. Balance absolutely destroyed. I wanted to like this DLC. It's fine if you want to play as a nomad, but if you want to expand toward Eastern Europe, good luck. Do you hate border gore? Anyway, what caught my eye was not shitting on this, but rather the fact that I felt like I left yesterday's stream with generally positive feelings about what I've seen so far, though that has been not much because I'm still at the beginning. And would you know, All Under Heaven has very positive reviews with even more reviews than the Cons of the Steppe. So, you know, 200 plus more reviews. So it seems like that is echoed by others so far. I wouldn't say that I'm very positive because I haven't seen enough to be very positive, but I would say, like, if I was filling out a questionnaire, I would say somewhat positive is how I feel. Because I haven't seen enough to be very positive yet. Still a lot more to uncover. It does feel big, though. Like, I'll give them that. They said that it is possibly their largest DLC for Crusader Kings 3. I will give them that. It does feel the largest. I feel like just trying to chew on how to play Japan is going to take a large chunk of time. It might be solvable, right? That's the thing with puzzly beginnings, is you might solve the puzzle and then it is easy after you solve the puzzle and there's becomes an obvious correct way to do things, at which point replayability goes out the window. I don't know if that's possible or not. It might be. But then you've got China, which is a different administrative government with its own intermezzo mechanics, which I always liked the intermezzo from the Iran DLC, though I like the Iberian Peninsula more. And those are two of, like, the ones that I would say are my personal favorites. So it seems like they've cribbed more from those than the other DLCs. I think the reason why I dislike the traveling DLC so much is because it's entirely focused on events. And the event writers of that DLC they phoned it in a little bit. They phoned it in. I think that's my biggest disappointment, though. Wandering Nobles is my biggest disappointment because it's the one that has the most potential. Wait, not is it Wandering Nobles? Who is it? Roads to Power? It's Roads to Power. Not Wandering Nobles. I was like, why is it $4? I think Roads to Power is the most disappointing one, in my opinion. But I guess people like it because they fixed administrative government in the Byzantine Empire, and that's pretty much the only reason. That's probably why people like it. But the actual Zero to Hero is so disappointing. It could have been so much more. And also, it's $30. It's like half the price of a new game. The DLC prices are crazy now. They're crazy now. God, I can't believe I bought Chapter 4 for $44. But I did. I can't even click on it because Steam's not working. There it is. It's like we're just buying. Why would you ever make a sequel when you could just buy the game every year again via DLC? Anyway. Am I the only person absolutely baffled by administrative government? It is confusing to get into, yeah. It's confusing, but I think I have figured out at least one strategy to try and get stronger, which we're gonna try today. Yeah, right now we are on the honeymoon phase, but it definitely still looks better than previous releases. Thanks for getting a stream subs, by the way. What's up, Shaky D? Assembling in chat for 26 months. What's up, Shaky? Weapon, glory to the House of Bichu, House of the Future Shogun. I don't know about that. I don't know if we're gonna be a shogun or not, because a shogun is specifically a military ruler, right? Am I wrong in assuming that the shogun is sort of like the inverse Tenno? I don't have full grasp of all the political titles. But Tenno is like the lawful good. Shogun is like unlawful good / neutral. Right now, I'm trying to stay lawful because I think it's an interesting gameplay mechanic. Trying to rise up the regular ranks. We'll see. There could be other people, though. There's other counties, and who knows what they're going to do after enough time passes. Not much time's passed in our save because I'm going very slow. But thank you, The Weapon, for giving your glory to our house. Starblade says, is this enough for a tithe? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate 49 months. Welcome back. War of the Worlds also gifting a sub. Thanks for the gifted. Thanks for hooking up another chatter. But yeah, I think I'm a little still stuck on the idea of going 0 to hero is so good. Like, I know some people in chat are doing it, but I think if I tried to do Wanderer into Person of Power in Japan, it would put me off of playing for my own good. We had to skip that and just go in to start as a count for my own sanity. Because if I have to if the only gameplay is reading events, which is what Wanderer is, I'm going to go insane. I think the reason why this is bearable so far is because I can click buttons that aren't just event pop-ups. Like, what's crazy is the events of Crusader Kings 2 used to be my favorite aspect of the game. I'd be interested to know what changed behind the scenes. It was a lot of events until I got some men-at-arms, and now I'm just a merc joining wars. Wanderer start is Speed 5 gaming? Kinda, yeah. I think that's what it comes down to. It's just like, they really had the opportunity to create some gameplay for it, but instead of creating gameplay for the Wanderer, they were just like, meh. just have the player fast forward 5 times speed until enough events give them power, and so it doesn't feel good. Traveling in Crusader Kings 3 is still worse than caravanning in RimWorld. I think part of the problem is event choices don't feel impactful a lot of the time. They feel neither impactful nor earned. So like when you do get something impactful, it feels like they just threw something at you. Like toss the player a bone before they get bored. Here you go. Here's some Men-at-Arms. Don't quit yet. But you don't actually get to do anything. If it was like a choose your own adventure story or something that actually had, you know, writing, linking multiple events together and had multiple paths that you could take, and also some RNG rolls to make replayability so it's not just solvable, then we'd be talking. Like if you had an actual writer with linked together story pieces that could form, I'd be more interested in that. They gave you almost like a personality test. Because it would be cool, I don't know, it would be cool if you could just become the advisor to a king and that was a full gameplay loop. Or you could become somebody's marshal and that was a full gameplay loop. But there's no other gameplay loops. Which I think is why I'm more interested in this DLC, because the new government types are kind of their own gameplay loop. We look kind of awesome here, actually. Family looking pretty great already, and it's the beginning of the game. However, I would not want to be walking around in these shoes, man. They look like they're made of wood and also very tall and completely flat. So, like, taking a step in these, if you walked forward, this part would touch the ground first, and then it would just slam the back of your heel down. Totally flat-footed. I'd rather wear samurai sandals. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Give me some of those like sandals. What are they called? The ancient wood sandal shoes. It's like Greta or something like that. Am I crazy? Japanese Greta shoe. No, Gaeta, not Greta. One extra letter. I was close. All right, pulling that all out of the head, off top of the head. Let's hop in. House of Bichu. That's us. That's me. Loading in. Loading in. We are gonna have to do some customization first. This is what's been bothering me the most right now. Why do we only have 3 songs over here? Wait, where is this playing from? Okay. Legacy of Persia. I'm telling you, man, something's sus here. I'm telling you, something is sus here. From yesterday, Friends and Foes 3 songs, Wards and Wardens 4 songs, Legends of the Dead 5 songs, Cons of the Steppe 5 songs, Royal Court 4 songs, Tours and Tournaments 4 songs, Roads to Power 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 songs, Northern Lords 3, Iberia 3, Persia 5. The actual full vanilla soundtrack has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. There's 29 songs in the vanilla soundtrack. And then in All Under Heaven, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's 4 fewer songs in this expansion than in the vanilla soundtrack. All I'm saying is, I just want someone at Paradox to just post, none of these songs are made by AI. I just need you to state it, okay? Say it out loud. That's all I need, and then I can rest easy. He's terrified. I can't enjoy anything anymore because if I enjoy, I'm just suspicious. I'm suspicious of everything. The same goes for the loading screen art. I can't, like, I want to be like, I like this loading screen art. But then I'm like, was it made by AI? It like prevents me from enjoying anything. Always assume it's AI until proven innocent. Kinda, though. I don't want to be caught complimenting it. So I'm just not going to compliment anything, you know? I do, however, need to find that one whistle song and disable it. That's what I was originally doing here. I got distracted. Which one are you? Dude, finding it in this list is going to be crazy. Does anyone know what the name of it is? I guess I could just wait until it plays and then find it. What's your realm name that's so taboo? It's Bichu. The Japanese province of Bichu. That's just what it's called. I didn't name it that. It's just what it's called. It's right next to Bingo. And we've got a single county to our name. See if anything's... I don't think anything's changed in the world. We're only 2.5, 3 years in. But it'll be fun to watch it develop now that the map is so much larger, because we got to find out what all's going on in here. Chat, some of you don't listen to the stream, I'm convinced. Or actually, you might be lagging. You need to refresh. People are just asking questions like 15, 20 seconds after I say something. All right. Your brother can marry. That's not my problem. I'm not worried about him. I'm just gonna move over ever so slightly here. Be in the middle of the screen, that's fine. Sandals or Gaeta, yeah. I will ban you. So, here's where we're at. Still very early. Here's our leader of Bichu, Kokushi Fujiwara Arasada of Bichu. 42 years old. That's me. We are a just ruler. We are a compassionate ruler. And we are an arrogant ruler with a terrible education. Not too smart. We have a 4 learning. We're terrible. No intelligence. And a very basic stewardship education. However, despite the bad education, we have definitely compensated and become a respectable steward of Bichu in her own right, and have already made some very wise financial decisions. Low-key, starting with a steward, I didn't do it on purpose, but it has been a very great way to start a new Japanese county. Because 2 things. Money is really hard to come by at the beginning of the game when you only have a single county. We started with positive 1.9 monthly gold income. It's not very much. We're up to 3.5, so we've nearly doubled it just since 2 years ago. That's a nice improvement. And we've also, I think, the second thing is, made some shrewd new hires. So I ended up doing something that probably the rest of my people thought was foolish, and I fired my steward, who is the son of my spy master, or Mokudai, as it's called here. So we fired the son of the spy master, who was our steward, made him the caravan master. So my former steward is now the caravan master. And in his place, I hired someone. I was looking for a caravan master. I was searching the whole city, the whole area, the whole province for a caravan master, and I found someone who had high aptitude. But I thought, you're meant for greater things, Koriyoshi. You're meant for more than the caravan life. So instead of making this dude my caravan master, I actually made him my steward. So that went kind of strangely, but it worked out. People thought I was crazy, but it turned out to be a great idea. We paid this guy 50 gold to come over to our province and our realm and be hired by us. And in return, my investment blossomed, and he made us 75 gold in misplaced accounting. I don't know, the books were in our favor. They were messed up in our favor. We made 75 gold. So I made a 50% ROI just by making that swap-a-roo. The old Bichu switcheroo. That's true. Local daimyo discovers one weird trick. I don't know if that's, I don't think that's the right era. That's a vassal of the shogun, a daimyo, right? There's no shogun here, okay? That's a heresy, and the Tenno is going to arrest you now. Oh, anyway, sorry. Allergies, you know how it is. Where was I? So we have accomplished some things financially in our small county, and I think that getting that foundation set is best helped and advanced with a good steward. Luckily for us, he also happens to be a good diplomat. 21 diplomacy, poor martial skill, no intrigue at all. So we are not going to do any intrigue outside of personal intrigue. We're currently trying to romance our wife. A very honest, earnest decision, but it's probably not going to work. 31% success chance to romance Lady Komachi. We have 2 months to find out. That started at 6, by the way. When I started the romance plot, it lied to me and said it was like a 30 or 40% success chance, and then it instantly dropped to 6. I'm not sure why. Why it didn't give me the correct estimate the first time. I understand that she doesn't like me because I'm compassionate, which is ironic. She herself is quite beautiful. And wow, she's pregnant? Again? I didn't realize she was pregnant. Komachi's been with child for 2 months. Didn't it used to give like pop-up events when you were gonna, like this child just popped out of thin air. We didn't get any events that notified me. She was just pregnant, and then this little munchkin came out, who is also beautiful. So the congenital trait already passing on to the next generation. Anyway, she's very forgiving, quick to move on from most things, but she's ambitious, knows what she wants, and sadistic, even against her own children, possibly. So she's a flamboyant trickster with a high intrigue. She's also a poet, which we love here in Japan. And we have a child together. So we have 2 sons, actually, who are older. We have one son who's 20. And he is betrothed, and is going to be betrothed for a little while yet, because there was just nobody around. There's this shocking limited amount of people to actually marry or betroth to here in Japan. I'm not sure what filter I have that's blocking that, but there's really not as many people as you would think there would be. So he's going to be waiting for a few years. And my second son, I haven't been able to find a spouse for. He already threatened to leave. He might want to become an adventurer or something, so I might let him do that. But I do kind of need to hook him up with somebody. Also, my first son prefers the company of men, but I don't know how to help him in that quest, because even though in our religion that's totally fine and fully accepted, I think that's kind of up to him to do. He needs to romance people on his own time. Like, I don't think I can physically set him up with his preference. I'm not sure. Did they upgrade the map graphics? They actually did. That I didn't realize this until afterwards. Chat probably told me, but I didn't realize it. That they actually went and redid the whole map. Like all of it. And the easiest way, let me find that post. Cause I noticed yesterday I was zoomed in and I was zoomed in on Japan and I was like, wait a second, why are all of the provinces white? Are we not like a separate group of counties? And chat was like, it's snow. It's snow, man. But there wasn't snow like this before. So that's, I played for 400 hours and this didn't happen before. So that's why I didn't understand. Like, they got actual mountains now and topography and geography and stuff, and it's not just like a weird set of pimples all over the map. But yeah, I'm not crazy. That's why it was so unfamiliar and strange to me, is because I zoomed in, I was like, why is the map white? Oh, it's December. It looks great. I thought that this was like a coloration on top of everybody's county. Anyway, let me find the before and after post, because it's actually quite substantial. I could just show you the new terrain, but you won't appreciate it until you see the old terrain, in my opinion. Here it is. I actually found the post I was looking for in a reasonable amount of time. I'm gonna open all the images in a separate tab. That this brave Redditor put together. Reddit's still good for some things, you know? All right, I might have skipped one on accident, but here it is. So that's not a really good comparison. Here we go. So here, look over here. What, Google? Get out of here, Google. I don't want to sign in right now, man. Like, look at this section up here, right? Old. It's just like little bumpies. This is the old one. Just kind of a bunch of weird ridges. And then the new one actually has like a mountain range in that spot. And then here is a different one. So a lot of it's gonna look somewhat similar, but like, take a look at this little area down here. This is the old. And then this is the new. It's just more lush. There's more focus on like the little rivers and the mountains. And you can see this mountain over here. Google, get out of here, man. Old mountains. New mountains. All right, Google's just gonna be with us. Playing Mongolia, I was like, oh god, it's a nice plains and not just the color green. Yeah, exactly. All right, Google is just gonna spam. Here's the old mountains. We're up in the Nordics. New mountains. It's actually substantially better. That is substantially better. It kind of just looks like a blotchy Photoshop filter, like a, not a filter, but like a brush. And then the new one has actual texture and variety. Even down here too, in the like bottom right area, it looks better. Here in South Britain, look at the like mountains right in here near Wales. I think this is Wales. You can tell it's Wales because of Dyfed. But still, like the mountains that kind of go here, just so much nicer. Got an opening pass here. This one's a little harder to spot the differences. It's not all gonna be amazing. It's mostly noticeable in the mountains. Like this. Old mountains, blotchy, pimply, bumpy. New mountains, actual mountain range with cool little passes through them. That looks, yeah, way, 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 way better. These mountains up here at the top too, I'm noticing. They just have variety and texture. Even that, right? Look at that. Ooh, old, new. It's almost like they put on HD textures for this. Separating Iberia and France. Instead of this just like bumpy amorphous mass. It really is much better. All right, anyway. So yeah, the whole map has been updated. Whole map. And I just happened to notice that, like, I noticed yesterday when I was playing and zoomed in on Japan, something looked good and better. I just couldn't put my finger on it because I was looking around the island and seeing the huge POIs. Chat, is this Fuji or is Fuji somewhere else? I don't actually know Japan geographically. Like if you told me to pin Mount Fuji on a blank map, I wouldn't know where it was. It's around there? Okay, cool. I was zoomed in and just noticed like the cherry blossoms were actually visible, and the temples and the little forts fit into the terrain and the landscape better. So the map looks really good, and I think they did a good job with it. And that's just a new area, right? China is also new. And also very big. Good variety here. I love the wetlands. Probably got a lot of rice fields here, I would guess. Looks solid. But anyway, I don't know how we got off on. Oh, someone in chat just asked if they updated the map. They did. But it's worth pointing out that I think all the new areas look lovely, very detailed. Good visual upgrade. And also I think they did a solid job with the audio when you zoom in far enough, changing. Something that I would have liked to have seen more in Farthest Frontier. Now it transitions through different audio layers. Okay, so where are we at? We're just taking a look at our family and kind of how we're progressing. So some achievements yesterday. We became an administrator, which is a lifestyle trait sort of capstone for one of the paths. It gave us a nice diplomacy and stewardship boost. Trying to max those out so we can pass all of the skill checks. And also try and make some shrewd diplomatic moves and acquire more governor XP. The more governor XP we acquire, in theory, the more bonuses we will get to influence, which is our primary currency here. We get some stat bonuses as well, but it's really all about influence in Japan. So influence is spent to talk to other people of note and get them to support you in various bids for governorship of different areas. So in Japan, it seems like there's a couple of primary places that most people are going to be fighting over with their influence. And those are the two duchies, we'll call them duchies, at the top of the home island. Chad, what do you call this section that is clearly separated? What is northern Japan called? Hokkaido. Okay, Hokkaido. So we're not concerned with them anyways. The main island is Honshu. I gotta learn. This is one thing that Paradox games are good for, is learning some actual geography. But anyway, I won't remember them all. one at a time, okay? Don't info dump. Info dumpers, be gone. Now. A little too much action music here. With influence, we can take things to different people of power and note. So in Japan, we have the government tab that shows all the noble families, and it sorts them by their sort of power rank. So the top 5 are considered powerful families inside of an administrative government, which is what we have here, a special type of admin government in Japan. And we also, yesterday it occurs to me, I'm going to get sidetracked. No, let's not get sidetracked. The most important thing that we can do is spend our influence and kind of befriend different houses and talk to the leaders of their house and then get them to endorse us, which you do somewhere over here. Candidacy. I can promote them or spend influence to promote or undermine their candidacy, or I can ask them to influence us. But this dude doesn't have 50 influence. He's spent it all. So I would pick someone else, like our old house. Our old house guy here. They've all spent their influence on things. Is there a way to tell how much influence they have from this menu? Oh, you can actually click on the button right here for show admin government interactions for everyone. So presumably if they only have 4 interactions, then the 5th one is grayed out. So you could probably just look at if they have 5 interactions, that'll tell you that they have points. However, this guy has 3 because he's the head of, he's the Tenno. So, current rulership in Japan is basically there's a Tenno who rules in name only. And it's a prestigious position, but it carries no power. And that's this guy, Tenno Yamato Korihito. Who actually rules for him is the Kenpaku. That is the ruling regent who actually wields the power. So there can be pros and cons to getting in with either or both of them. But anyway, you would peruse this government tab and then try to influence people, like become friends with them or get hooks on them. Like, why do I have a weak hook on Toshu Minonori the Shy? I don't know why I have a weak hook on this dude. But he's 69 years old. When did this happen? Must have happened yesterday. But you could try and get hooks on people and then ask them to influence your candidacy or those of your heirs for different places. So the different places that we currently have are the 2 duchies. There's only 2 duchies in Japan right now. And that's for Mutsu and Dewa. And then there's the actual seat of power empire of Japan itself, like the full one. The primary title. That's the crazy one. And those are the only three options right now. So it kind of narrows it down for us. So you can't really do this for a county because everyone is a count. However, the duchy titles pass from person to person. So we could use a hook and they will accept. Now, what does that do? What that does is it takes the title, which has a line of succession. And if we view that line of succession, we can see how many points every candidate has. Whoever has the most points when the title passes becomes the inheritor of that title. This is a very different way of passing title from person to person. So influence is king because you need to get as many people as possible to sort of vouch for you. And then if enough people do, you get enough points and boom, you rise up the ranks of power. So we are way, way down this list. We are my nephew's right there. There's Morokuzu. So I think I've already played this wrong, but we'll just make do with what we have. I am still, yep, there I am. I am 56th in line. 56th in line for this particular duchy title. Now, the issue is that we don't really know how far, even if he does influence me, how far I will rise up. Because I'm at 30 points, and we need to get to like 190. Now, I know that if I want to influence one of these guys, it would cost me 150 influence just to give them a plus 20 on this. So it's not much. If you contribute enough influence to place first in line, it would cost 720 influence. Sounds like we need 55 assassination plots. Two things. Number one, we have 0 intrigue, so we're not going to be assassinating anybody. Number two, assassination plots suck now. They kind of nerf them into the ground. I don't know if they ever buff them back. But it ain't as easy as it used to be. So an important factoid about starting in Japan, if you decide to play by the rules, you are not allowed to war anyone. Everyone gets one county, the end. We have one county and we're only allowed one domain. The only way to circumvent that at this stage is to go completely rogue and become an enemy of the state. I would have to establish a Soryo fief. It will be considered a crime, but Soryo is basically us going against the governorship, which I'm not gonna do. I wanna try and like work my way up the ranks because I think it's fun gameplay. You can only do this once you change your house aspiration, which is not too hard. Your domicile must be within a held county governorship. And you must have a large mansion or higher. I don't know how to do the third one. Like, my manor automatically went into the capital, and I'm never gonna hold the capital. So I don't even know how to accomplish that objective, even if I wanted to. Unclear. Your domicile must not be in the capital, so I don't know how to do that. You can move it? Can you really? Oh, you can move it. You need 3 gold? Interesting. I didn't know you could move your manor. That seems very gamey. But okay. Yeah, just pick it up and move it, guys. It's an ancient manor. It's not, ours is not ancient, but you're just buying a new house, Copium. You're just buying a new house with all the requisite upgrades and plotted points that you had before. It's you're just buying a new identical manor that has every single upgrade you've ever built. It's simple. They just made an identical one there, and you bought it. Anyway, what should really happen is you shouldn't be able to move your manor at all. Tough shit. You should just get to choose where you build it at the beginning. And if you want to have it somewhere else, rebuild it with money. Moving it is stupid. So where was I? What the game doesn't even tell you the benefits of having it in one place or another. There's like, I have no concept of where do I even want it to be. The only thing I know is that if I want to do Sorio Fief, it can't be inside the capital. No indication of whether it should be in the capital at all or not. Doesn't matter. Like, I don't know. Just have a bunch of guys lift it and carry it. Yeah, just have a bunch of dudes lift it and carry it. The Greek admin government is called an estate, which makes even less sense because an estate is larger than a manor, which by definition is a single building. Words don't mean anything. Chat, what are the benefits of having a manor in the capital versus not in the capital? Here's a question. If I have a personal workshop in my manor, which reduces building construction time, is that reducing building construction time locally? Or for my realm, even though it's in a different city? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do I know for sure whether this is actually buffing? I should have looked at it when I built it. It does say affect owner. But this says affect barony. I know some buildings in the Byzantine one buffed the county so you would move it to your seat of power where you spend the most influence to lock it down forever. I don't know what that means. All right, LS, I'm gonna need you to type significantly less. And I'm gonna need to pretend like I didn't just click on your name and see a fucking crypto ape as your avatar, okay? So you need to lay low for a little while. Do you feel me? You're gonna have to build a manor and hide out for a little bit. Now, where was I? That was a mind wipe. I'm getting off on too many tangents. Okay, the thing I was going to come back to was our MC, our main character, created his own cadet house yesterday. Which I am retroactively thinking might be a mistake. But we got this beautiful flower. And we are now House Bichu. Our temporary motto is payback is a bitch you. Probably going to change that one. Because we're not really like... We're not really getting revenge on anybody. You know? The reason why I think it might be a mistake retroactively is because I should have been playing a team game. If you take a look at the duchy and look at its succession line, you'll notice that my more powerful family member is much higher in the rankings than us, I think. Where'd he go? Maybe he's not. Where's your nephew? Maybe he was on the other one? There's got to be an easier way to look at the succession and sort by... There's filters. Okay. How do I filter to just my family members? Not really a thing. Unless I search for his exact name. I can't believe this system is just a giant scroll wheel. Who is he? How do I find this guy? He's my nephew. He's my nephew. So he's one of my siblings, your half-brother, and Beto. Not you. My nephew. You can filter Dynasty at the bottom. I'm going to time you out because I hate when backseaters don't backseat. If you're going to backseat, you got to do it correctly. Got to be correct. If you sort by Dynasty, I can only sort by my Bichu house. This is not... We're not in the same dynasty. We are in the same dynasty, but confusingly, Dynasty means something different here versus on the character page, because we're actually in the same... It's confusing, okay? But either way, I gotta get you out. He's not in my house, and the Dynasty tab is actually not a Dynasty filter, it's a house filter. Maybe I should just pin this dude. Maybe I should pin him. I saw him a second ago, because he's the non-K house. He's non-K. House non-K. This dude right here. Pin this guy. Okay, he's pinned now. I won't lose him again. View succession. What was his name? What was his name? Is it Yoshifusa? No, it's Toshu Murakuzu. Toshu Murakuzu of who? Nothing. You're of nothing. This has got to be easier to sort, man. I thought that said Toshu Takasada of the Yogs cast. I had to do a double take there. Bro, I can't find... Where is he? I see me. Is he below me? Where is my nephew? I have to. It's too early. It's too early for this. It's too early to get ragey at the fact that they've created an entire government type that is predicated on being first in the leaderboards, but with no good way to highlight certain people in the leaderboards. And it's a list of 70 people, and you're supposed to just like I have to, it's like it's 1999 and I'm searching on AOL. I can't even type that kind of O. That's a Japanese flavored O. I can't type that, man, so I can't even type it in. Morokuzu is the best I got. And the search doesn't even do anything. He doesn't come up. So how am I supposed to find? I just want to be able to highlight certain people. You know what I mean? Like make them have like a little outline around their box. If they're pinned. If a dude is pinned, he's automatically highlighted in this box. I could sort by... He's probably got a high opinion of me. Sort by opinion of you. He has a plus 80 opinion. He's not even on the list. He's not on this list. Try the other one. I just saw him on one of these. There he is. All right, he's on this list. No wonder he doesn't show up. He's not on the list. But you shouldn't have to look through all 70 options to figure out whether they're on the list or not. There's got to be an aggregation of data somewhere, right? Like there has to, you shouldn't have to look. There's only 2 duchies right now. There's going to be more duchies later. Then there's going to be kingdoms. Then there might be more empires. How are you going to sort? How are you going to figure out which things you're in the running for, or your family members in the running for, if not on your own page? Right? Is there somewhere on this screen that shows me all of the current standings for each title I have? Not including this unpressed claim, because that's not what we're talking about either. Sorry, I'm getting lost in the weeds. Not really. This is actually kind of important. You need to keep a supplementary spreadsheet for your spreadsheet game. But like, that's the thing, right? The whole thing for Japan is lists. I agree with that chatter. So it's not about necessarily sorting the list, but do you even get updated? How do you know? Let's say I decide to chase after one of these duchies, and I start climbing the succession ranks, and I get to number 1. Is there a notification if somebody overtakes you? Do I have to keep opening this every few days in game just to make sure that I'm still number 1? You know what I mean? Like, does it have the UI to tell you when the standings change? It needs some UI to tell you where you are in all existing standings at a glance. It should just be on your character page. There should be like a tab here that's like governorship, standings, whatever they want to call it, and then it just lists each of the titles and what position you're in. You mostly have to keep checking it, yeah? I know for sure you get a notification when it's you or your heir. Or the ability to pin the list standings so it shows you that you're in place whatever for a certain thing. Yeah, something like that. It's like the framework is there, they just need to make the information more accessible. We'll unpause eventually. We'll unpause eventually. I'm doing all this to try to figure out whether I screwed up. Okay, because in this succession line, my nephew is rank 36 with 61 points. All I'm saying is maybe I should have stayed in the house and supported my nephew and then gotten him into a position of notoriety and power, and then from there created various like alliances / best friend him, you know what I'm saying, and then use that to boost my own standing somewhere else, and we kind of piggyback off of each other. I don't know, that was an idea, but too bad I'm on my own now. The government tab lets you sort provinces by those you have candidates in succession for. So here's the province tab, which I've seen before. Group by house. Candidate in succession. Okay, I'm with you. However, does this sort by your rank in that succession? Okay, if I click on Kuni of Hitachi, we've got, I guess this is just the current Hitachi stats. They make 1.22 in taxes. And the current governor is this person. And then we have a governor appointment tab. Your candidate in the line of succession for this province is losing. Who is this? My cousin. That's my candidate? Your cousin in Toshu Yoshikado's caravan master. Her spouse is dead. 60 years old. We're getting somewhere maybe. We're getting somewhere maybe. There's also a promote scheme, which I did not realize existed. If successful, she gains opinion of you and becomes promoted, boosting candidate score. Ad starting right now is what I'm boosting. I already snoozed it once. So here comes a quick 5-minute ad. How's it been an hour? Dude, it's been an hour already, man, and I'm still trying to figure this stuff out. I can't even unpause yet. This is good information, though. This is good info. It's good info. We're learning. Kind of. Time flies when you're scheming. It does appear to sort... Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It appears to sort by the candidate's position in their succession. But I'm gonna wait until the ad stops to come back to that. Soups, thank you for 71 months spinning in chat. What's up, Soups? Welcome to the Learning How to Navigate Japanese Politics in the 800s stream. Bald Eagle says, yo. Hey, yo yourself. Thanks for many months of sub. Joe RPG also priming. What's up, Joe? Thanks for dropping the prime. Mej15, thank you for 78 months, also priming. Hi, Mej. Minotaur Monk simply says, bitch you. Fair enough. Time flies when you're trying to parse Japanese government nuance. That it does. That it does. But I feel like we're getting somewhere. Trying to figure out how they intend for us to interact with these systems is kind of the... Like, I understand the system. Spend influence, get rank, acquire titles. However, figuring out how to earn influence successfully is going to be another task, which I think will be easier to figure out. Is this the song that I wanted to stop? Yep, no, this is it. I found it. Bisho. You gone. You gone. You cannot convince me that it's actually choosing from the entire soundtrack of Crusader Kings, because we heard that song like 8 times yesterday, man. It's weighted for DLC music. I'm sure it is, but like, why is there not a weighted option like there is in every other game? so that I can make it not weighted. Feng Shui Gorilla back for 44 months. What's up, Feng Shui? Welcome back. Thanks for subbing. Imagine this dude playing Victoria 3. You're going to have to imagine because it ain't going to happen. So, your imagination is going to have to do all the work there. Welcome back from the ad. All right. Fixing the music player. So, government tab. We are way back. Our new house sucks. We have to get better. So, province tab, candidate in succession. Let me check this out, right? So, here's another one. Kuni of Kaga. They have the flower too, but it's a different color flower. I wish we could change ours to something that for sure nobody else was using, but someone's going to be using it. Well, we'll just keep our black and white flower because it looks cool. So, governor appointment. What's in this? Show me where this is, please. Okay, it's like up here, all by itself. Here's a question for you. Let's say that my cousin, Fujiwara Nobuko, becomes chosen. How do I benefit from that? Like, if I help her to win a couple of these spots, we kind of need to focus on what's at home first, right? Our own seat of power, Bitchu, we're not even in first, right? Someone else is. My half-brother is going to take it from us if I die. So we have to worry about that. Current governor has to retire. I mean, that's true. I'm talking about, forget about the fact that he's 24 and 25, whatever. I'm talking about in general, since I can only have one county, even let's say that I married this person and then boosted them into the first place score and governorship changes hands. What happens? Does she get it and we have a separate governorship? What happens if she gets two? Does she give it to someone else? Like, I'm trying to figure out like what happens under different circumstances so I know how to try and play it. And I realize I'm asking a lot of questions. Many of them are just, if you know the answer, feel free, but they're rhetorical because I don't expect anybody really knows too much. They don't tell you enough on how to deal with it. I understand you can have a duchy title and just have one county. That'll still work. But I don't know what happens if you get multiple county titles. We're just gonna have to experiment, I guess. Right now, I need to focus on the home front. We don't have control of our own title. So we need to work on that. My problem is, I don't know who I want to have it. Because I don't want to play as my oldest son, because my oldest son is fickle, gluttonous, and humble, which is terribly boring RP. Humble's especially boring. Gluttonous is a sin. And fickle doesn't really give me much. It's just like, oh, you change your mind. Okay. You could just... You're just chaotic, neutral, but humble. We would have a very big piety learning life. Like, what if I just made two things? I forgot about maybe appointing a ward and guardian. We don't necessarily need to do it yet, but I probably would want to. When choosing a person to educate, I used to kind of have a way that I like to do things. I know that having very low learning score is not good. And my son is the most educated person. The great Costco of Bichu. Yes, Costco. Fujiwara Costco to you, peasant. But if I make I know that they get bonuses from having high stats and other things too. So I don't know if just making my eldest son her tutor just because he's got 19 learning is the best course of action. Perhaps I should just teach my daughter personally so that we get more interaction with her and can teach her the way of governorship. Why shouldn't I? So if I wanted to influence her candidacy, how do I just choose my own flag? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I don't want the Empire of Japan. I want... It's got to be under here. Bichu. That's me. No target selected. No target selected. What am I doing wrong? I'm not going to click the button. I just want to figure out how to click the button. Oh, God. Why do they make this so difficult? Can women be governors? It's a good question. Would that be a cultural law or would that be a regional law? I think they can. You deselected your daughter? She's right there in the center, though. And now I can't select anything other than the Empire of Japan. Bro. Who made these menus? Why are they so stupid? We were on this a second ago, and you could click any of these, and now you can't click any of them. They were grayed out, and then they're not grayed out. I don't know. I can choose myself, but only for the counties, bro. I don't know what to do. I unpaused, and then I paused again. They're trying their best. The way I remember doing it was going to the succession screen itself and promoting from there, but sometimes my candidates don't show up in the search. Okay. All right, so let's try that. Kuni of Bichu. Boom. Here's the succession. So right now, she's not even a candidate for succession, probably because she's a kid. But weirdly, you can promote the kids to become like the Empire title, but not the individual Kuni. Because like my wife and spouse is an option, so ladies are allowed. She's here. Should I just promote my son and just play as him? Even though I think he's gonna suck? He's just gonna kind of fast forward with high learning and just be like a monk in seclusion for an entire generation. There is a new name among the magnates of the Empire of Japan. The Kanmu family has gained the right to be considered part of nobility. Through corruption, intrigue, or actual worth, I can't say. It doesn't matter. I'm sure they won't amount to more than a grain of sand, ready to be swept away by the turbulent winds of history and the inexorable advance of House Bichu. Kokushi Shigeo has established a new noble family. How do you become a noble family? Let's find out. So, noble family, right here. Noble families are powerful houses in an administrative realm. They own an estate, controlled and managed by the house head, and remain an integral part of the realm at all times. As they attempt to gather influence and secure provinces, an influential noble family may become a powerful or dominant family. Well, we're all noble families, so I don't think that that's anything special. That's just like, maybe he made a cadet branch or something like that. I don't know why I did a full screen pop-up though. And to become a powerful family, we need to get into the top, it says top 5, but the third place one is missing. First, second, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So to become a powerful family, powerful families are better at political schemes and more likely to get what they want when interacting with characters. There can only be a limited number at any given time, and it's the top-rated noble families that are considered powerful based on their rating. The house with the top liege is an exception, always considered powerful. So that's probably why. They're number 3, but since he is the ruling regent, he's automatically inserted into that. A family controlling a significant part of the realm's land, we can't really do that, can become dominant. So we just need to become powerful. So let's take a look at what is influencing their power. Living members in the realm. So just having a larger house, is this the easiest one? Level of influence. We are influential is the second level, then it's persuasive. So we need to get levels of influence. Up to Imperious. Okay, so just building your levels of influence. You need 1,000 to get to the next level. Gotcha. If you were on the top Liege's Council, that's a plus 15. Number of held governorships, 232. All right, so held governorships in your house. Basically, since we started a cadet branch, we're on hard mode. We're not going to be able to get any of that. Size of the block that you lead. So if you lead a house block, you get a massive bonus as well. We are in a house block, but we do not lead it or anywhere close. Here's our house block, the Hoke block. We'll never be able to really lead this because the dude leading it is the ruling regent. When they got a ton of troops. This really is hard mode. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I like it, but I gotta figure out how to like do anything. I don't know how to do anything. Perhaps I should just kick the can down the road a little bit and just unpause and let some things happen. Because we're gonna have another child. Like here's a question, right? If I'm in a different house to that of my cousin, who is in line, like I guess it doesn't matter if they're 25 years old, like you said, unless they just die. Like my nephew Toshu Morokuzu, if he's in a different house, it doesn't benefit me to support his candidacy, right? What do I get if he becomes ruler? I haven't played since the Iberia DLC. There's been a lot since then. There has been a lot. We need to acquire some money. Get some cash. I'm also thinking about just moving the manor, because we're not getting the benefit from the barony bonuses, which we don't even have a barony. We have a castle and a temple. We could... The barony is just a city, right? Bro, this is like the second time we've seen this event. After days of... Oh no, this is the continuation of the event. Never mind. After days of travel, I find the village that is missing from my records. Not only is it thriving, absolutely thriving, but the villagers insist they do pay their taxes. Hirokuni, the barony's tax collector, has not been entirely honest. Wait, so do we have a barony or don't we? Is a temple or a castle considered a barony? Are those both baronies? I don't know. Hirokuni has questions to answer. Round up the villagers, they will pay again. They're both considered baronies? Okay, for some reason I thought it was just a city. Do they define that anywhere? Round up the villagers, they will pay again. No, I'm compassionate. And then it'll overtax them for 5 years. So let's confront the dude who's been gathering up the disappeared taxes. And talk to him. Another noble family with one living member. Absolute Chad. Made his own house and was like, screw you guys. Doing my own thing. Those funds were vital to the defense of Bichu. Hirokuni, the tax collector in Kibitsu, is terrified. No, okay, here we go. Barony title right there. Baronies are the lowest ranked titles and have the smallest footprint organized in larger counties. I knew that, but for some reason I thought temples were their own title and not considered baronies, or is that just under specific government types? Or am I hallucinating? Please, I will do anything to earn your forgiveness. You will be forgotten in the dark. Imprison him. Suwabe Hirokuni, 33 years old, honorable craven. Not so honorable. Honest, temperate, craven, middling to poor stats. I could use someone who owes me their life. You get a weak hook. Another noble house with only one living member. Anything at all? How about counting worms? He's killed by you. Well, that's rude. 25% chance he escapes, or just straight up imprison him. I could use someone who owes me their life. Why doesn't it tell me the outcome of that event? Did he escape, or... That treacherous maggot, I offer forgiveness, and the very next moment, Hirokuni is upon me with a blade in hand and a vicious look on his face. I struggle for a moment to defend myself before a guard is upon him. Strangle him at once? He's killed by you, but you gain 20 stress because you are compassionate. You will never see the light again, Hirokuni. Imprison him. Okay. Imprison him, I guess. He's going into jail! What is this pose? He's covering his face with his sleeves. Well, we got our first prisoner. He stole all our money, man. He was taking my taxes. And chose violence and tried to kill me. When Lady Komachi suggested a hunt, I didn't hesitate to organize one. I would do anything for a mere glimpse of my sunshine. I am stalking through the underbrush, my page at my heel and my hound just ahead. It seems as if it has found a trail. Then suddenly my concentration is shattered by a woman's scream. Oh no. Why was his face on his belt? What? Yo, what? His face is over there. I didn't see that the first time. That's horrifying. I don't understand how this is working at all. His arms are just up in chains. Oh, his arms are way above him, but the proportions are all wrong because his elbow's here. So his upper arm is incredibly long. Right, because you can see his hand is here. Wait, hold on. You can't see my mouse. His hand is here. Goes down the forearm, bend. So there's the elbow. And then this much is his like bicep, tricep, upper arm area. That's crazy long. But yeah, he's like being suspended by some chains. Anyways, there was a woman's scream on the hunt. Perhaps our beautiful wife is in danger. I am coming for you, my love. I go ahead with my attempt. Perhaps it'd be wiser to send the page. End your scheme. It was probably just a bird. 33% chance your wife is attacked by a wild beast. Bro, I can't. I am coming for you, my love. This is gonna get bad for us. Scheme failed. Komachi, I am coming! I burst through the foliage into the clearing, my heart beating wildly, sweat streaming down my face, but the scene before me is not what I expected. There is a stag, yes, but it's on the ground, an arrow between its eyes. Komachi lowers her bow as she turns to face me. What is this about, Kokushi Arasada? Did you think me incapable of defending myself? I got lost? She loses 10 opinion of you for 5 years, and it ends your scheme to romance her. It ends the whole scheme? Just instantly? Literal Monopoly go to jail button? You just... Maybe don't be a misogynist next time. Oh my god. That was the final... Oh, that was just the final event in the scheme, and it failed. But there was 2 months left. I've only been on pause for 7 days. There were 2 months left on the completion length. And it has, whatever. I got lost. We failed. No romance. Am I the asshole for trying to save my wife when I thought she was being mauled by a stag? Yeah. And her opinion of us went down. Dude, she's pregnant also, so it's even more like... I guess it has been roughly 2 months. Like, I guess we started at the beginning of December and now it's the end of January. I guess it has been like 2 months. But she's like 4 months pregnant, man. Of course I'm gonna run over and try and see what's going on. I didn't realize she was a girl boss. My bad, man. It wasn't a scream, it was a war cry. You might be right. Okay. I'm trying not to get overwhelmed. We're only an hour and a half into stream. I feel like this DLC is just tough, dude. This DLC is tough. The taxes levied on my peasants can be hard at times. However, as recent events have shown me, life is hard. No kindness I can show will change that. Wow, that's rough, dude. I learned so much. Yeah, life is hard. My wife didn't want to be romanced. Okay. I gained a stewardship lifestyle perk. Forget about love. Busy yourself with stewardship, you know? Maybe that's the lesson here. So, we've finished the administrator path. Now a new one. Collect taxes is more effective for your council. Building is a bit cheaper. Fort level is higher. Garrison size is higher. Faster to build. Levies reinforce faster. More development in your realm capital. Popular opinion with the people. Max domain limit +1. Unsure if Japan rules override that. Unclear. Bonus stewardship and build bonuses. And then we got, you can demand payment for hooks to make money. That's not a bad one, to be honest. We don't have vassals. Income while at war. Not sure when that's ever going to proc. Domicile income is good. Income per stress level is potentially good. Republican ruler opinion. Is there a... did they add republic government? It's an unplayable government form where an elected citizen rules for life. So how do you even get republic rulers as vassals? Domain taxes +10%. And then holding taxes up. I mean, I'm thinking architect. Thinking we go architect, taxman, and to collect taxes into defensive measures, because you never know when you're going to be at war for some reason. And having an extra fort level can be life or death in terms of getting sieged. So that's what I want. Plus, I want to get some development growth. The faster I can get that 0.3 development growth, it's going to go crazy. And I'm going to be building stuff. So let's do it. Lock it in. What's going on in the rest of the world, dude? Not much. Not much yet. I don't know what fabricating a claim on a county actually do for me in Japan. Everybody's just got one. No situations. We got activities, but we can't afford any of them to be good. Plus, I want to save my money for upgrading some buildings. Kajiwara Koriyoshi. Plus 9.37% domain taxes. Possible side effect, extra taxes, which we already found in the couch cushions once. That was good. Increased development in county is good too, but I want to get the buildings in the slots first. And I'd also like to get a men-at-arms regiment. Thinking about getting just some warrior monks, because then we don't have to pay them. Because we can't have any knights. No Bushi. These guys are pretty sick. And then one day we might be able to afford mounted samurai. Warrior monks got bonuses in hills, plains, mountains, and they cover you while you retreat. Defending the faithful and serving their patrons, these monks' lives of devotions give plentiful time for training and strong convictions. Full maintenance is 0.6, so it's only going to be 0.2 piety per month, which isn't bad. I have a daughter. With a tired yet blissful smile, Komachi presents me with a perfect little daughter. Who will you become, my child? She is beautiful also. Look at that. Now, how am I going to get a name? Name her baby 1. She's baby 2. Why would she be 1? Apparently there's only 5 names. They all still end in co. They do indeed still end in co. Name her Disco. Okay. Okay. Fujiwara Disco. May you grow to be strong and wise, my daughter. An opportunity has presented itself for you to invest in the capital of your governorship. How good it feels when diligent governorship meets fine results. The treasury of Bichu is filled to the brim, and I have been tasked by central administration with reinvesting the surplus locally. Let us erect a grand statue in Kampaku Yoshifusa's name. An intrigue challenge. So you have a 60% to fail. 40% to succeed. This dude is about to die. Chronic headaches, poor health. The traders, local traders could use the extra help. 93% is an investment success. And you will gain 50 gold and 12 XP as a Kakushi or a governor. Only a 6% to fail. Goods come flooding in. Commerce thrives, fed merely by my pronouncement of relief on a few key tariffs. Now to clear stinking livestock from that unused end of the local forum. This choice of investment proved sagacious. With but early results on display, I'm already praised and feted by the people under my care. Bro. Feted? To be lavishly honored.
Fate.
It's actually fated.
Fet.
Could be fet. Could be either. It's both. Fetid, not feted. Fated or fetid. It's been around since Middle English, when it was used in a manuscript to refer to fates, spectacles, and other worldly vanities. Since the 19th century, fate has been doing double duty, also serving as a verb. Okay, so fated is actually 19th century English. Got it. Which is not that old, but somehow ancient. A job well done. I'm praised by the people under my care. Honestly, good money, man. Good money. We're gonna need up to 127 gold to build something here in this holding. I need to just take a look at what I want. I need to just dig in. We just buckle in and figure out what we want. Hospices give you taxes and plague resistance, and also piety. So that can sort of pay for more warrior monks. They can just pay for themselves. Plus you eventually get 1.3 taxes per month, 6% men-at-arm toughness, 25 plague resist, 0.8 piety, and legitimacy gain. Hill forts. Hill forts are pretty sick, especially if you have a castle here already. +2 to fort level. We only have a level 2 fort, so it's very easy to sieges. It's the past tense of defeat with a typo. It is not a past tense of defeat with a typo. Why is Twitch censoring us? Respect the bitch you. Anybody else? Okay. Fort level +2, defender holding advantage +2, danger -1, spearman and skirmisher. Okay, cattle pastures. I want to see what this turns into though over time. +16 fort level, defender holding advantage +16, danger -8. Huge skirmisher and spearman buffs, which also benefit the monks. Cattle pastures really buff levies. Like at this point, +75 levies is an insane number. We only have 165 total military strength. So adding 75 to that is like a 40% jump in military power at this stage. And then getting that to tier 2 almost doubles our total army size. Cattle pastures. Then hill farms. So hill farms are just really cheap, 85 gold, 2 years to build. Take a long time to build. and then eventually give defender holding advantage and skirmisher toughness, as well as taxes and a bunch of supply limit. Okay. I wish it would, when you went back a page, I wish it would just reset you back to where you were scrolling instead of having to like scroll back down to find it each time. Increase hunting sighting chance and hunt success chance for hunt activities. We're never gonna do that. But you do get levies and a defender holding advantage. Okay, that's something. Barracks make it cheaper to host a grand tournament in this holding. And give stationed infantry and spearmen damage, as well as some levies. Militia camps buff. Archery contest, which we'll never do. And archer and skirmisher. With some levies. Stables, same thing, but for another aspect of grand tournaments. All my homies hate grand tournaments. Blacksmiths get station men-at-arms damage, levy reinforce, and knight effectiveness. Doesn't matter for us at all. More grand tournament. Spearman, skirmisher, heavy infantry, and then the trade port. Bonus taxes and development growth in the county. It's a lot of development growth. I think of all of the things that I would want, the one that makes the most sense to start with is one that gives money. I'm thinking cattle pastures, just to buff my levy, my taxes, and my supply limits simultaneously. Because the thing about this is, level 1 cattle pastures will pay itself back in taxes in 30 years without any other buffs. It'll do more than that if the taxes are increased via collect taxes is almost a 10% buff. So it'll be a little faster than that. I've already built the 2 available slots. Your domicile building needs to be upgraded for 300. Like 303 gold in 6 months. But I also don't want to end up in a situation in which, like, Bitchu is going to become the capital of Japan, right? So when we get to become a ruler, we're going to move the capital to Bitchu. So you got to build that up for the future as well. What's up, Coconut Sales? How's it going? Just got done with a midday nap. Well, good morning. Lady Nikako of Setsu has given birth to a daughter of the ceremonial house Yamato. Is it Yamato or Yamato? Where's the emphasis? My prisoner died in my dungeons? He's 34 years old. Did we forget to feed him? He just got put in there like 2 months ago. He had it coming. He kind of did have it coming. That's true. He was a little messed up. Did we put him in the oubliette? Like, where did we put him? I see the borders of the Kyrgyz Khanate going crazy. Fujiwara Morifuji gained 20 opinion of you. Your spouse's excellent diplomacy skill led to this windfall. Oh yeah, I forgot. She's still on diplomacy only. Which is a +8, so it's making me look way better than I am at diplomacy. Which is going to make a lot of people, you know, like me more. My nephew and Toshu Morokuzu's samurai. All right, I need to come up with a plan. I'm 43 years old. I can't afford to wait until I'm 60 to start securing our title because I don't want it to pass to my half-brother. So I need to start doing something. We got 92 candidate score. So I guess it's gotta be Tadayuki. He was a son that I started the game with. He was already 18 when the game began. He is my personal physician. He's got terrible traits to RP. Too bad. Let's go. Plus 100 opinion. He freaking loves me. It would cost 1,500 influence to put him first in line. Wait, what? Does he need? He doesn't need 198 points. He only needs more than 92. So, oh, that's for a duchy title. Okay, yeah. To put him in first for a duchy would be a lot harder. That is true. We're just gonna be humble bitches. Humble bitches. So if I make a major contribution of 300 influence, I can get him plus 50 points. I think I might be wasting my influence, but I need to experiment with the basic system before we move on to advanced systems. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to use my own influence to petition Kenpaku Fujiwara. Maybe I should wait for Kenpaku Fujiwara to die first. Now, how many more years could he possibly live? What if I ask my cousin, who likes me a little bit, declare me as regent? I don't think that's going to work. He will not accept. This is an abuse of power and will cause 25 strife with your peer vassals. Well, you don't like nepotism? What's wrong with that? Make a claim on the throne? Very hard. I don't doubt it. Request a court position. Ask for a council position. Foster legitimacy. I might be blocking this. And damage legitimacy. So there's actually quite a lot of options for schemes here. I don't know which of them is going to be something that I need to do. Let me ask him first. Like, what happens if I put my daughter up there? It would cost 300 influence just to get her 20 points. Yeah, that's very expensive. Hey, what's up, Dr. Dynastic? How's it going, dude? You guys came in here to a game that I think is even more difficult to learn than Out of the Park. I think there's more spreadsheets in this game, actually. No, that's probably not true. But how's it going? Thanks for the raid. We're playing 800. It's year 870. And we are playing Ancient Japan. There was a DLC that just released for Crusader Kings 3 that we're checking out that added the rest of the map. Previously, the map only went to like this far, roughly. And so they have added like all of this into the game with the last expansion. Came for baseball, staying for the dynasty. Well, I am struggling to learn some of the new mechanics. We are trying to figure out how to govern here. CK3 is vibes based. Well, I mean, you can always just fast forward and only click events without doing anything else. So you could just do that. But I hope you guys had a nice stream. Thanks for coming over. How was baseball today? But also hello to Out of the Park Developments as well. I don't know who do I shout out? Dr. Dynastic or Out of the Park Developments, or both? But I know that with the playoffs coming to a close now with the World Series, that Out of the Park was on sale and still is for how much longer? November 2nd. Out of the Park 26 is $15 right now. Yep. It's a good deal. They got to get that sale in before the next version of the game comes out in a few months. Hoping for some cool new features in 27. But I'll definitely be on board. But it is a good deal. I have had a lot of fun in it. There we go. There we go. Got a shout out in chat for Out of the Park Developments. Would recommend a chat, especially if you've been disappointed by the recent kind of stealth release of Football Manager 26. Which is kind of available, but kind of not. Yeah, the beta is live, and I saw a bunch of people in chat who were not too happy with it. Then I'd recommend checking out of the Park 26 for sure. So go catch them for the next one. But thanks for coming over, everybody. I'd love to explain what we're doing. All I can tell you is that we're playing as a small place. It is a real place in Japan called Bichu. So I had to play as them. So this is the county of Bichu. Okay. If any relationship to words living or dead is purely coincidental. And we are a simple count in an ancient time where basically we are serving under this. This is currently Japan up to this pink line. And there are many other counts that all pay allegiance to this Kenpaku Fujiwara Yoshifusa. This is the ruling region. He exercises all the power, but he's kind of at death's door right now. So we're interested to see what happens once he passes away. And maybe things will get shaken up a little bit. But he is ruling on behalf of the Tenno, who is the technical ruler, the ceremonial monarch. Emphasis on ceremonial. So he is the monarch, but he doesn't actually wield the power. He does wield prestige, so it's still very prestigious to interact and intermingle with his family if possible. And we're trying to figure out how to gain power and maybe some land along the way. So we're playing as a character right now. If you're not familiar with Crusader Kings, by the way, the premise is effectively that you start as one character and then have an heir, whether that be your own children or it could even be your brothers or sisters. And then once your character lives their life and dies, you play as the next character. So you're sort of continuing a dynasty over the course of hundreds of years in the game. And you can choose pretty much anywhere, though your mileage may vary depending on what DLCs you do or don't have. Obviously, the Crusades are very focused on this area of the map, but I like that they're adding content to kind of give you more gameplay options and unique playstyles in different areas. So you can pretty much put a pin on here and get a different experience depending on where you want to go. So pretty high amount of replayability, especially if you like playing as the different government types. Most of these are going to be feudal. We're in an administrative government that is called a Ritsuyo, specific to Japan. China also just got their own government type that is a different form of administrative rule. And we've even got some Southeast Asia down here. Maybe eventually they'll add Australia. I don't know how that would go. Probably not. Probably not, no. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much all there is right now until everybody starts figuring out how to colonize different areas for government types. But it's been a lot to chew on. It honestly feels like I'm learning out of the park again for the first time. Even though I've got 400 hours in Crusader Kings 3, it didn't prepare me to try and learn how to be a count in Japan in the late 800s. So I've been reading a bunch of tooltips. So just giving you a forewarning of what's kind of going on here. We have a family right now. We have 4 children. Just had 2 daughters who I have named Costco and Disco. Don't ask. Oh no. I got... The ad just started. I hope you guys have turbo because I was gonna snooze the ad because of the raid and I got distracted and now there's 3 minutes of ad going. So I feel like a bit of a dick. But I'm just gonna sit here and talk to chat for 3 minutes, I guess. Bye, Raiders. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Timing, man. How does that always work out that way? The ads only exist for the exact circumstance in which you get rated so that they don't get hit with ads. But somehow, cosmically speaking, they are timed up where the ads hit right after. Hello, Machine Vision. How you doing, dude? I just got the title. You caught up to the rest of us. This song is a little too action-y. Can we chill a little bit? This song is called Flower Gardens, but it sounds like we're about to go to war. Twitch should really delay ads for you if someone raids. It's kind of dumb. Yeah, I mean, I have the power to do it. I just have to remember to do it. So, what are my goals? My goals are to try to establish enough power or enough influence to maintain my seat in Bichu. That's number 1. If we can do that, then we can turn our attention toward the other ceremonial titles. But I have a feeling our first life is going to be really narrowly concentrated on building up our holdings, which I think is fine. We're going to be able to lay the groundwork for future generations to be able to get some taxes, to get some income, get some good money from on the back of our stewardship. Not total world domination, no. That's pretty boring, actually, in Crusader Kings. Because the act of war is the best way to get it, and I think the war mechanics are pretty basic in Crusader Kings 3. Which is actually why I like the challenge of playing Japan here. Because you don't just start declaring war on every single neighbor. you have to use some politics and intrigue. We're only allowed to have one county apiece per our own government type, so you have to use some other mechanics, because I get so tired in the other starts of being a count, and the optimal thing to do is instantly declare war on your neighbor and just keep declaring war on cooldown, because I think that the war mechanics are pretty basic. So this is a interesting change of pace to me. I want to check my council real quick and see what everyone is up to, what they're doing. Lady Komachi is influencing court politics and buffing my diplomacy so we interact with other rulers in a meaningful way. Takatada is improving our piety gain. So we're getting almost 2 piety per month, and I was thinking about getting a men-at-arms regiment for warrior monks. I think I'm going to go ahead and stick with that. They sound cool. They are spearmen, like these pikemen, but they have slightly better toughness, and they also give you screen if you need to retreat. They also have combat advantages in more terrain. Defending the faithful and serving their patrons, these monks' lives of devotion give plentiful time for training and strong convictions. Who are you going to war with? I don't know. You don't want to be caught with your pants down if you end up going to war, do you? You want to be able to field your force. They take time to recruit. And this men-at-arms regiment costs piety, not money, because they are monks. So we have 577 piety. We have nothing else to spend on. They're going to cost me 0.2 per month. It'll start with 5 soldiers and then reinforce up to 100. So I'm going to start with that. I think I don't have anything else to spend piety on right now. Upkeep is not 0. It's going to be 0.2 piety per month. So bring him on in to reinforce. We're also, like, my dude is very much a believer in the Yogacara Buddhist faith. And they consider themselves righteous. And that they have a pretty good idea of what's holy and what's not. But I think it'll be fun. It's also a unit that's specific to those out this way. I think it'll be fun to play with some unique unit types. Okay, I got distracted already. But that's still good. Council. Religious relationships. I don't really want to fabricate a claim because I don't think we can do anything with that. Foreign affairs versus domestic. Foreign is definitely better because we're getting... Our fellow vassal's opinion is going up and we're getting bonus prestige. My steward is trying to increase taxes, but we could do development. I think taxes is good right now because I like the idea of sometimes we find some money in the couch cushions, like I said. My samurai is just organizing the army, which is buffing our total garrison size and reducing army maintenance. And then my spy master is currently just disrupting other people's schemes, but I don't think that there are going to be many schemes against me right now because nobody hates me. You might be surprised, but I could also support hostile schemes, which we're not going to do because my intrigue is terribly low. But then they can find secrets, which I could use to get hooks on people to help me do things. So I guess you can throw a dart at the board and see what happens. Go to the capital. See what you can learn, Fujiwara Takasuke, with your intricate web weaving skills. Our governor efficiency is actually almost back to break even, so that's nice. I don't think our next ruler is going to fare as well as us. We also have the ability to find more spouses for ourselves. And I doubt that there are any great choices. But, yeah, there's zero choices who are not a peasant. They're all peasants. That doesn't necessarily mean bad things, though. You could get the hideous congenital trait into your bloodline. That's a great offer. Or a wheezing cough into your bloodline. Perhaps we marry Noriko. I don't know. Mitsuko. I don't necessarily have to. I don't think we get a benefit from filling them like some other cultures do, so I guess you don't have to. It's kind of just optional. So we moved our Spy Master, and I'm not sure if I want anything else going on right now. We need to start a personal scheme. That's what we need to do. Also, I haven't really looked at this since they changed how the intrigue system works. I don't know if I like this. This is an extra layer of micromanagement. So we're defaulting to no countermeasures. Only a fool trades dignity for safety without due cause. But now you have like focuses for your intrigue. That seems like an unnecessary level of micro to me. Bounties for whispers. Lower secrecy for all opposing schemes, but you spend more money. Or you lose a bunch of money in monthly income, 10%. Minus 25% secrecy for all opposing schemes. So you discover other people's schemes more often, but you gain tyranny and lose a lot of popular opinion. This is minus 100% success chance for the seduction, convert to witchcraft, and elope schemes, which are oddly specific. I don't know if I've ever even known that those were happening under my watchful eye enough to be able to intentionally click a button to prevent them. But you increase other people's success chance to murder you, overthrow you, or steal your artifacts. So I don't really understand when I would even click this button. Redouble the guards. You have a minus 100% success chance for people who are trying to murder, overthrow, or steal artifacts. So you almost guarantee that they can't murder you, but you increase their opportunities to seduce, convert to witchcraft, or elope. That seems almost like almost a no-brainer if you were okay with the 20% stress gain and court and glory hound opinion bonus debuff. In case of witches, push emergency button. Somehow the AI instantly knows when you try to murder them and throws on the anti-kill one all the time. Really? Oh my god. Is this actually something that they introduced to try to nerf murder even more? But the AI uses it instead of you? But you can use it? Withdraw from view. How do you even tell which one the AI is using? This one is minus 100% success for murder, overthrow, steal artifact, and seduce, witchcraft, elope, but plus 25 to claim throne, fabricate hook, and plus 15 to slander, challenge status, or depose. If you do a scheme against them, it'll have an icon next to their face. Okay. Bribe officials, minus 50 of slander, challenge, and depose, but you lose 8% income. That's just, to me, this is overcomplicated. Overcomplicated. Overwrought would be the word that I would use. I don't know if this dude's gonna live long enough for me to be able to do anything with him, but I want to see what I can do. Besides, challenge him to a board game. Predicted difficulty hard to sway him. Murder. Challenge his status. Attempt to steal influence from Kenpaku Yoshifusa by making him look like a fool. Okay, steal influence is interesting. Not from him, but can also reduce a powerful family rating. Oh, that's how you can manipulate who's considered a powerful family. I see. So intrigue, pretty huge. Steal an artifact, challenge him for an artifact. He might accept. We just have one dynasty banner, and that's it. We have no artifacts yet. Modify province. Ask your liege to change the administration of your province. From standard to industrial or military, but you can't click military. So industrial increases taxes, but lowers levies. Also reduces construction time and build cost, and increases development growth. But if I do this, I will have to spend 100 influence to get him to do this, to change my vassal contract. That's actually a pretty good change if you're not expecting to go to war. Taxes get buffed, build costs go down. It's interesting. What else can I do? Found a ceremonial claimant faction against the Tenno. Claim the liege's title. Bro, we don't, that's not possible. Does this really only cost, you have to control 51% of the counties that make up the de jure of this title. Never, ever gonna happen in Japan, bro. Claim the throne, very hard. Request, like, these are the ones that really interest me. Are the council and court positions. He actually might accept, but I would have to spend all 350 influence. Vassals no longer refuse directives. Ask for council position cost minus 30%. Is honored to serve perk. That's my own domain lifestyle? Yeah, it's my own domain lifestyle over here. Note that tax is what goes to your liege, not to you. If I change my government type. Yeah. So I pay him 2.5% more taxes, but I get plus 15% development growth, minus 20% construction time, minus 10% construction costs. Anyway, where'd he go? We're never gonna get anything done in this campaign, bro. It's just gonna be looking at menus to see what you technically can do without any idea of what you should do. To be honest. Request a court position. Will not accept. So he's more likely to actually put me on the council. Being on the council is something I should look for, but here's the thing, should I wait till he dies to do that? Because the other, like, will the council reset upon his death? Try to get on the new person's council instead, or will I stay on the council unless the new person fires me? Because he's actually, like, fairly likely to put me on the council as a steward. So here's a question. The stats that are under here, like +3 per month taxes, +2 per month influence, monthly stewardship lifestyle XP. Does that all go to the council steward, or is this all going to the liege? Because these are some insane bonuses. Like, it'll double our income, double our influence, and increase domain taxes and make building cheaper. Plus, lifestyle buff for XP. So that should be like our top objective. Yamato Koritaka of the Chrysanthemum Throne, 26 years old. I need to reduce the leader's opinion of this dude, because that is the current, that is the guy that is currently the steward. To be fair, he's kind of a goat. Midas touched 4-star education and 25 stewardship, and he's diligent. He's kind of cracked, to be honest, but I can be better. So how do I make other people dislike him most effectively? Slander will harm his influence and reduce his candidate score for all titles. That's a title, though, which is different from the council. Force his retirement. That's not going to work. You can actually try and get someone to step down from governorship. Okay, that's interesting. Request retirement. Attempt to steal influence by making him look like a fool in public. We don't have enough subterfuge for that. I would assume undermining his governance is the only thing we could do. He will lose 4% governor efficiency for 10 years, lose 25 opinion of you. Impede efforts. Bribe administrators. Question his efficacy is a diplomacy challenge. 93% you undermine. That's actually pretty solid. %. For only 30 influence. I think I'm just gonna do it as a experiment, okay? So the experiment is this. If I ask Kompaku Fujiwara Yoshifusa to where is it? To give me a council position. He's a 62% acceptance right now. Okay, so I want to see if that goes up. 62% acceptance. If I do this right here, undermine governance, entangle his administration in questions of bad stewardship, 93% chance he'll get a debuff for 10 years and lose 25 opinion of me. We're starting a family war with House Yamato. Or Yamato. I still don't know which way. I don't know which way to say it. Let's see what happens. 30 influence later. It worked. So now he's at 11%. He dislikes me for a lot of years. Now let me see what happens over here. Request council position. It's still 62%. It didn't change. So what the hell was the point of what I just did? What does reducing that dude's governance even do for 4%? All right, where's that guy? Do I need to pin this dude? So I can find him? Pin this guy. I think governor efficiency gives points for appointment. You made a guy hate you. Yeah, I made a guy hate me. How do I make one guy hate another guy more? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Is that even a thing? I guess it'd be easier just to make this dude like me more. Yeah, it's just expose secrets, but you have to get really lucky and find their secrets, if they even have any. Ugh. It'd be easier just to make the Kenpaku like me more. But sway is really hard, so I could offer a guardian. Or a ward, I mean. That'll give a slight bonus. I could also give money, which I don't have enough money for that. There are so many sub-menu options here, it's crazy. Apparently you can't. Other people's relationships are beyond you, yeah. Slander should be a pointed scheme, like make X like Y less. That was kind of how I imagined it would be. I can't send this dude a gift without 221 bucks. So I can either try and sway him, hard difficulty. May as well. We're not doing any other personal scheme. Right? 27% success chance ain't much. And that's with diplomacy. If I change to court intrigue, that goes down to 20. It's like a 7% difference. How else can I make this dude like me? Besides offering a... I could just... Let's just play a board game, man. Play a board game. If you win, he gains 10... This is a classic opinion manipulation. Classic. You try and lose the board game. You do a friendly game. Challenge Kenpaku Fujiwara Yoshifusa to a board game. And then throw. Try and lose. Oldest trick in the book. Kenpaku Yoshifusa takes his seat opposite of me. Our little game of Go is about to begin, and a scornful smirk tells me exactly how confident my cousin is. He goes first. I see what you did there. Opening with a robust attempt at a coherent strategy. We're neck and neck, though neither of us is even close to victory. You're not much of a strategist, are you? Chortles my opponent. They really need to just redo the entire board game event tier. They need to redo the whole thing. Rewrite it, redo it. Start over. I play Go like I fight savagely. A martial challenge. Yes, yes, just as planned. I've read entire manuals on Go. It's just like... Just make a minigame. Make it an actual minigame instead of... Instead of just boring checks. Invisible skill checks. I'm gonna do an intrigue challenge because that's the one that's most likely to lose. Yes, just as planned. Our match marches on, Yoshifusa continuing with several well-executed adaptive strategies. It's also as vague as possible in these paragraphs. Blast it, somehow this man seems to counter every stratagem I employ. He's starting to win, though neither of us is even close to victory. This is why you need to put the work in, consoles my opponent, tone utterly insufferable. There's no substitute for hard work, in life or in Go. Alright, just same option. Our match marches on, Yoshifusa continuing with, it's the same paragraph. Same paragraph. Do you think they appoint some kind of king of games? Queries my opponent, scratching his chin. I feel like I'm working toward that title already, you see. What is this king you speak of? Japan recognizes no king. Anyway, just do the same intrigue skill again. Our match marches on. Yoshifusa continuing with a pathetic gambit. Somehow, he always seems to counter me. He's starting to win. He can triumph at any time. Don't feel bad. We can't all be this naturally talented. It takes a subtle mind to play Go. Well, yes, I guess I will pick the exact same option for a fourth time. A smug smile stretches cheek to cheek. He gains 25 opinion of you because he beat you. He lost 10 stress. You gained 20 stress. Blast it. I lost. Which is exactly what I was trying to do. In before they nerf the opinion gain from losing a board game. We'll see who wins next time. You gain 20 stress because you're arrogant. You've made an enemy here today. You grow close to forming a rivalry with Kenpaku. You lose 6 stress because you're arrogant. Well, the better man won. Chat, I know that my guy is arrogant. Ooh, there's actually a 46% chance he makes an obscene gesture, flicks you off, and then leaves and loses 30 opinion. But there's a 53% chance that you grow close to forming a friendship with him. Let's just take the safe one. We'll see who wins next time. So my stress shoots up to 60, but I succeed in getting him to like me more. He is pleased. And if I eventually send him a ward, he will like me even more. But now that he's up to a plus 78 relationship with us, why don't we attempt to request a court position, not a court position, a council position now and see how that goes. It's up to an 82%, so we got him to like us more. So him liking us more drastically influenced this percentage change. Personality is also plus 79, though it's very vague on what part of your personality he vibes with. So my choices are either get him to like me more or get him to dislike the other dude more. Those are pretty much the only two ways to influence this. Or I could just take the 82%. The problem is it's going to cost 100% of my influence. All of it. 350 is a lot of influence. And if he says no, I only get like part of that back. So in the 18% that he says no, I lose like half of this influence for no reason. And it'd be very embarrassing. 82 is pretty high, but it's not a guarantee. So if I could get him to like me a little bit more, that'd be great. Before he dies in poor health. Imagine improving your odds at a job interview by throwing a game. You don't think that's ever happened before? You don't think anybody's ever lost a game of like chess or something on purpose to someone else to get them to think that they're hot shit? It's definitely happened before. Probably historically too, in moments like these. 89% to become the samurai. It's not what I want. 79 to become the chief diplomat. I like the one that gives money. Though this one does give plus 20 fellow vassal opinion. Chat, what do you think? Should I just go for it? Or should I wait to see if we sway? We're not going to sway successfully. It's a 27%. I think we just have to go for it. Because the longer I wait, he's going to stop liking me as much. Actually, that's not true. It lasts till 891, but he might die. And then I have to appease someone else. I sent it. 82% success chance. You have become your liege's Kerai. You cannot be fired for 25 years. And you spend 350 influence. All right, that's a lot of influence. I won't be able to influence anything else. But it turns out he's my cousin, so that maybe helps. But we get a cool new hat with like a flowing veil thing in the back. I passed the XCOM odds. And now I get to play a sweet stringed instrument. I'm just chilling here, musically inclined. I'm playing an instrument in like every time I'm pictured. Rip the other guy. Rip the other guy. Shino Yamato Koritaka has been fired from his position. Sent back down to just be the governor of Hitachi. Sup, nerd? Alright, so while we're on the council, my liege's council, we get a bunch of bonuses, which I saw, there it is, effect on you. We're getting an extra 3 tax per month. We just doubled our income by getting hired to the council. And we also doubled our influence. So we spent 350 influence to get an extra 2 influence per month, which doesn't sound great when you put it like that, but it'll take 12 years to pay the influence back, which isn't that long, and then it's pure profit from that point on. Plus the huge buff to monthly stewardship lifestyle XP. And all of our buildings are going to be cheaper, 10% cheaper now. So I'm pretty happy with each of those things. These are kind of expensive. Now that's a lot of gold just to get 0.2 domicile income per month. Either way, we are locked in on this council seat for 25 years, dude. We are the official steward of the regent. The steward of the region. That's a pretty substantial jump for the Count of Bichu. All we had to do was strategically lose a game of Go. So I'm pretty happy about that. The income doubling cannot be overstated to how beneficial that's going to be. That's going to be big time balling. By the way, Tune Up Pickup, thank you for the 80-month sub earlier. Sorry I missed you, but I appreciate it. Thank you for subbing. What are those other, let's just ditch this 27% success chance. We don't need to sway you anymore. What are those other schemes I can do? The personal ones? How do I tell who the heck has influence? Wait a second. Who's this? Toshu Murakuzu, your nephew. 44 years old. He's ill. That's why I didn't recognize him. When he became ill, he took off the face makeup, so I didn't recognize him at first. Why is he sick? Don't seduce him. It's not what I want. I want to attempt to promote his candidacy to administrative positions. Define administrative positions, though. Providing boosted candidate score for all titles with appointment succession or acclamation succession. Can I do that to myself? I can do that to myself. Expand power base. Attempt to increase your investment capacity. What's that? The max a character may invest in their own or anyone else's candidate score. I don't even know what it is. What is my default? What is my current maximum? I don't even know. But yeah, I can promote myself. Start a promote scheme against me. If successful, you gain promoted, which is a plus 30 to appointment succession score and a plus 50 to acclamation. A type of appointment under acclamation succession, the Empire title and associated holdings are inherited by the candidate with the highest candidate score. What's the difference in appointment and acclamation? Which one are we? I think we're appointment, right? That's probably listed under Laws of the Realm. Yeah, we're appointment. Ritsuyo appointment succession. So that's us. So we would get like a plus 30. But here's the thing. Boosting myself, we're not in line for anything unless we want to go for a duchy. Maybe I should be boosting my son. Who I don't want to play as, but I don't know who else I would be playing as. Predicted very easy. 5 months. He'll also gain opinion of me. If we do balanced... Dude, I don't know which one of these is which. Focus on agents increasing the scheme potential. The upper boundary of a scheme can never exceed 95%. Just do balanced. Success chance 21% right now. Hold on. God, I forgot about all this junk. Proponents, someone to loudly and proudly tout accomplishments, whether they're real or not, does wonders for one's reputation. Intermediary. Some situations need a delicate touch. There's nothing more subtle than words whispered in private. A sycophant. Carefully crafted compliments and pleasantries and tactical fawning. A socialite. A toast, my lords and ladies, to a good friend of mine I'd like you all to think of as highly as I do. And a bureaucrat, knowledge of proper process and correct filing. Give unbridled opportunity for constructive dishonesty. All right, I don't know what that means, but The reason why this system sucks is because you just click on the empty head and then pick whoever has the highest number. Wow, my cousin is willing to help. He's kind of an important guy. The Emperor is willing to help too? The Tenno? I don't believe for a second that the actual Tenno is willing to just be like, yeah, your son? Yeah, he's awesome. I love that guy. To like help other people? That doesn't... Why is he willing to join? Personal diplomacy. Foreign affairs. Okay, so the only real strategy here is the bureaucrat can actually be my fellow vassal of Sanuki. So get him in on it. He'll just accept without anything else. I don't need any of this. I don't even know what the hell all this is. Because he's not available on any of the other slots. And then on these can be, well, yeah, we'll just get the proponent. We'll get the regent. And then the intermediaries, we got... This is going to increase the potential. So we want the potential to be higher than 80%. So get fellow vassal Fujiwara Otaki of Hyuga. Which I don't know where he is because I can't move this window. And I don't want to close it. He's down here in the Southern Islands. A sycophant. We're already at 95%, so we need high socialite. We only have... I guess I'm gonna invite the Tenno. I don't know. That should shrink the window by a lot. I mean, these guys are all pretty powerful people. Should be no problem to get this. 95% max potential, 15 days till the next phase. All right, let's see how it goes. You can station your men-at-arms. Oh yeah, we hired the men-at-arms. So we've got warrior monks currently being recruited. There's 25 out of 100. And we are going to station them in the only holding we have. And while stationed here, they will get bonus damage and toughness. Both the Emperor and Kenpaku promoting him, it should be 100%. Yeah, it should be 100%. The fact that that is not 100% is crazy. But I'm just trying to interface with the different systems and subsystems to figure out what is optimal here. House Onakatomi has joined your house block. 18 living members in this dynasty. They got claims here in Io. Dude, the scheme is advancing rapidly, dude. I am ill. It is so over. The second I get into being on the council of my liege, bam, you're on pause for a few seconds and you're sick. Kokushi or peasant, high or low, it doesn't matter. In the end, we are all mortal. I was reminded of this as I woke coughing in the early morning hours, a dull ache pounding through my head and throat. My body is racked with shivers and weakness, my head leaking from every orifice. Your ears? I heard that wheezing from across the court, Your Excellency. Tadayuki, my physician and son, pokes his head into my chamber. Should you require it, I know a fair number of suitable remedies. Do no more than what is necessary. It's too late for caution. Leave me be. Look, do no more than what is necessary. A few safe treatments. Okay, we're ill. We may have a severe health penalty, but we're still fine. Okay, I'm fine. -4 prowess. Bad humors are plaguing Arasada. His afflictions yet to be determined. Tadayuki came into my chambers and offered me a draught, yellow in color. He told me to pinch my nose as I drank. When the tepid liquid passed my lips, I almost immediately spat it out. I demanded to know the contents of the cup, and he revealed it was actually fresh urine from a pregnant sow. The porcine taste turned out to be just what I needed. For now, the worst of my symptoms are alleviated, and the world seems a bit brighter. Excellent work, Tadayuki. Excellent work. Reduced disease symptoms, huge health boost for a year. Magic pig piss. Espionage. Lovers. While performing his duties as my spy master, Takasuke has uncovered a secret held by my fellow vassal Toshu Yoshio. He has secretly taken my fellow vassal Yasuko as a lover. Well, well, well. Who? Dude, it's... Hold on. No. Hold on. Not you. You. It's you. My fellow vassal. He has one title. The Tomo family county tier province title, which is just their manors. They don't actually have any land. But they are of House Tomo, with 24 living members. And House Tomo is rank 16th, which might sound low, but my splintered off house is rank 36. We actually jumped up from 51. Wait, no. We're rank 23. Holy, my house just shot up from 51 to 23rd because we joined the council. Just getting on the council jumped us up like 28 places on the rankings. So I'm pretty happy with that. It's all coming together. We need more powerful family members. We have like no powerful family members because we made a cadet branch and basically left our house due to sheer arrogance. That was my arrogant RP. He was denied the head of the family from his nephew, who's 1 year older than him, don't ask. And so he made his own branch where he could be the head of the house. So, arrogant RP. Anyway, with these dudes, this is useful to know. We can now take that secret Can we do something with it? I can only expose it. No secret that can be used for blackmail. Do you know why it can't be used for blackmail? Because adultery is fine culturally. Or religiously, I guess. Actually, no. Adultery is shunned in Yogacara. Wait, what? Chat, where did I read that? Yesterday. Where did I read that? Was it culturally? Where? Is it Grace? Are you guys just guessing? It's dynamic pragmatism. Yeah, you're just guessing. Characters with the adulterer trait are fully accepted always, so it's not blackmailable. While the norms of marriage are important to maintain for appearance and legal expediency, pleasure is a natural gift bestowed by the gods and vital to good health, whatever the ramifications. There's no such thing as bad adulterer fornicators under this culture. You can also adopt people into your house, and they're fully accepted. Bastardization is no problem. Rulers can have up to 4 spouses. Once we get well, we're gonna have to find a 3rd spouse. We need more kiddos. We do need more kiddos. So all I can do is expose that secret, which might make some people dislike them more, and that's pretty much it. But I don't know. Probably not gonna matter. All right, the promote scheme. How's the promote scheme? We're at 58% out of a possible 95. We have 5 scheme advantages. I don't even know what that means. Represents progress made toward the goal of a scheme that can be spent to convince agents to join a scheme or execute one with an increased success chance. Yeah, I don't want to do that yet. Keep going. We're not going to stop at 68%. It needs to be higher. It's just going. I mean, it should be going straight up. We've literally got the Tenno and the Regent singing the praises of my son. So if this somehow fails, it's going to be an actual XCOM moment. Chat has approximate knowledge of a few things. Me too. I have approximate knowledge of at least a few things. 95%. All right, let's do it. So much time and so many resources are poured into promoting my son's candidacies has borne some fruit. His standing among his peers has improved. New supporters are now convinced of his value, and his appointment is one step closer. So he gets promoted for 10 years. That's a reasonable amount of time, though we'd have to re-up it and do it again. A successful promotional campaign. So he now has a plus 30 to all succession checks. Excellent results. He also gains 30 opinion of me. So now I want to look at our government and look at where we have a candidate in succession. So my cousin is number 1. House Hoke. I want my son to rise up the ranks of the Bichu county, but I need influence to do that. So I need to have other people support him. I wonder if I can ask my now healed half-brother. Oh wait, no, that's a different guy. This is my Beto. Do you think my Beto... Ask to influence the candidacy. I have to pay him 50 gold. Or use a hook. Those are the 2 options. But now that we're making a bunch of extra money from being the steward of the regent, we'll have a lot more to be able to spend to buy people's support. There's Bungo. Where's Bichu? I must have passed it. There it is. Will not accept. Wow. Because he's a top 3 candidate. So if he's a top 3 candidate, he's like, nah, screw you. I see, I see. And this is my nephew, who is sick. He is sick. So here's my question. Will you be able to influence the candidacy of my son? Why do I have to click the location a second time? Why doesn't it just remember it? I keep passing it up to... Bro, where is it? Why did the devs make this screen so tiny? And other screens so huge? Bro, I can't find it, man. Bichu, 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 Bichu. Where's... Oh, there it is. All right, he won't accept either. He doesn't have much influence, minus 100. There's got to be a faster way to do this. You know what this is like? This is like playing... You know when you're playing Hearts of Iron 4... and you have to go ask every single nation independently for aid in the form of guns or tanks or trucks, and there's not just one screen that lets you see a list of all the people that will do something for you. You have to go click every single one independently. That's what this is like. Hello, Ben STL. Thank you for the 10-month sub. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream. And also, this screen doesn't tell you who the candidate in succession is, so you have to click on every single one and go to the governor appointment tab to find out who it is, because different people on each one. It does at least summarize how many points you need to be first, but it doesn't say for whom. This is my current position is 37. $147 required to be first. To be honest, I might be able to get in line for this one. Why don't I just promote myself? I could promote myself and my son. Maybe I should wait till I'm healed for good RP. Okay, once I get healed, we're gonna start trying to promote ourselves and figure out how to get ourselves in line for a duchy. And that would be a big step up. I don't know how I would control the title of a duchy from over here, or if they would just take this land away from me, I'm not sure. The Imperial family branches. Kokushi, I didn't get to finish reading that, but it's gone. The Imperial family branches. House Kenmu. 6 living members, and that's it. Bro, there's so many houses and houses branching. I don't know how you're supposed to keep track of it all. I have a question for chat. Is anyone who is playing this DLC playing Japan and not overwhelmed initially? Royal Offspring. I didn't get to finish reading that. Why don't the pop-ups go to a place where I can read them and understand what they're trying to tell me instead of flickering on the screen for 2 to 3 seconds and then disappearing forever with no log? Sorio, uh-oh. Sorio. I'm finding the one domain limit very stifling. Yeah, you have to play in a different style. I'm not playing this, so I'm not talking to you then, dingus. I'm playing China and trying to work out what is happening. China is a little worse because at times you actually have to give up your land to move up the ladder. I just booted up my first Japan character and I am overstimmed to hell. Yeah, it is very overstimulating because normally you're not surrounded by dozens of other individual single counties, normally. Normally there's like a few duchies over here, or maybe you're in a duchy. We have uncovered a secret held. Chat, I found the secret. It's called The Ad is About to Start. So while the ad is playing, I haven't stood up in 3 hours, so I'm going to stand up. Go get a drink. Come back. I watched one other streamer play this, and he was overwhelmed at first playing in Korea. Yeah, there's a lot to take in. I don't know if I don't think that the mechanics are bad. I think the mechanics are good. It's just that the UI is cluttered, and that's what makes it overwhelming. And it's difficult to find the information you need to succeed, which I think is very, unfortunately, typical of new mechanics and new government types. Like, the mechanics seem thought out. The devs intended for us to stare at the house block screen like 90% of the time. It does seem that way. All right. I'm gonna BRB while this is going. See if you can spot anything interesting happening in the world. jamming, dude. I don't know. You're not supposed to be listening to this song. I actually don't know why this song is playing. Whoops. That's not from the finals. It was good, though. It was good, though. What was it? It was called Thought. AGST. We're getting a lot of... We're getting a lot of secret lovers. I don't know if I would have chosen Lady Fusako as my secret lover. But, you know, you do you, Kakushimoto. Here's what I'm interested in. Soryo. Is this the first Soryo? They're pretty close to us. So, does this guy reject the Tenno? He made his own noble family, Asakura, with 17 living members. So I assume that was a cadet branch. I don't really understand what happens when other people take the decision to establish a Soryo fief. Rule your governorship as a personal fief, rejecting central oversight. The old bureaucracy is crumbling under myriad crises and unfettered ambition. To ensure my family's future, I'm gonna sneeze. To ensure my family's future and bring stability to the provinces, a permanent base must be established. You adopt the Soryo government, a feudal government unique to Japan. It represents local lords who have discarded or supplanted the reach of the central Ritsuryo government and rule provinces as their own fiefs. Soryo characters do not use influence, but noble family heads retain their family manor and house aspiration. Though they cannot be elected a ruling regent, these rulers may take power via the install ruling regent faction and use the formalized shogunate decision. They govern, Soryo ruling regents govern the realm on behalf of the Japanese emperor, inherit by primogeniture succession, and may be overthrown by faction demand. They may create and join house blocks within the realm. So basically, you just get to go straight to feudalism. I like how the goal of Japan is the opposite of Europe, go from administrative to feudal. Kinda. I'm trying not to do that. For now. Perform a religious journey to a regional shrine to make an offering. In return for piety. Introduce a new fashion at court. I don't know what that does. Meditate. Visit a Silk Road market. Tibet, China, India, Central Asia, Central Asia. Okay, we're not going anywhere over there. That's a long journey, dude. Should I recruit a wet nurse since I have 2 babies? A wet nurse is a caretaker of your children and child hostages. Influences the ward's personality acceptance, reduces the chance they get illness and possibility of development events. I guess we should see if anybody matches that description first. Your wife, poor wet nurse. She is sadistic, so I guess that checks out. All right, let's try one. Send out the requests. You can declare war on the Soryo. See, that's what I was wondering. Like, now that he is a criminal, you can just declare war on him. Enforce administrative integration. All of his lands will be confiscated and returned to the Kampaku. Your service to Japan will be recognized. He outnumbers me. Has 200 light footmen and 175 levies. Your service will be recognized, they say. We're still recruiting our first batch of warrior monks. I could increase it to size 2 for more piety. But then the piety maintenance also goes up. And now that we're making cash money, the whole piety aspect isn't as tempting as it was before. This is where I would field my knights, if I had any. Because Mounted Samurai would go freaking crazy, dude. Counter skirmishers and heavy infantry, but suck in the jungle, desert, mountains, and wetlands. That's not a big problem. They're great in steppe, plains, and dry land, which... Where are we? Chat, how do you see a land type again? I guess it just says it right here. Hills, mountains, mountains, hills, mountains, 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 mountains. Mountains, I saw plains. There's one plain. The plains are over here. On the edge. There's not a lot of plains, bro. Not a lot. Not that kind of plain, Roof. Not that kind of plain. Here's the thing. If we declared war on them... 0 allies. It would cost me 200 prestige to go to war. I think I would lose as we stand right now. They have a lot more special troops than us. But it would be kind of a cool way to try to get some notoriety here. Someone else might go to war with him first. We'll see how that goes. With a mind to provide the best care for our children, I've had my functionaries seek out able women for the role of wet nurse. Now there are a few locals presented for my judgment. Noriko is experienced. Aptitude is good. Asako, poor. Probably not the one who's poor. And it's 10 gold up front to get the good wet nurse, who's also quite smart, astute, intellectual, zealous in her faith of the Yagakara like us, diligent, but a bit greedy. Always looking for ways to engorge her purse. 12 martial skill randomly. All right, Noriko, you are hired. We now have a wet nurse. We're paying 0.05 gold per month. And a bit of prestige. But it feels like you want those bonuses. You know, like I want to have more child development events and fewer illnesses. Now, the only other one we could recruit for is a gardener. Kogo Tamako has given birth to a daughter of the ceremonial house Yamato. Dynasty Fujiwara gains 50 renown. We are the Fujiwara dynasty. Our dynasty is going crazy because we're in the same dynasty as the regent. So they're powering through the legacy trees right now. House Funya joined the Hokkei block. That's us. 24 living members. To be honest, I don't know how you keep up with all the house block stuff. I have no idea. The house block stuff seems like the most confusing aspect. I don't really know what to do with any of this. Because it seems like we automatically went to level 3 cohesion with no effort on anyone's part. All members get more feast rewards. More guests will accept your activity invitations. All members' appointment score in governorships held by members. Plus 25%. What does that mean? All members' ceremonial house marriage acceptance plus 25%. So basically, you're more likely to get a marriage acceptance within the house block. House head of leading house. So that's not me. That's Hokkei. So whoever the leader is of the house block gets the most results. We're down here. Wow, everyone else is getting way more soldiers than us. Way more. I'm thinking... like, obviously, we need to get the mansion. But I really do think we should start getting... like, I want to try and keep Bichu in the family, if possible. So, building it up makes sense. I liked hill forts for the fort level, but what if we just got more levies first? So, should I get cattle pastures, which give me taxes plus levies? That seems like the best one, right? You get both? I like hill forts for the fort levels, so you don't just get, like, back capped, but... I don't know, I'm gonna go cattle pastures, I think. 19 months, 112 gold for 0.35 tax, supply limit for your soldiers, and more levies here. I'm gonna get this started and then build up the mansion next. A significant portion of this province is dedicated to animal husbandry and used as grazing lands for herds of pastoral animals. Here's a question though. Is it better to how much does it cost to construct a new one? 300 and plus. Dude, another holding here would be pretty awesome. Yeah, I'm just gonna build up the castle holding first. Cattle pastures coming in 19 months. Spend the money to make more money. Hopefully we'll be able to hold Bichu. And if we don't, we'll take it back. But it is funny that everybody who's playing the DLC so far is like, I have no idea what I'm doing. People are like, yeah, I started a Japan playthrough. I don't know what's going on. I started China. I don't know what's going on. No, I can't say I blame you. I don't know what's going on either. Oh, I wanted to start another scheme once I got well, but we're still sick. It's already July 871. How long have I been ill for, man? I've been in bed for like 6 months already. I don't really understand what happens when the Imperial family keeps branching. I like when it says the Imperial family. The Imperial family. Is when it says the Imperial family, is it talking about the Tennos family or the ruling regent's family? That is one very old samurai. 79 years old. But anyway, they started the Kanmu family, 8 members, and they're in the Sugawara block. I'm playing in Vietnam, don't know what's going on. That is how it is. That is how it is. More lovers. We found 3 lover secrets that we cannot exploit for anything. But keep digging for more secrets, I guess. You have stopped being ill. As I woke this morning and observed the first ray of sunshine, it took me a moment to realize I slept soundly for the first time in months. I did not wake up coughing once. It's been a long road back to health, but I find myself in its warm embrace once more. All right, we are no longer ill. So I'm gonna try promoting myself. With my own promote scheme to make myself a little bit more appetizing with regard to appointments to new positions of power. What's great is, it seems like people like me. So, I'm gonna get my fellow vassal Fujiwara. Who really likes me. Because being compassionate is a +10 for everybody. Pleased, reinforced bonds, and praised his poetic prowess. I think we met at one of those dinners at the festival. I don't even need to bribe him. All right, so you be the bureaucrat who's going to speed this up. Now I need people to make it more likely to succeed. We have a max success chance of 30% right now. We want that to go up. I'm going to let the Tenno speak well of me. The forgiving altruist. He thinks I'm pretty awesome. Where does it say? I guess I should have looked at will join and why they will join. There's my cousin in Liege. He's on board too. So their reluctance is -30, but because they like me so damn much, they're willing to say good things about me. So actually, I want to make sure he's not going to make this like way faster first, because the socialite will speed this up. We're already at 80% potential. So let's get the regent to speed the promotion scheme up so it takes way less time. Yeah, my fellow vassals are like, this guy's, he freaking rocks. Also, my Spy Master's intrigue skills given a little buff. My diplomacy skills given it a buff. It seems trivial to convince these guys to speak well of me. Wait, this dude's nickname is The Corrupt? Kikuchi Funya Arazane The Corrupt. I don't know if I want a guy whose nickname is The Corrupt being my sycophant. Not that it really matters, but we'll go with Yamato instead. Yamato Moto of Aki. All right, you guys are all in. We got a 95% success chance now. We just gotta wait. Lively livestock. As additional payment in a recent trade, I find myself in possession of a large herd of livestock. I've been assured the animals are of the highest quality, but the question of what should be done with them remains. Bitchu will prosper from the herd. The Count of Bitchu gets cattle herd for 15 years. That's 10% growth rate. You get 2 experience in the governorship trait path. It's good. It's a beautiful herd, but it could be larger. Stewardship challenge. 80% breeding project successful. And then you get large cattle herd instead for 15 years. Higher bonus and more XP. Current trait XP 20. Requires 25. So that would get us to level 1 governorship. Or 20% it fails, and you actually lose XP. They'll turn a nice profit. Bring the cleaver. You gain stress because you're compassionate. Gain 50 gold. I mean, we're gonna gambit for sure all day. 80% large cattle herd and XP. Shit. You spend 35 prestige and lose 2 trait XP in the Kikuchi trade. It's rough out there. It's rough out there. XCOM moment. Lady Nagiko has given birth to a son of the ceremonial house Yamato. More royal offspring. All right, I think I wanted to find another... Ooh, your dynasty has unlocked the Etiquette Legacy. The thing that pisses me off about this is I should be excited that we're getting all these perks, but I don't get to pick them. And that's what pisses me off, because I am not the head of my dynasty. I've never played a game of Crusader Kings where I'm not the head of the dynasty. That's never happened before. This is the first time that I'm just some guy. And I wake up and boom, there's another legacy perk that's been chosen. These are the new ones as well. So the first one is Dynastic Duty. Opinion +5 of everyone in your dynasty. To each other, I assume. Same dynasty invite house to block acceptance. So basically easier to get other dynastic houses into your block. Block cohesion per house of this dynasty in the block goes up crazy. Yeah, Fujiwara is so big that we're getting insanely fast renown. Yeah. It's having 3 perks already is kind of insane. Poetic Beauty is an attraction opinion up. Domicile prestige up for your manor. House heads can employ a court poet, which increases stress loss, increases court grandeur, and may become inspired. Court poems increase block cohesion, and you can build a poetry collection in your estate. The newest one is Level of Fame Impact plus 50%, which is kind of cracked. So all the Level of Fame modifiers are plus 50% stronger. Festival activity is 20% cheaper, and you can now mend broken house relations with quarreling members. The next one is bonus domicile income, influence, and construction time. So just a free perk point. At least they're doing the new thing. Yeah, at least they're doing the new thing. Very excited about this income. Biggest thing that happened today by far was getting on the... We're on the Royal Council. We are a steward of Japan. Another royal offspring. Lady Mitsuko. I need to figure out who you are. You're a fellow vassal in Ari. Or Aki. Just another dude. They're in House Yamato, though. So we were in the same block in the same dynasty. That's actually what I want to know. They are in a different block? Different block, but they're of the royal Yamato dynasty, not ours. All right. Just trying to figure everything out. There's a lot of names and houses and blocks and families and noble families and this and that, and I don't really know how to do everything. Who else could I possibly take as a wife? Peasants. All of you peasants. We have 2 wives right now. Do I have any filters? There's not any filters. That would be limiting. My theory is that Japan doesn't generate enough NPCs. So there's literally not even a single person who's not lowborn who's available to be married. Like, there's not that many NPCs. Because if I switch to betrothals, then suddenly there's a ton. Like, this is everyone's children who are going to need to have matches growing up, right? And they all were just born since the game started. But there's not, like, they don't have adults generated. They all just vanish. Is there anyone we could arrange with our daughters? Like, our daughter's 3 years old, and our son is still 20. He doesn't have anybody. So we might need to do a betrothal. Because there's not any NPCs. Like, nobody's there. Wait, what the hell am I doing? I want to arrange a marriage for you, bro. Are you not? Am I not able to do that anymore because you're too old? Chad, how do I arrange a marriage for my son? I can't. I guess my brother can marry. I can arrange a marriage for my brother, but not my son. He's not in my court. He left and went to the capital. So he's just doing his own thing. It says he's visiting their court. So I'd have to invite him back to court. He had a nice stay in the capital. Okay, now that he's back in my court, I can find him a spouse. There we go. Do you still have the caravan master guy as your treasurer guy? I do, and he actually made me a bunch of money. He made me like over 75 gold, plus what he's giving me a bonus as my counselor. There was a 0.4% risk of their children being inbred. That's a small percent. That's an incredibly small percent. So when this guy dies, Who is next in line? Chat, this is the real 200 IQ gain power play here. This is the real one. It's, I mean, I already spent all my influence to get a seat on the council. And we'll slowly rebuild more. We're getting 4.3 influence a month, is not very high. But this is the real 200 IQ play. So, you look at who is currently in control of the power of Japan. 67-year-old Kenpaku Fujiwara Yoshifusa, our cousin, and Liege, the guy that we just asked to become put on the council, and he agreed, right? Controls 5,000 troops because he is literally the ruling regent of the entire empire, right? So he has the most troops by far. So, you go to the empire title, look at the succession line, and pick somebody who you can arrange a marriage with. You know what I mean? Like let's say hypothetically that we liked, these guys are like 73, 71. They're old and also gonna die soon because their health is poor. But maybe you pick one of these two guys. So like this dude is 60, this dude's 57, this dude's 43. So the 43-year-old is the best choice in terms of longevity. Like, let's say we thought that this guy was a good shot. He's gluttonous, trusting, and honest. Gray eminence diplomacy. He's a super smart diplomat. And he is currently handling the governorship at the county of Ise. Over here. Wait. Where is it? Where is it, dude? Kind of one of the dumbest things that they did with the new UI is that, okay, it's right here. How the names disappear at like an inconvenient level. I like looking at the ground as well, but the threshold should be like here. The name should still show up here and then maybe like disappear when you really zoom in. Because the problem when you zoom out to here is there's so many icons that it blocks all their damn names. How do you, is there a way to hide all the county icons? Because there's so much stuff on the screen that it just like well, who's behind this Bichu Manor? No idea. Could be anybody. Is there a hotkey to like hide the county and duchy UI? Because that would be excellent. Anyway, I got sidetracked. What I'm trying to say is, here's the 2000 IQ play. Is change songs. If you think the ruling regent's gonna die soon, find and support someone else to inherit the title, and have that person, if they had a son instead of a daughter, you could arrange a marriage between them and secure a lengthy alliance as well as a bunch of opinion points when they do get that seat of power. You kind of support somebody else and then ride on their coattails. And that will make your house more powerful because you will have people like your daughter who are married into actual royalty. And that, in theory, should pump you up the government family rankings. At least I would think so. Are there duchy tier titles in Japan? There are 2 duchy tier titles in Japan. And it's Mutsu and Dewa. But climbing to the top of their succession is not something I can realistically do right now. So we have to stay... We have to stay kind of down here for now. It would cost elite amount of influence to get first in line. 1,337 influence. So it's not really feasible. This one costs $14.75. So right now it's easier to support someone else and use your connection to get power elsewhere. Cause like our goal is kind of to climb the noble family rank. So when we made a cadet branch and splintered off of House Nanke, we got shot all the way down to 51 out of 60. But when I elevated myself to the Royal Council, we actually rose up to rank 21. So securing power for yourself, it was a plus 15 for house members on the top Liege's council. The problem with this screen is it doesn't show you all possible avenues of increasing your family rating. So I wish there was a page where it just showed you all the ways in which you can influence it. Right now it seems like you sort of have to just look at everyone else's homework and study to find out all the ways that you might be able to raise your own power. So it's not very intuitive is what I'm trying to say. And also it's very ADHD unfriendly because I'm just like, my eyes glaze over at every one of these lists. Living members, so we just need to have more babies. House head's level of influence. So if you have a higher level of influence, which you can kind of just grind up over time, be on the council, lead one of the house blocks, and number of held governorships in the house. This one's a ceremonial house, so it gets an extra bonus. Heart of the family, plus 10. I don't know what heart of the family is. But it would be insane for us to expect to jump up to the top in one lifetime, you know what I mean? So I'm fine with letting it stew for a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out what I might be able to work toward. Yeah, it sounds like a perk. I just don't know if it's a lifestyle perk or something else. What was it? Heart of something? Heart of the family. It's a family hierarch bonus. So it is indeed a bonus. Despite our best efforts, my agents have yet to uncover any secrets. I don't think we will find any either. There's less going on here than a graveyard at noon. All right, well, he came back. I don't know where to try to find secrets. Maybe we try and find secrets on the Tinno. Wait, the Tinno would be here too, though. Who's the next most powerful family? House Saga. House Saga of Iwase. I'm gonna send my spy master over there. Maybe we find some secrets on the top family members. %. That's as high as we can get. We're promoting ourselves. And we have the help of the Tenno as well as the ruling regent, so like there's no way it can fail. All the effort put into my campaign of self-promotion has paid off. My standing among my peers has improved, new supporters are flocking to me, and my goal is closer than ever. So we get 10 years of promoted. Our appointment score just went up plus 30. So in anything that we're pursuing provincially, so like if I was interested in the duchy that we were looking at before, I should be higher up now. Not very high, but higher. Big difference. Yeah, we're now rank 42 with 60 total. We need over 200 to get into first for the duchy, which would be quite an achievement. I would effectively have to leverage a bunch of other good relationships I've got to support me. Perhaps I could turn to my friends, such as Toshu Imune. But I don't know how to do it. Ask to influence candidate. He doesn't have 50 influence. Never mind. No one has any influence. Do you have influence? He doesn't have 50 influence either. All right, so both of my friends are very influence poor at the moment. They have 15 influence. What's the difference between a house / marriage / etc.? I'm not following your slashes. And ceremonial house / marriage / etc. The ceremonial house is referring to the House of the Tenno, who is the leader. They have a ceremonial leadership position, which means that they don't have true power. The ruling regent wields all the power under this government type. It helps to have at least sort of like a basic understanding of the fact that, like, historically Japan had a royal emperor, but then the emperor wasn't the one who actually called all the shots and made all the decisions. So anybody belonging to the ceremonial house is of the Tenno's house, the emperor, basically. So that is what the ceremonial house is. It's the Tenno's house. Every other house is just a house. There's only one ceremonial house, as far as I know. All right, my son came back. And we need to arrange a marriage. This is where it gets complicated, though. Okay. Show me the line of succession. This is kind of a risky play, no matter which way we cut it. This guy's almost dead. This guy's almost dead. This guy's not almost dead. And he's the most likely one to win. 61 years old. He'll be the leader for a little while. He has a son. That's exactly what we want. He is a torturer and an elusive shadow. Oh no, but he's forgiving, temperate, and chaste. Forgiving and temperate would be good ruler scores, though. The forgiving torturer. And 0-year-old son, Fujiwara Tokisu. This guy has land in Hyuga. Way down there in the south. Way, way down there in the south. So, hypothetically, he also has like a pretty sizable army, but they're not close enough to be able to reinforce if anything went amiss. Can I arrange a marriage between my daughter and your son? She is slightly older than him. In this type of situation, chat, would the other person prefer the daughter who is closer to their child's age? Or do they not care, do you think? Or is it more honorable that the older... I don't know. which is better RP? They would accept a matrilineal marriage? Children will be born into House Bichu? That's insane. That might be fail RP, but I'm gonna click it anyways. This dude's on the fast track. To becoming the ruler. And we're trying to, like, basically lock in an alliance. Don't write, excuse me, what? Def2, just type what you want to type, okay? Because I know you're already typing a follow-up to excuse me what, so instead of typing that, just type what you want to say instead of being dramatic. Good RP would probably be marrying to the eldest daughter. I think it probably would be better RP, yeah. I agree. Even if there's a slight age difference. Nah, I was good with the excuse me what. Well, I don't even know what you're saying excuse me what to. I don't even know what that was a reference to. Nobody can tell how far behind you're lagging in the stream other than you. You could be responding to something from 20 seconds ago. I don't know. This matrilineal marriage, though, they'll all be born into our house. It'll pump up our house. All right, send the marriage proposal. See if they accept, and if they do, then it's time to get cooking. I gladly accept your betrothal proposition. All right, we're trying to do some wheeling and dealing. So in this wheeling and dealing, I need to figure out. What's crazy is the scheme to influence candidacy seems fairly easy to do, but not that many people are doing it. Like the AI is not really doing it. I was about 45 seconds behind. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I've gotten caught reacting 10 minutes prior since you can rewind live streams now. And then you forget that you're living in the past. Classic. But yeah, now I start working on this dude's campaign to get him to become the next ruling regent, so that my daughter is then married to his son when he inevitably takes the seat of power. That's what we're working on right now. But what's funny is we can convince both. This is so weird, dude. We're sort of convincing the current ruling regent and the Tenno to pump this guy up so that he can become the ruling regent, which feels like that should be harder to convince two people of that power to be able to do, but they seem more than happy. The Emperor and Regent, yeah, they kind of just do whatever we say. Which is so funny. These are the two that speed up the scheme, so I like to pump them first. If you see a plus 50 here, that's max. So we'll join plus 50, that's fine. Yo, Kokushi Fujiwara Yoshitada, he's on board with anything we want. This is a bro right here. I don't know how to befriend this bro, but he's on board. So get him locked in first. And then I want another speed one. So let's get the Tenno to be the socialite. Which makes sense because they're gregarious anyways. So that's a good RP. 15 days between phases is crazy. Alright, then we get the main proponent to be the ruling regent, who is all in. Then the intermediate. Everybody just freaking likes my character, man. He's kind of a likable guy. He's just compassionate. Compassion is both a bonus for being compassionate and virtuous to anyone who's ever religion. Too much RimWorld in the brain. And I'm also a pretty decent diplomat, so they like that about me as well. They think I'm pretty sick. So then the guy from Aki who helped us last time is in. And then we pretty much have the 95% lock, so the final person is just optional bonus. Lady Fujiwara Yoriko of Hyuga. Which makes sense. That's the person married to the person we're trying to promote. So she makes sense as a sycophant. So let's get that scheme in and try to pump this dude's numbers up. You got a big plus 20 at an event or something, did I? I don't remember. The dude from Aki just became a member of House Kanmo, which appears to be a new branch. I wish there was like a history of where these houses split off from, because I don't understand how we're gonna follow the sheer quantity of houses that there are. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna keep up with that ever. I already can't follow it, and there's gonna be even more over time. But hey, we got a new stewardship perk. Golden obligations to demand payment for hooks is cool, but I don't really have an easy way to get hooks. So tough. I think it's between defensive measures, garrison size, and fort level, which I don't think we're going to be going to war anytime soon. Maybe just take the building and construction cost reduction for now. They should add a house tree. Yeah, here's another one. Oh my god, what's going on? Cadet branch. Your fellow vassal Fusao created a cadet branch, Yamamoto. Four living members. And established a new noble family. House Yamamoto adopted new house aspiration. They joined our block. There's another noble family. Bro, keeping track of the families is kind of impossible. The agents joined the scheme. The Bichu Hokkei relationship improved. Fujiwara Costco and the Tokisu. Oh, dude, are they in the same house block as us? That's actually even better. Yeah, they're in the Hokkei block. They are House Hokkei. Like they are the powerful house. The same house that the current ruling regent is. Automated armies? Shut up. Don't talk to me about automating my armies, using AI for my armies. We should delete all AI from this game. I would if there was any AI. Am I right? There's artificial people over here, but there's no intelligence as far as the eye can see. Am I right? All right. Motomichi has established a new Japanese family. It's all the deluge of new family notifications. I don't know if it'll ever stabilize. More royal offspring. I just don't know what to do with that notification. Costco's first enrobing. As I patiently await the fetching of my clothes, a servant stutters, Your Excellency, no one can find your garments. I'm surrounded by incompetence, I mutter, storming out of my chambers. It's in my daughter, Costco's room, that I discover not only my raiments, but also the girl's wet nurse. I had no part in it, my liege. She dressed herself, Noriko responds with a giggle. Look at this gremlin. She's curious. Rarely a silent moment with Costco. Constantly asking questions. She's curious about everything and everyone. The little scoundrel. You gain 35 prestige and lose 35 stress because you're compassionate. She gains the nickname the Princess of Fashion. Or you grow close to forming a rivalry. I'll go with that little scoundrel. The stress reduction is nice. So I'll take that. I guess we can see what's happening. It's 872. My character is 45. We are in the mid 40s now, man. Italy has broken up. They are engulfed in a massive war. Another cadet branch. Like, what are you even supposed to do with all these pop-ups, dude? New Japanese royal family of Yamaga. Of the Saga block. It says a deluge of royal family creations. To the implacable Arasada, despite our best efforts, my agents have yet to uncover any secrets. Come on back. Nobody's got, it hasn't been long enough for any secrets yet. Nobody's got anything to hide. So, a big war in Italy. We got giant Bulgaria. Some Bavaria action, some Brittany action, some Lyon action. Some Sweden. Early Sweden. The Khazars, pretty big. Kyrgyz Khanate trying to fight the border gore. Oh my god. Lady Onokomachi has presented me with a son who is not beautiful. What should I name them? They're not ugly, they're just not beautiful. We gotta think of a name, and also there's gonna be an ad that plays right now because it's already been another hour. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Names are hard. We're gonna go a traditional. A traditional. Chat, give me a letter. G. Gribinori. My strong named son Gribinori. May you grow to be strong and wise indeed, Fujiwara Gribinori. That sounds Italian. It sounds like fake Italian. A Gribinori. Oh, God. What have I done? Okay, that started. So I'm gonna take a quick BRB. We have 3 more children now. The family must continue to grow. My second wife has no kids. First wife has 3. All right, BRB. Yo. What up? Nice song. I like that song. Where was I? What are we doing? How do you play this game? What should I do before my guy dies? I guess just... Oh, finish the intrigue. That's what I was doing. So we're sort of doing some early politicking, trying to set this dude up at 61 years old to become the next ruling regent. He's not going to live, you know, a super long time, but we're just trying some stuff. We're trying some things, and we've betrothed our daughter to his son. Which will, at minimum, create an alliance. And perhaps be worth something from like a notoriety perspective because their house Hoke, who is the head of our house block. So, I mean, that's gotta be worth something. So we're trying to promote him. And it was successful. It bore some fruit. His standing among his peers has improved. He's one step closer to appointment with the title of the Empire of Japan, hopefully. So let me see the succession line now. This is this dude, right? Yeah, it's this dude. So he's now third. He's actually really close. He's at 304 with the highest is 318. To even influence his candidacy a little bit, I need 200 influence. Here's a real question for chat. Is anyone that's played this DLC able to tell me whether there's just do they have a page somewhere that shows you a list of everyone who is able to influence candidacy because they have enough influence? Because seeking every single person out one at a time to find out whether they have enough influence to influence candidacy is going to get old so fast that it's already been old. That seems like the main hurdle. Main ways to gather more influence is becoming a governor, upgrading an estate, or being allied to the house head of a noble family. There's got to be more ways than that. Having to do that would be a very Crusader Kings 3 thing to do. Correct. We moved up to 20th. There is a find appointment button, which I haven't clicked before. So I'm going to click on that. But all this does is... That's not what I'm looking for at all. I don't know why it's sorted by taxes. Wait, I'm 12th for the Empire of Japan? No shot. How am I 12th for the Empire of Japan, bro? Dude, how did I get 203 points? What? Let me guess. There's no way to show the history of who gave you points or how you got points. Popular and handsome. Dude. We weren't even on the list the last time we looked at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were rank 0. We had like 30 points. We've never had 200 points. We had 30 the last time we looked at this. So where do the points come from? They need a way to see that shit, man. Because right now it's just random. Because on every single list, like, okay, let me put it like this. This is why it makes no sense. We're 12th on the list to become the ruler of all Japan. 12th. Do you know how far we are on the much lower importance duchies? 35th and 43rd. Why are we 35th on a duchy and 12th on the entire empire? Eh? That's why everyone likes you and helps your schemes? Well, the dumb thing is I just helped another dude who's in front of me get higher up the list. Local politics versus federal. I don't know, maybe. But again, am I crazy for thinking that there needs to be like a highlight of this button that shows you where every point comes from? Right now it's a mystery. There's just a seal of wax and then a number, and you're like, yep, I guess that checks out. Did you travel and attend a bunch of feasts? I attended 2 festivals, but it wasn't anything crazy. I won't... Let's put it a different way. If I somehow manage to become the actual leader of Japan in one lifetime, that would be the least satisfying Zero to Hero ever. Like, I don't even know what I would have done to achieve that. It's kind of just falling into my lap, maybe. Like, we only need 100 influence points, like 120. I'm accidentally becoming the president. You feasted so hard you became a ruler. I don't know, because the only thing I've done is arrange a marriage with my daughter to the other guy's son, but I don't... He's not in that much importance right now, I don't think. This guy... This is not him. That's his house. I have no idea. I have no idea. That's so weird. The reason why it's so stunning is because it's sort of within reach. Like... I gotta study this for a second. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I'm confused and I'm stunned. So yeah, for example, to get to be in first in consideration for the duchy titles, these are the two duchies. Their first place person is at 194. And I am position 35. Like, I only have 60 points on the duchy title. I have 200 on the empire title. And I don't know how. But yeah, just being able to hover over the points and have them tell me where they came from would be huge. I can't believe that that's not like in, because as it stands now, it's very nebulous. Nebulous. If I didn't spend all of my influence earlier, I would be able to do so now. And get 50 points, which is, you know, a start. But that's where asking other people to influence your candidacy comes in. And I don't know how to easily track down people who have influence. On the current Empire of Japan page you're on, it lets me hover over to see the score breakdown on the red seal candidate score. Like here? Oh, wow. You're right. So the tooltips are there. They just don't translate to this page. Like there's a missing interaction right here. That's just absent. You're right. On this page, you can do it. So like I can see where they come from on this page since I'm on this page. I don't know if that's a bug or an oversight. But yeah, the info is right here. Hold on, I'll move. So my score is 203. My skills alone are worth 54. So we've been pumping our skills up. Diplomacy and stewardship primarily. My governor trait is giving me some bonuses, so we could level that up. We'd be getting more of that. Just becoming a counselor on the Kampaku's council was a plus 22, which is pretty great. Extended family of the current holder. So being the cousin of the current ruler is a plus 5. I promoted myself with a scheme. That's a plus 30. Fujiwara family dynasty is giving me plus 15, which is, you know, good, but it's not carrying only. The ceremonial monarch opinion. Dude, it was losing a game of chess. Wait, no. We gotta lose the game of chess against the other guy. Holy shit, I've discovered a secret code. We can lose, the ceremonial monarch is Tenno Yamato Korohito, 22-year-old. Just play this guy in chess. And lose. And he'll like us more. He's at plus 46. I'm really curious to see how much this jumps our standing. Lose chess, become emperor. Well, I mean, it's go, but yeah. Previous Fujiwara ruling regent. So basically, like, if the Fujiwara dynasty stays in control, you get bonuses. Bichu governorships, plus 5. Your age is a minus 10. Is it because I'm too young or too old? Is it too young? So my candidate score might actually go up on its own if I get older. Probably too young. Follow this one simple trick. All right, chat, remember this. We're rank 12, 203 candidate score. We're going to play the Tenno in a game of Go. Probably nobody asks him to play board games, so we're going to go to the capital and play a board game. Let's choose this guy to lead us. He's really bad at chess. Tenno Corajito takes his seat opposite of me. Our little game of Go is about to begin. A competitive grimace tells me exactly how confident my ceremonial monarch is. He goes first, opening with a variety of cunning feints and ploys. We're neck and neck, though neither of us is even close to victory. I wish matters of coin were as easy as playing Go, remarks my opponent. I'd be swimming in silver. Well, since we have such shite intrigue, we just only pick the intrigue option, and that will just lose the game for us, since we have a literal 1. The match marches on. Corajito continues with a robust attempt at a coherent strategy. I hate that line. A robust attempt at a coherent strategy. Hate that line. We're neck and neck, though neither of us is close to victory. See, this is why I like Go, opines my opponent. No skulking around, no lying, just a fair game of wits. Also, innocent whistling is cringe with the asterisks. He's starting to win, though neither of us is close to victory. Chat, pretend I'm a genius for just clicking intrigue skill 5 times. He's starting to win, and the game is rapidly coming to a head. Just as I planned, guess I'll go intrigue again. Oh my god, I lost the game? What? Howling in bestial triumph, Corajito leaps to his feet. I have lost. My hands slip down to my knees, searching for support. To think that's a fool such as Corajito. Why would you say that about your emperor? Why would you think that? My palms become sweaty and my knees weak as my mom's spaghetti realizes the best of my ability is simply not enough to beat Corajito. We will see who wins next time. I gotta pick the one that's, I don't want to form a rivalry. I'm not taking the 40 stress. I'm not going to challenge him. We'll see who wins next time. So I gained some stress for the low price of 40 stress. We have encouraged the Tenno to have a plus 25 opinion of us for 20 years because we lost a game of Go against him. In before devs nerf this interaction. By the way, once again, I'm begging you, please just redo, don't just nerf it. If you nerf it, redo the entire event chain. It's a terrible event chain. Do it from scratch. Make it into a real minigame or something, please. Sucks as it is right now, and I hate that I feel like it's the best thing that you can do is just throw the game, lose on purpose, and bam, plus 25 opinion. All right, now to find out how we did. We went from position 12 to position 6, baby. I'm about to become the Emperor of Japan by losing games of Go, and that's gonna be my strat. Where is the spiffing Brit when you need him? Make a video on this. God, this is crazy, man. We have 228 points. That was worth. How much did I say? We were at 202. Did I just get 26 points for losing a game of Go to the Tenno? We were like 202, 203, something like that. 25. It was worth 25 points. So if we get the Tenno to freaking love us, then we do even better. So let's just focus only on trying to make the Tenno like me. How do I do that? He's not maxed out. He's at plus 71. Poetic Beauty is our dynastic legacy. So our dynasty's carrying some weight here. It's cheating a little bit. My compassion's helping me. It's also virtuous. Wait, is he the same religion as us? No, but it's a virtue for his Buddhist faith as well. Personal diplomacy is a plus 13. Foreign affairs is a plus 8. I'm sure if I joined his house block, that would help, but I don't think that's a move I really want to make. Sway is difficult. I could offer a ward. A ward would give a little bit, a tiny bit, like +5, I think. Ask him to influence my candidacy. Will not accept -30. Fickle. He's fickle. Oh no, that's holding me back. He actually like would. Well, what about skip this? Go to the Empire. -125. Okay. Corujito is his liege's friend and his liege's relative. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Like, this is for the succession. I don't know what the fact that this guy is his liege and is a friend has to do with promoting me. He's my relative as well. He's not just your relative. So I don't know, it's weird. But he would almost do it for the duchy if it wasn't for the fact that he's fickle. So I don't know if it's going to be possible to get over that 30 without a hook. I've already played the other guy. This is Corujito. I've already played the other guy in Go. And a sway... I guess sway him is the next best thing. Only a 52% success for 10 months. 50-50. Yeah, I might be able to get up to 29 more. The only other thing I could do... Ooh, arrange a marriage. Hold up. He's got 2 sons, and we've got a daughter. Disco? Impossible to tell. Oh, they're twins. I feel like you don't see that too often in Crusader Kings, or at least I don't. Definitely not this dude. He's deceitful. We'll take the dude who's a little smarter. All right, what about this guy? Will not accept -177. That's what I thought. You have too many existing alliances. -30. Marrying a ceremonial house, level of splendor impact. We don't have enough splendor. And I'm not a noble family head. No shot. All right, we'll just have to go with sway for now. How are you going to get the other points? I'm going to try and convince people to support me, I guess. Which means I might need to throw like a feast or something. Throwing a feast is generally a good idea. We're at ceremony tier 2, so feast is cheaper to host. Characters are more likely to accept marriage offers. Diplomacy per level of influence is a +1, so we need more levels of influence. We're not a powerful family, so we don't get the powerful family bonus anyways. Let's unpause and see what happens. When it says I have too many alliances already, I don't know what alliances it might even be referring to other than we have a block. Lady Ono is sick? She's ill? Illness has been going through our house, it feels like. Oh, my second wife is pregnant. For 8 months? We're about to have another baby. The Taguchi family. Lots and lots and lots of noble families. How goes the construction? We're getting close to the cattle pastures, 6 months left. Kikuchi Satomori's friendship. I started to realize how much Kikuchi Satomori and I have in common and how dependable he's proven himself these last few months. My fellow vassal, the governorship of Kuni of Tanba. He's pretty close to where we are. We should spend more time together. To be honest, forming a friendship with him seems like a good way to try to get his blessing for something, but he's also about to die. He loses 5 opinion of you. You gain 40 stress because you're compassionate. I never want to see his face again. You gain 40 stress because you're compassionate. Well, let's make a friendship. Or grow closer to one. Why does he insulted me -30 until 878. When did I insult him? He wants to be friends now? I have another son! Another baby! Chat, give me a letter. J? Hello, Jamaransu. My beautiful little son, Jamaransu. May you be strong and wise. Should we marry again or not? Oh my god, someone who is not a peasant. One person who is not a peasant, but she is wrathful and deceitful. And her husband died of old age in June. At 66. House Kiyotaki in the Kiyahara block. Charismatic negotiator and a traveler. An irrational empath. Well, the compassionate kind of offset. How are you compassionate and wrathful at the same time? I guess that's the irrational part. They're somewhat irrational and more likely to perform tyrannical actions, get into inopportune wars, and gain offensive war opinion. Generally unpredictable. But they are very compassionate and significantly more likely to not harm others. So you say. We'll accept +1. That's it. Ceremonial house is reluctance to be a secondary spouse. See, maybe that is a ceremonial house. The house of the ceremonial monarch. How is Kiyotaki a ceremonial? I don't understand what houses are ceremonial houses. There's only 4 living members of this house, and none of them are the ceremonial monarch. So I don't understand how that is related. And then the block has nothing to do with it either. which is also confusing. Because the Tenno is in the Sugawara block. No idea. Anyway, you may not want to be secondary spouse, but you'll accept anyways. Plus, you were already married and have a kid. So I would effectively be marrying the daughter of my fellow vassal, Kokushi Kiyotaki, who has 3 titles. A barony and a county. An oppressed claim on the county of Yamato. I don't, this is all getting confusing. I'm thinking about just sending it for fun. So I'm gonna send it for fun. I don't know if I have a strategy per se. I accept your marriage proposal. You will be joined with my acquaintance Nobuko in auspicious wedlock. Why is it auspicious? You married Lady Nobuko. YOLO marriage. Dude, he got it again. Your steward found 75 gold. His good stewardship skill led to this windfall. We're freaking rich. We have 200 gold. I need to save up for the mansion upgrade. 267. I think that's next on the list. The new family of House Ando. In the Saga block. Oh my god, the notifications. So this says House Kashima adopted the ceremony house aspiration. This matches the leading house's aspiration. Is there a bonus to matching the leading house's aspiration? Because it says what their aspiration is up here. Is there a benefit to matching theirs? Or else why would it note that? You can now choose a favorite child. No. More cadet branches, more block member aspiration changes, more noble family changes. I can't believe I'm 6th in position to lead the Empire of Japan. I gotta figure out how to really leverage that, man. Is there a list of people? Hold on. If I just find character and leave it completely open and sort by opinion of you. Then try to find someone who's actually got influence. That's me. Fujiwara, your half-brother. What would it take for my half-brother to influence my candidacy? To the Empire of Japan. 50 gold. 50 G's. The problem is, I don't know how much that's gonna raise it. Probably not that much. I kind of want to experiment, but I also want to save my money to improve my manor. And it's difficult to know which thing to do first. This guy's not going to live forever. He's been poor health for a while. However, the next guy in line is also in poor health. And then the guy behind him is in good health. So if this guy becomes leader, we might be in trouble. But I helped buff him. I helped promote him. Hey, bro that I helped promote. Will you promote me for the same thing? We just promote each other? What do you think? Definitely not? Is that what you're saying? Definitely. Nah, negative 142. Because he's in the top 3. Fujiwara Sunekuni gained 20 opinion of you. Your wife? Oh, due to my wife's excellent diplomacy skills. Sunekuni is my son. Bro, I asked him to come back to court to give him a marriage arrangement and then forgot, and it's been like 2 years. Oh my god, there's a non-peasant. Listen, son, you can ignore the fact that her former spouse died at age 62, okay? Trust me, she will like you a lot better. A lot better. Now, she is a bit lustful, so that may have... But she's content. She's content and temperate, okay? You just need to satisfy her, I guess. What family is she from? Kanmu? Where's Kanmu? Who's the head of Kanmu? Kokushi Minamoto Shigeo. Where are you guys? Where do you live? Southern Island? Way down there? House relationship will improve with them plus 15%. Do it. She's literally the only non-peasant around. I accept your marriage proposal or house relations improve. My 21-year-old son is wed at last. You're welcome, son. You're welcome. Bro, we got a lot of kids now. And another one on the way. Lady Kiyotaki Nobuko, who we just married, is already pregnant for 3 months. Chat, when did we get married? Was it exactly 3 months ago? I'm starting to think that our main character's fertility is extremely high. He's got some powerful levels of fertility here because they're wasting no time. Most of the other people don't have this many kids, I don't think. Another Soryo. Soryos are the anti-government people whom we can declare war on, actually, to bring them back into the fold. It says your service to the Empire will be recognized. Bro, we gotta do one of these. He has a stronger army than you. Well, we're almost done with the simple pastures. 28 days left, and that'll give us some levy bonuses. And then if we don't care about the piety, the problem, yeah, if we don't care about the piety, then we can increase our warrior monk to level 2. For 200 piety, it'll increase the maintenance, but it's still very doable. What kind of soldiers do you guys have here? They got 200 light footmen. Why do they have 5 knights? Wait a second. How do you have 5 knights? We're only allowed to have 0. Is it going to be a lifestyle trait that overrides that? Which lifestyle trait lets you have more knights? The knights are terrifying, man. Knights are actually cheat codes. Maybe a Sorio thing. He went feudal, so he has knights. That's true. It's going Sorio. Oh, that's scary. How do you tell where a Sorio is? Just by looking at the map. Do they have any different symbols? Is it... yeah, I don't know. Is it the flag doesn't have the little E on the side? I genuinely think that might be it. Do you see how every flag has a little E with extra letters? But theirs are flat. Yeah. That one's flat too. Every other one has an E on the side. So that's how you can tell. Or government map mode. Well, my way's a little faster, but that is a little more comprehensive. I wish these weren't icons and just a list of text, so I don't have to mouse over every single one to find out what it is. Because I know... which one was government? There, that one. Overcomplicated. Just memorize every icon, dude. It's easy. Anyway. What if I just go to war with these nerds? They only have 129 soldiers, no knights, because they just got out of line, and they got no special men-at-arms. That should be easy money. And they're like 2 counties away. They're getting awfully close to influencing our peoples. We should maybe wait until the pastures are done to get the levy bonus. We're gonna do this. We're gonna enforce the will of the ruling class. Oh man, look what I've become. So that I can become the ruling class. We have built a brand new simple pasture. Oh dude, you actually get rewarded with influence for building up the... because this is not technically our land. We're like allowed to hold this from the... as a governor. So by building it up, you actually do get influence, and you get trait XP toward being a better Kikuchi. Dude, I need 3 more XP to hit level 1. That'll give me an extra 1 influence a month, so it's kind of huge. All right, simple pastures completed. So our total available levies should jump up plus 75, but it'll take some time to amass them. And then I was gonna try and maybe save money up to either use to pay people for influence or to buff the manor. One or the other. How do you tell what your max levy size is? Wait a second. Is it possible that the levy bonus doesn't apply to me? And it only applies to our liege? No, because I'm getting taxes from our domain. Did my levies already go up? And we just had, maybe, we only have 150 levies, but now we have like 236. Maybe it already went up. All right, I say we go to war. Weird that you don't have a treasury. We don't believe in treasuries. I don't even know how the treasury system works. They have 180 troops. I'm gonna declare war. Chad, did you notice that they have 19 allies and I have none? They didn't have treasuries in Japan. How are they out? Is it because I'm going to war with the entire house block? They're still in a house block. It looks winnable to me. But how come these guys have no allies? They're just not in a house block? Wait, he has actual alliances and multiple truces. He left the Sugawara block. So they have a truce with everyone in the Sugawara block for 5 years? Hey! I'm allergic to people leaving house blocks. So they're not in a house block either. So who are they allied with? They left their house block, so how are they allied with all these people? This doesn't make any sense. It actually doesn't make any sense. Can anyone in chat explain that to me while I blow my nose? Killing me, Nose. You're killing me. Invite to house block to the implacable Arasada. You may see the interests of your house to align with those of my own. Together, we are stronger. Leave the Hoke block and join the Saga block. We're getting an invite to a different house block. A much weaker block. Two things. I don't understand how to negotiate the differences. Then why would I want to be in one house block over another? The second question is there a list of all house blocks somewhere that you can easily compare them? I know there's a list of all the houses. And it says what block each house is in, but is there just a straight up list like this of all the house blocks? Our house block is way stronger. 9,100 troops. versus 4,500 troops. But I suppose that could change depending on who becomes the ruler of Japan next, right? I feel like you have to have a 500 IQ brain to be able to spin all these plates to play as Japan. It feels like there's too much to keep track of. Best way would probably be the block map mode and then check each block. I didn't know there was a block map mode, but thanks for telling me. The reason I say that is because, just to put it simply, here's what you have to keep track of to contend in Japan. You need to know every powerful family and the noble families that are ascending that track. So let's say at least the top 10 families you need to be aware of. Then each family is in a house block. So of house blocks, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say there's 5 powerful, maybe 6. No, 5. Let's say 5 or 6 house blocks. Each house block has its own group of houses specific to that block. Okay, so you need to know who's in which house block. Think of it like, if you played Hearts of Iron, imagine if every country in 1936, you know how like France guarantees Czechoslovakia and stuff like that at the beginning of the game? Imagine if instead of just like needing to know, oh, France guarantees Czechoslovakia, you need to know that Saga, Kiyahara, Tachibana, Montoku, Taguchi, Yamaga, Sugano, Ando, Inage, Masuda, Manatsu Ryo, and Unona Ryu guarantee one of the houses. You know what I mean? So like you can't declare war on any of these without getting into war with all the rest of them. And then if you're like, oh, well, I can probably figure all that out. You're constantly getting people splintering off of their house to create a new house, which is also considered de facto noble family. So the list of noble families is going up. There used to be like 53, now there's 71. So it's only increasing the number of independent families who are making their own house, and then of those, they are also joining different house blocks. And it continues, the roots of the like house tree continue to expand. And it's like, I don't know how I keep track of all that. Yeah, I splintered too. I did that. So I don't mind the system on paper. I think it's an interesting mechanic on paper, but keeping track of it all feels really challenging. And I don't really know how to keep track of it all. And your goal as a house is to basically like spread your control via your family and have many family members become governors. I don't even know how to do that. Like, I don't know if I have a third son who eventually my guy dies and then he's just my main character's brother or something like that. How do I help him get a governorship? I got to keep track of everybody, right? So I need to go find where he's a potential candidate for and either boost him with my influence or get other people to boost his influence. I need to keep doing that. But then when they die, they don't inherit with any kind of like feudal inheritance system. So it's going to be the next person down's point system. So you got to do it again for a completely different person in your family. You know what I'm saying? It's like every time a governor in your family is getting close to death, you need to be campaigning for the next person you want to inherit that particular government seat. And you need to do that indefinitely. So getting them into power isn't enough. You have to maintain your hold on power by just doing the like popularity vote contest again and again and again and again, potentially for at least half a dozen, if not a dozen, different governor seats. Hot take, I'm okay with it being complicated. You're missing the point, brother. you're not listening. Imagine trying to play this government in a world conquest. Yeah. No. You're like, you would not be able to. Cause you understand. Seymour. You got it. Like, think about, this is just Japan, chat. This is just Japan. So imagine you wanted to expand to anywhere else, and you're still playing the game. It's not about complexity. Complexity isn't the issue. The issue is it's going to get tedious. It starts out at a level of tedium that is manageable because you're dealing with small potatoes. It's just me and a few family members. So right now it's very easy to just zone in and focus on a couple of governorship titles and try and win those. So now imagine your family expands and the realms expand over here. And every single family member that you want to help get into a governorship can only have one county. So in feudalism, you can be like, oh, I really like my second son. I'm going to give him a duchy. And then in that duchy, he's got 5 counties. And so it's consolidated under an umbrella. There is no consolidation here. You can have a duchy title, but you can still only have one county title. So all your family members are that you want to keep in power and keep seats of power, you're going to have to individually micro their one county title. And then if they get close to dying, you need to already be campaigning for whoever you want their heir to be. So I'm incapable of comprehending how that's going to scale at all. They used to live like this. Etal just criticizing real historical forms of government. This is a video game! Man, I don't know how to break it to you, but historically, they did not advance hundreds of years in 1 hour. Okay? They had a lifetime to set all that shit up. They spent their whole life trying to make those things happen, man. We're accelerating the clock. Yeah, I wonder if Paradox just planned on Soryo being inevitable for you. Maybe that's the secret. They're like, well, eventually the Shogun does come along. So they're just sort of making it an untenable scaling question for you. So you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna become the Shogun instead. And like, are they just trying to funnel you into the shogunate where you actually will be able to easily manage? I don't know. Hate it so much you just rebel and say enough's enough. I'm just gonna go feudalism, I guess. I don't know, I just don't want it to boil down to just another feudalism right now. I feel like they want you to focus on the house blocks somehow, but I don't get how. I agree completely with that sentiment. Like, this invitation to a house block, this just seems like an important gameplay mechanic. I just don't know what are the pros and cons of the house blocks. Not sure. If I agree, it feels like they want me to focus on the house blocks, but I don't know what for. Because from here, we're already at level 3 bonus, and I haven't had to do anything. So we just stay here and get all the bonuses, I guess. I'm just gonna read their tooltip. Let's see. The biggest thing is just it protects you in times of war. It's like a super glorified alliance. A house block is a defensive alliance of houses within a realm. Any member house who's attacked will be defended. Maybe as time goes on, that'll become like there will be houses at war. But I don't know how that's going to happen. We can't declare war on anybody right now except for the criminals. So maybe that'll change. House heads decide whether to become block member houses with all ruling members of their house following them. Blocks always have a leading house who may expel members, is the favored ruling region of all members, and whose aspiration determines the bonuses granted by higher levels of cohesion. So it's kind of like Stellaris Alliance, kind of. How you can choose what kind of alliance you want to be. So if they choose ceremony, then all the bonuses will be towards ceremony. Only the leading house's house head may create factions against the top liege. So if you are the leading house's house head, you can make a play for power. The problem is, how do you become the leading house? It seems like you need to have the most troops, but the person who is the leader of Japan will always have the most troops because they're getting troops from other people's levies, right? So, like, I will never be able to rebel while I'm in the Hokkei house. I would have to leave this house and join another house to try and take over that way, if I wanted to, I guess. I don't know. Just trying to fill in the blanks here. But they have so many troops. I'm trying to catch up on chat. I've always disliked how any resources I would spend getting people to like me gets nullified when my character dies. Yeah, that just kind of happens. I guess there could be an alternative way where they like your house and some of the points go to the next person in your house. I don't know. Ad starting soon. Turn your volume down. FYI. You can claim house block leadership, but you basically have to be a tier above the leader. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I'll be able to in this house block because the leader is the actual ruler of Japan. So I could eventually switch to a different house block and try and go that way, but I need my family to be more powerful first, which is what I'm working on. Yeah, blocks are defensive only as well, but they can create a faction who is trying to change the leadership of Japan, is my understanding. The leading house's house head may create factions against the top liege, and all block member houses will join their faction. Guaranteed. So right now, there's an ad playing. But besides that, We're gonna see if it's somehow possible to finagle our way up to become the leader of Japan. just through being BFFs and losing at a game of Go with the current regent and the Tenno. And now it won't pass to our children, but we'll still be the damn leader of Japan. Potentially. We're randomly in 6th place right now for that. Our family has moved up to 18th. Where's Nanke? House Nanke is the house that we started in. They've moved down to 11th. They were 6th for a while. They were like right here for a little while. I don't know what you're talking about, Lion Kingler. Not following you at all, brother. But anyway, we're like pretty high up here now. Living house members in the realm is plus 10. If we had more living house members in the realm, we'd be gaming. So we just need to kind of spread our wings over a few generations. If we held more governorships, we'd be even more powerful. We are not a powerful family, that is true. It won't take much to get to be #1 for the Empire of Japan. Which I might... I could just pay some people and see if we get enough points, man. It doesn't really tell you how many you're going to get. Welcome back from the ad. I don't know how much longer this dude's going to stay alive. But we're right here. This is for the whole Empire of Japan. We're right there. It's crazy. If I was a bit older, we would get rid of that -8 penalty. The ceremonial monarch loves us. Fujiwara dynasty's helping us quite a bit. Okay. Brain. We got 4 days to see if we sway the Tenno with a 52% success chance. Come on, coin flip. Yeah, let's go. Tenno Korihito gained 25 opinion of you. We are such a god-tier diplomat. Considering we have a 1-star indulgent wastrel education. So now he's got a plus 95 opinion of me. He thinks I'm awesome. So now, if we go take a look, we just moved up to from 6th to 5th. Just like that. Top 5. Top 5 easy. We have 254 out of 309. Bro, we flew up this. I don't even understand how we flew up this so fast. Becoming the counselor and promoting ourselves. We're just kind of an awesome dude. Just compassionate, great diplomacy and stewardship. No intrigue. People can trust us. Built our military up. Now I got another plan. But it's gonna necessitate investing in some more men-at-arms. I'm going for 200 warrior monks. It's either that or, here's an idea. We know that our potential enemy has light footmen, and light footmen are skirmishers. Mounted samurai crush skirmishers. And so do bowmen. Mounted Samurai would be cracked, but they take a lot of maintenance. What soundtrack is this? It's the game, you silly goose. This is just Crusader Kings 3. Chat, real question. Is it worth disbanding my warrior monks and paying like 130 plus gold to get the hard counter to their military? Or is that too much money? Because it's going to cost like a lot of upkeep and a lot of upfront gold. I could just double down on my warrior monks. Then we have 200 warrior monks versus 200 light footmen, but I'm worried that their 5 knights are going to be the difference maker. How are horses in the terrain? Well, I mean, they are in hills, primarily, is where we would most likely fight them. As long as they're not desert, mountains, jungle, or wetlands, we don't get a debuff. We'll just be neutral. What's the prowess on the knights? I don't know how to see another group's knights, so I'm not sure. I don't know how to check. Snoop through their courtiers. Is the Taisho like the military leader? They have a 16 prowess military leader guy. Can I sort by prowess here? Okay. Bushi, there we are. So they have a guy with 18 prowess. Pretty impressive. They're pretty high. They're pretty high prowess, so they might kick my ass. But that's why I'm saying, imagine if I had a group of 200 mounted samurai archers. Think about that. And you might say, well, what good is that going to do against knights? Well, look at the men-at-arms that are warrior monks. 28 damage, 33 toughness. Now, look at mounted samurai. 96 damage. That's over 4 times as strong. And 34 toughness. They also have 40 pursuit and 20 screen. Is hiring mercs possible? It is. And I have a decent amount of money. We could hire another band of warrior monks. 330 more warrior monks. Why are warrior monks fighting for money? 2 Bushi and 441 in levies. The Yamato band of Suo. And the Yamato band of Yamato. Anywhere you can spend money for +1 knights. I don't know how to do that. Those are cheap mercs. Those are cheap mercs. I'm probably about to do it soon, but here's what I'm gonna do first. Wait a little bit longer and get the mansion upgrade. We don't need much, like a couple months. So in the meantime, let's start training up the other mercenaries. I'm just gonna get warrior monks for now. Increase to size 2 for piety. So they're going to start to train. Hurry, my liege, you have to hear this. The wet nurse Noriko rushes me into my daughter's chamber. Noriko points at Costco in excitement, so I lean toward her and listen. She whispers, Bichu. Incredible. Costco has learned to say our house name. Bichu, 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 Bichu. How delightful. She's learned her first word at 4 years old. I'm told that that is an extreme measure of intelligence for a small child. She waited until 4 to stop going goo goo gaga. How delightful. You lose stress because you're compassionate. You gain some prestige. What else can she say? You gain 40 stress critical because you're compassionate, but she would gain 1 diplomacy. Oof. The critical stress for 1 diplomacy. I think I'm just going to go with how delightful and take the stress loss. Oh, people are fighting. What? What? How do you see an ongoing war? Okay, hold on. Kukushi Minabuchi Toshina of House Minabuchi is currently at war, defending against Soryo. So the Soryo has attacked. The war started 40 days ago. Clang, clang, clang. These are the new animations, I guess. That dude is blocking a lot. All right, let me click on the war. So it should just be one side versus one side, no allies. So the Soryo is trying to take land. And it seems like it might be working. See, now if I try to attack him, he has 1 ally. Where did the 17 allies he had earlier must have been a fluke, right? It would have to be some kind of fluke. He does not have 17 allies. I have no idea where it was calculating that. Why is he allied with a non-Soryo, though? This guy only has 186 levies and nothing else. We could take these dudes. You know what I'm saying? We could take these dudes. They're nobodies. They are nobodies. We got more levies than them. We got men-at-arms. He's at war with another group. Here's the issue. We just have to come over here, beat them, and siege them without getting back capped. Right? We just have to win without getting back capped. The heart of Japan. I have seen soldiers shuffle gloomily to the border. Heard officials dreading their faraway postings, moan of coarse foreign songs and crude bland dinners. In Bichu, none of that is my concern. The affairs of the empire itself flow through my kuni. We traffic in kingly goods, maintain contacts in the Kenpaku's palace, and loom large in the politics of the realm. How good it is to serve at the heart of the great, prosperous entity. I could broker access to the halls of power, but those less connected may pay me a steep price. You gain 95 gold, you spend 10 influence, and you gain 20 stress because you are compassionate. It'd be wise to expand our local investment. House Bichu gains prosperous investment for 50 years. That's a good amount of time. You also gain 5 governorship XP. You spend 25 gold. So it'll take a while for the 0.2 to pay itself back. But the governorship is pretty good. I'm in the mood for a party. You gain 60 influence. So we can throw a party and get some influence. The local investments plus the governorship XP, we haven't even hit level 1. We should cross the threshold for level 1. So I think let's expand our local investments, but my money's going down. I think it's worth though because we go up to 7 monthly income. I have twins after I just said I never see twins. Oh my God. We have babbies, mini babbies. Our family grows. Okay, a couple things. Chat, I have to do it. Bato and Tachikoma. My 2 baby twin sons. May you grow strong and wise. Bro, we got 8 kids now. Those are the... We have 1 child with our second wife, Lady Sadako. Those are our first children with our new wife, Lady Kiyotaki Nobuko. She was a widow after her husband died. And so we married her, and now we have twins. She has a child already. My stepson, Kiyahara. One is named after an elite special forces agent capable of cyber warfare and spec ops. The other after a cute tank. But it's an effective tank. It's true, though. All right, what was I doing before that totally wiped my brain? Not declaring war, something else. Something to set up. To set up for declaring war. What was it going to be? I think I was just waiting until I had enough money to upgrade my manor, but now... Since I just spent money, it's going to take a few more months. I think we take this attack of opportunity. I would ask you what you think, but chat hears the word war and says yes, even though... Oh, they have 2 knights? We got to do it before they get more knights. Do you think 100 warrior monks is enough to carry us? I think so. Your potential ally, Kakushi Fujiwara Otaki of Hyuga. Why is that my potential ally? It's because we betrothed our daughter to their son. Do we have to formally make an alliance? What is my potential ally? You know what I mean? Like, do we have to... ensconce it or something? How do I leverage that? Maybe he'll just... I can request him join me after the war begins? Alright. Enforce administrative integration. Basically, all of the Soryo's lands will be confiscated and returned to Kenpaku. Your service will be recognized. It costs 200 prestige. Not sure if worth, but it says my service will be recognized, so we're gonna find out. We're helping the crown. I declare war. Let's go. Give me the hit me with the music, Crusader Kings. Give me the music. Now summon the banners to our cause. Raise the troops. Let's set a rally point. Oh, it's just in Bichu. That's fine. All right, raise the whole army there is fine. Call the banners! Summon the warrior monks! We march across the sea to war. I don't know how to get over there, actually. All 367 of my troops. Actually, we have an extra 20 warrior monks ready to go. Who is the commander of this army? The first army of Bichu. Yosaburai, and commander the fearless atheist, temperate, cynical, and brave. A logistician, more supply duration. He is a misguided warrior, but he has 14 martial skill, and maybe the best that we have. My son could also lead, but definitely want the logistician. So to call, maybe do we want to call an ally, or can we? Let's see if we can handle it ourselves first. Bichu Yamagata quarreling relationship damaged because you declared war on Soryo Moto. So we stuck our nose into other people's business. But if we want to become, chat, that would actually be an insanely good, like earlier I said that if I randomly became the leader of Japan, that it would be unsatisfying. However, there's an alternate timeline where as an aspiring emperor, not an emperor, but a ruling regent, we bring the renegades back under the crown, and that is our claim to fame from an RP standpoint, where it makes a bit more sense. They elect the warrior Kakushi, who rose up to protect the interests of the crown, and therefore he is now respectable target to become the leader of Japan after bringing people back under the fold. I don't know, that's what I'm gonna go with anyway. So fun fact, since our target is here and they're fighting here, we don't actually need to go over there. We're just pulling a little subterfuge, a little decisive military strategy, and backcapping them while their army is gone. And hoping that we outnumber their garrison. Do we outnumber their garrison? They have a level 4 fort. I don't think we do. And 250 garrisons. So we might need some mercs. We might need the mercenaries after all. We're about to find out. You can call 2 allies to war. Only one of them has soldiers. We can do that as well if the time comes. I don't think we're at war with the other group yet. Let's see what happens when we get here. Wait, is this a hostile army as well? Why is the army of Io hostile? Why are they hostile? Enemy ally joins the war. Kakushi Munasada has joined as reinforcements. Your house relationship deteriorates. Bichu Yamagata. Yeah, that's the house that we declared war on. That means I should just call my reinforce. I think we just call our allies in and we can share the glory. I think it's better safe than sorry if they're bringing in more troops. It's only 186 levies, but I think let's call the allies. Hello, great Kikuchi Fujiwara Otaki. I have to spend 75 prestige, but will you join me in this war? Forgiving, temperate, and chaste, and elusive shadow. I'm gonna wait a little longer until I see another group of soldiers summoned. Oh, there they are. A titles for sale governance issue has appeared. Here's a fun fact. Fort level is too high. I knew that was going to happen. Add better siege men-at-arms to finish the siege faster. All right, we need the reinforcements anyway. So let's bring them in. Please join me. It's easier than paying for mercenaries. My judgment as governor is needed. A cleric is reported to be selling religious titles and offices to the highest bidder, a highly illegal practice. The case I am asked to judge today is quite delicate. A local bhikkhu has been caught offering religious titles and offices to the unqualified children of local notables. The man, Kiyomasa, fills his purse at Buddha's and his superior's expense. The practice is obviously very illegal. Because of the religious nature of the crime itself and the parties involved, it's also rather controversial. There's great risk that by my necessary intervention in their affairs, the clergy will be displeased. The illegally acquired gold is confiscated. Spend 50 piety, gain 25 bucks. Repent and return the money to your buyers. You gain 8 XP in Kikuchi. I could use a favor from someone like you. Gain 60 influence. We should have just hit the first level of Kikuchi. We did. So we now get a +1 stewardship and +1 monthly influence. To get to tier 2, it needs 50 or more trade XP. So we need to start building up toward that because we'll get a more influence and more diplomacy. The extra influence is awesome. So let's get, look, return the money to your buyers and repent. And I will take the Kikuchi expertise. Yeah, I could, while these guys are raising, I do think it's the best idea just to go attack the army that's out and about. And just try and take out their army while it stands here. Of course I shall join you in this war. Our foes will learn to fear the men of Hyuga. All right, so we have a new friend. Some backup, 484. They have 300 spearmen. So that's quite a lot at this age. All right, they're running from our first battle. They're trying to escape. And I think they will succeed. They're like, maybe this siege wasn't such a great idea. I don't know if we can catch them. They're actually fleeing. So perhaps we stay on this side. While our allies muster. Can you raise siege equipment? I cannot, though it is technically possible in the game. We have 120 warrior monks. Actually, make that 88. What happened to the other 40 of them? Genuine question. Where did 40 warrior monks go, and where did the rest of my levies go? Took attrition by moving across a hostile county. I forgot about that stupid mechanic. It's because we went across their land. I thought if you only went one tile, it was fine. They didn't die in the siege, you dum-dums. That's not how sieges work. This is all it is. If you move across hostile land, there is a skull. Army is going to take attrition. That is where the losses come from. Merely stepping across one tile probably shouldn't make you lose that many people. It's kind of stupid. I forgot to look out for the damn skull. I hate that mechanic. I don't know why they double dip attrition in this game. Yeah, no fun allowed. They want you to not be able to go deep in enemy territory and back cap if they have a lot of land. That's the idea on paper. They don't want you to be like, I declare war on Tang and I march from here all the way in and take their capital, GG. They want you to have to fight along the way so that you can't just skip past points of control. It's basically a mechanic for area of control, except in these types of situations where you have neutral territory on both sides of that tile and they have no soldiers other than their garrison. It's very, like, there's so much land here. I know Japan is land-wise not the biggest, but it's like one small spot. It would be very easy to go around in this case, and supplies wouldn't be an issue, but whatever, okay? Whatever, dude. We can still force a battle here. We'll probably win. Now I can't catch them. All right, I changed my mind. I'm going back. I'm going home. We're just gonna have to take it slow. Dynasty head has changed. Kenpaku Otaki has become the new dynasty head of the Fujiwara dynasty. New ruling regent. Kenpaku Otaki has replaced Kenpaku Yoshifusa as your liege. Chad, I screwed up, bruh. I screwed up, man. The guy that I helped promote has become the new ruling regent of Japan. On the upside, he's also my ally because we betrothed our daughter to his son before he became the Kenpaku. So it's not all bad. And we are now riding side by side with the current Kenpaku in a war against the Soryos. So it's actually a really good narrative arc. I agree, like it makes perfect sense narratively that they like got this news on the battlefield. Kinda throw, kinda stonks. Yeah, kinda stonks. Because he only has 2 children, and one of them our daughter is betrothed to, so... Where does that put me in the succession line, pray tell? We actually just moved up into 4th. So on the upside, we did just move up a slot. On the downside, he's not gonna die for a while. He's 62 and in fine health. Now, anything could change. But he's younger than the other guys. So... What I wanted to happen originally did happen. Rest in peace, Kenpaku Fujiwara, Yoshifusa of Japan, 69 years old. He was a friendly regent. He was ambitious, arrogant, and diligent, good negotiator, august, a diplomat, and very athletic. Had a bunch of health boosts. So this other dude is also, he's House Hoke. just like us, and is also in the Fujiwara dynasty, also like us. So we're kind of related. I didn't know when I picked House Bichu that I picked the Fujiwara. I didn't know there was like a powerful dynasty that already had a ton of renown and I was going to be a member of it. I guess it's still interesting. But if I had known that, I probably would have picked someone else that was like outside looking in. Just casually fourth in line to inherit the throne. Now the question is, since he's the ruling regent, is he going to raise up the rest of Japan to fight these dudes? Or did the war de facto end? No, the war is still going. Yeah, total soldiers 5,500. So he's about to raise the entire might of Japan and all of their levies. Potentially. Imagine seeing all of Japan just raise against them. It very well could happen. What I'm wondering is, what are my actual tangible benefits from having my daughter and his son betrothed? Well, we did move up to the 16th most powerful house. Imperial policy disarmament. All await word from the Imperial Palace in Heian-ko, where today Kenpaku Otaki will proclaim a new policy in the name of Tenno Korohito. Messengers will soon be dispatched to all corners of the Empire of Japan, heralding the Tenno's decree. Japan is beset by strife and injustice, violence must be curtailed, and weaponry confiscated from those without cause. Full disarmament? Men-at-arms become 25% more expensive to recruit. Development growth goes up plus 15%. Soryo vassal opinion minus 15, so Soryo's just like this. Internal casus belli is plus 50% more prestige. I don't even know how to do an internal casus belli with this government type. And Ritsuryo government may construct and upgrade castle holdings. Could we not construct? I already have a castle, so is that not possible before? Ritsuryo government may only build or upgrade castle holdings while disarmament is active. How does one upgrade your own castle holding without 385 gold? Well, this would be a great time to upgrade the castle, I guess, if we got money. Wow, that's interesting. A person of interest to you, Kenpaku Yoshifusa. Well, time to start befriending the new guy. He already likes us a good amount. That's kind of wild, though, that just happened during the war. Why is demand an artifact highlighted? So I'm still on his council as his steward. He's in a civil war, and you cannot ask him to influence candidacy. Please declare me the regent. Wait, he will accept? Have you considered just asking the regent nicely if you could be regent? Hey, it's my turn with the controller. I've been watching you play all day. Okay, it's my turn. This is an abuse of power and will cause 25 strife with your peer vassals. I will be designated as Kenpaku Fujiwara Otaki of Japan's future regent. Wait, am I the regent of the regent under this? Like when if he goes on a trip overseas, I'm his regent? I'm not the Tenno's regent, right? Who regents the regent? Your merely adequate succession score will lightly offend his courtly vassals, causing them to lose -10 opinion of him. This is so confusing, kinda. Because it says I'm designated as his future regent. I don't know if they changed it, but you can't leave the country as their regent. What? What? What if I go to the Tenno? Can I ask him to become the regent? No. Yeah, I wouldn't be the actual regent. I would be the regent of the regent. So I don't think we need to do that. It seemed like a cool idea, but it's not what we thought it was. All right, I'm going back over here to get on the siege. We went home, which gave us, it resupplied us. Your mana reform law is no longer valid and was replaced by disarmament. So we're actually getting a ton. Oh, this is really chat, you'll never believe this. It's not that big of a deal. But this reform law was giving us a 15% construction cost buff, and I was waiting until I had 267 gold, and I have 266. So now, to upgrade, it's gonna cost... Wait, why does it cost 206 now? It's even cheaper? What? Is disarmament like... Why is it even cheaper now? Oh, because domicile... Wait, this is better! It's actually a pro! That was 15% off regular building. But domiciles were 25% more expensive, so it's actually way cheaper now. And faster. I think it's confusing because they don't specify when building is building and they specify domicile but not non-domicile, which is confusing because this to me says all building, even domicile. I don't know, it's confusing. So it's actually cheaper now. So we're gonna go to level 2, which allows us to establish a Soryo fief if we want to. Each level of this building reduces the success chance of hostile raid estate schemes. We also get a +1 max domain limit. Oh my god, how many holdings you can legally have on your domain? Oh my god, a second county? Plus our income goes up, our prestige goes up, our influence goes up, and we get more build slots. Pretty sick. Get that upgrade. 6 months. Large mansion. Get it rolling. Disarmament is going to get us some bonus development growth, but make it difficult to recruit men-at-arms. Our allies have won the first battle. They've struck the first blow. We're going to go settle back in and wait for them for sieging. I'm going to sneeze. Ugh, I'm allergic to waiting for my allies to show up for a siege. That's true, though. That is true. By the way, Xenophanes, thank you for 79 months. I appreciate the sub. That's very nice of you. Also, Bopper, thank you for 3 months. How about those Jays? I don't know. I hope everybody loses. I just hope the Dodgers lose more. Breezy Meow, thank you for 49 months. Pumping it. Hi, Breezy Meow. Thanks for the sub. Very, very kind of you. Breezy, Bopper, and Xenophanes. All right, allies. Let's link up. Let's do this thing. Yo, that income increase, we're going to start snowballing after a while. Hey, the allies actually showed up. And so the siege is progressing now that we have 800 people. Lady Kamachi gained diplomatic expertise. Her diplomacy has increased. Very nice. She has 18. Diplomacy is pretty high. So in the siege, there's a maximum of 14 months left. There's only going to be 8 gold in loot. They have a 250 soldier garrison. Their fort level's pretty high from the Small Hill Fort. That's why Small Hill Fort's pretty good early. There's currently rampant disease already? Progressing the siege faster, so they're not having a great time holed up in there. Next event in 20 days that can influence things. You have to have at least this many soldiers for the siege to progress. What up? Some of my advisors believe the job is theirs by right of blood or influence alone. How wrong they are. I expect results, yet I'm often disappointed. After a long day, I complain to Kamachi when she interrupts me. Let me do something about it, husband. A few lessons may sharpen their wits. The Evil Absolver. She's been kind of good. Beto could use a tutor. She gains studying diplomacy for 15... Wait, who gets it? Fujiwara. I don't really care what he gets. My half-brother. Give a few lessons to my steward. 41 years old. Osho is in need of some guidance. Stay here with me instead. She's like, I could go teach them something to better develop your county. And he's like, nah, come to bed instead. He might say that. I don't know. She gains 20 opinion of you, and maybe you have another baby. Maybe you have more children. I don't know, man. The only other one is maybe give the steward... What's the stewardship perk? +2 stewardship, +1 learning for my steward. It would take him up to 17 stewardship. Nah, stay here with me instead. An invitation to a festival? Is it right for a ruler such as me to go to a festival while my people are at war? Betrothed can marry. Your player, heir, and son is able to be married now. Who did we even betroth you to, bro? This was a long time ago. Daughter of Toshu Morokuzu. Oh yeah, our nephew for the family. Like, we left his house of Nankei and to establish good relationship with their house, we're marrying the houses together for signifying goodwill. There's only a 0.9% chance their children are inbred, okay? It's fine. Betrothed can marry. No grand wedding for you, my son. My dear uncle, I gladly accept your marriage proposal. Your son and heir, Tadayuki, and my daughter, Moroko, will be joined in matrimony. May Buddha grant them long life and many children. I don't think there will be many children. My son is not chaste. Okay, I thought he was also chaste. But he does not prefer the company of women. Fujiwara Morocco is chaste. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, she's chaste. So I don't know how many kids they're gonna have. Humble and brave. So she seems nice, at least. And your house relationship improves after the marriage. So it does buff house relationship. So there is something there. It is the new year, 874. So we're like 7 years in now. Still super early game. See, now we're taking casualties, but look, the Second Army of Bichu, the ally, showing up. That's the liege summoning some of his banners. 250 archers, horseback archers, 3 knights, 1.1k levies, and 10 siege weapons. So he's actually bringing some siege crossbows. He is sending in the squad. They're rolling up now that he has taken over as Kampaku. So that's gonna shorten the siege by a lot once these group. Yeah, it went down like 6 months in one go because the siege weapons are on site trying to breach some holes in the wall. Tenno Korohito is swayed, plus 25 opinion. So we got a plus 100 opinion with a Tenno. Now, in my opinion, turn your attention. We have a 98 with the Kampaku. That's already fantastic. He remembers that I helped promote him. So that's a plus 29 for a long time. It's going down a little bit per year. I'm also just likable. Is that my perk? Which perk is likable? Oh, it's right here. It's kind of awesome, actually, being an administrator. Now that you're 100, how close are you to Emperor? Third. We've moved up to third in line for the Empire of Japan. You ever hear the phrase, falling upward or failing forward? That's what we're doing right now. Somehow I'm fumbling my way toward the leadership role of the entire government. Now, the next in line has a staggering 356 points. Nearly, it's 91 more than us. But he's 76 and in poor health, so he's pretty old. So I don't think we have too much to worry about there. We just have to wait for him, you know what I mean? And then the guy after that is also 74 and in poor health. So really, if you think about it, we're next in line. So we just need to worry about the dude who's younger, like this 46-year-old dude. We need to worry about him, not the other guys. We just gotta wait this out. Just don't die and you're golden. That's tough to do in Crusader Kings sometimes. You can call on your ally, unnecessary. You can declare war, unnecessary. Look, my brother has been dutifully serving as our Beto all these years. I think bro deserves a marriage arrangement. He is shy. He's never gonna find someone himself. Just don't give him anything to drink and his wrath won't be a problem. He's very generous, so we're gonna hope that that tempers him to make him a good match for somebody. Only peasants are willing to marry him, so he's just gonna have to take what he gets. You don't have any kids? I'm gonna say whoever the best option is. There are actually some prestigious people here. Fujiwara Furuko, 53 years old, around his age. A widow. Her husband died in 858. That's almost 20 years ago. She's honest, forgiving, and lustful. She's had one spouse, but there's an arrow here. I don't know. And an intricate web weaver, which gives me a little cause for concern, but she's House Hoke, who's also the head house. So it kind of makes sense. It lines up. Our house relationship will improve with House Hoke. Why does it say non-K? And oh, because he's non-K. Oh, I didn't think about that. All right, someone else then. I don't really, I want to get him married, but without really promoting House non-K. Somebody else. A peasant then, I suppose. Definitely not my wet nurse. I need her to stay here. All right, I don't know. It kind of doesn't matter, I suppose. How about Sukeko? Craven, but temperate and calm. She's also Yamato and Buddhist. She's unmarried at 33, not matrilineal. Just trying to hook a brother up right here. My actual brother. Well, half brother. You are in line to inherit 2 titles. Chat, I'm 3rd in line for the Kuni of Yamashiro. Oh, it says I'm 3rd in line, but it says this guy's 3rd in line. But then I'm 3rd in line. Why does it say a different guy's in 3rd? Wait, this is Empire Japan. How do you even see a succession line for a single county? Every time I go to succession, it goes up to Empire. Is that the capital? Oh, that might be the capital. Yeah, you're right. That is where the Empire of Japan is. You just get both. If you get the top one. Okay, that makes sense. Also, we got an event, but before we have an event, we have a quick 3-minute ad. So I'm gonna let that play out first. Dude, we are very much in line to become the ruler of Japan. It won't be a dynasty-long thing. And it won't be really easy to get our son next after us, but that's kind of exciting in its own way. We might be able to effect some change while we're up there on top. Thanks Xenophanes for 79 months of sub. Thanks for supporting the stream that long. Appreciate you coming back for one more. I'm gonna go get a snack because I'm kind of hungry, because I smell food. And when I come back, we can try to finish off this war and see what we can achieve. BRB, 1 sec. Well, a few minutes. Why are you guys all putting egg in the chat? Why? Anyway, sorry for the wait, but I had to get a bite to eat because, well, it smells like bacon because there's bacon. So I had to go eat some bacon. And I don't care if it's not the mid-2010s anymore and people don't care about bacon anymore, but it just smells irresistible. So I had to go eat some. And there were also some sweet potato fries that Alice made. I didn't know people stopped caring about bacon. It's not that people stopped caring about it, it's that it was memed into oblivion in the early days of the internet memes. And so then people became resentful that there was like a bacon meme. And then it became uncool to be a lover of bacon. But anyway, I'm back now. Do you guys remember the epic mealtime stuff from way back? Of putting like 5 layers of bacon on every single dish? The bacon weave. Oh god, epic mealtime. Yeah, I just awoke some memories for some of you guys. Listen, back when they were new, I watched like all those videos. The problem is, like with any one-trick pony on YouTube, you run out of content after a while. You can't just put bacon on everything and that. But like nowadays, the TikToks are obsessed with like exorbitant, crazy, huge foods that are disgusting on purpose to get you to comment. They have distilled the engagement farm to its purest form. Nowadays, people do that instead. Now every brand has those bacon and bacon and bacon shirts. So yeah, the shirts. While out on a leisurely stroll, the cry of a particular merchant stands out from the regular hustle and bustle of the street. Greetings, Excellency. I have an exquisite assortment of wares, if Excellency has the coin. As I peer at the myriad of goods in the stall, I can hear Kajiwara Koriyoshi murmur, the etchings of that piece must be real and quite valuable too. He glances at me with a triumphant smile. Chat, why is this sentence have an exclamation to end the quote, then end? Why is this in a single quote and this is in a real quote and then has a period after the single quote? Anyway, this should be a steal. %, you strike a bargain and gain a bunch of lifestyle XP, or you lose money. I believe this piece is the more lucrative choice. You are a decent 45% chance you get half of the lifestyle XP, but you lose money. I trust your expertise. So basically defer to my steward. And then I have a 41% chance to get 100 lifestyle XP, 41% to get half. Well, deferring to my steward is easily the best choice because we have basically an 82% chance to get some lifestyle XP. So I'm gonna go, we have a 16% chance to lose 30 gold. Your haggling skills proved effective, and you gained 100 stewardship lifestyle XP. Good job, Kajiwara Koriyoshi. All right, we got our brother hooked up, so he's wed. You have become the owner of Lavender Jade. Dude, we got an artifact. We got a masterwork trinket as part of that deal. Oh, we got our first relic of the entire house. I had no reason to ever open this screen until now. We got room for trinkets and armor and weapons and a crown and all sorts of stuff. I don't know what goes in the crown slot for Japan. We're just gonna be like a regent. So wearing a crown would look very ostentatious. This thing has a perma piety bonus, which actually we could use right now. We're only making plus 0.7 piety a month. This adds 0.2. We're spending a lot on our troops at the moment. And then 6% bonus piety from buildings. And it's nice just to have an artifact because it passes down from family member to family member. So we equip that, and eventually, hopefully, we'll have a ton, the first of many artifacts for our family. That's a free level of monks in peacetime, exactly. And if we have an antiquarian, it will slow down durability decay and enable you to commission artifacts. I wasn't thinking about having this until now, but maybe we should have it now. My question is, can someone be both the court physician and the antiquarian? I suppose we could find out. Because balanced aptitude is pretty good. So our son is decently apt to do this. Enables you to reforge artifacts, commission them, and protects them during sieges and raids. So we're giving him some good responsibilities to prepare him for leadership roles. And he will like us a little bit more as a result. Though we do have to pay him some money. 0.15 gold per month. It adds up. Doesn't sound like much, but when you hire all these people and they all cost monthly upkeep, it adds up. But I'm fine with this. And he can have both. So right now he's focused on improving artifacts. Every year he has a chance to improve an equipped artifact. I've never even seen this. When did they overhaul this entire page? The chance of improvement increases with aptitude. Common artifacts can be improved once, masterworks twice, and so on. So we can do it twice. And it costs a little extra gold. Your antiquarian will improve and polish artifacts so they are as impressive and effective as they can possibly be. If you had a royal court, you could pick one of the other two. So I've had him improving his skills, has been his focus. He had a chance of gaining Novice Physician or Learning Skill. Well, he did get Novice Physician, which definitely helped him be a better personal physician. And he should be getting more trait XP. So we're kind of using this as a way to leverage his own lifestyle so that when we take over as him, he's got a lot of lifestyle perks, hopefully. Is there a way to see his lifestyle tree ahead of time? Or can I only view that if I become him? Getting the artifacts does feel good. It does feel good. Only if he has land of his own. Okay, so in that case, it's just buffing his learning skill. But it also is buffing his novice physician trait experience, just not his lifestyle. So I think the one that he's on is pretty good. I like that. Caravan Master can do stock up for travels. Safety and speed are increased next time you travel. He gets to stewardship. Prepare armies, faster armies, better supply limit. Improve his skills every year. How old is he? He's 29. has a chance of gaining traveler trait XP, martial skill, or stewardship skill. What is the point of a caravan master having stewardship skill? Does it just buff his other caravan traveling safety things? I guess I'll pick that one. And then let's improve artifacts as well. I'm down to pay for all these. And the wet nurse has powers too. Instill virtue. I like how I think of them as powers. Stewardship buffs speed, martial buffs safety. Okay, interesting. Children at court may gain a virtuous trait every month. Child opinion of the wet nurse plus 10. That seems really good. Children at court may gain opinion with one another, become friends, or stop being bullies. Maybe if you have wards that you want to become like lifelong friends after they get to positions of power. And then we've got encourage competition. Children at court may gain intrigue skill or prowess skill, but at the cost of opinion with other children. I'm going with instill virtue. Children at court may gain a virtuous trait every month. So we have to pay a little prestige per month. All right, I got distracted. What are we doing over here? We are at war. We are sieging. We are in our first war with the now Kenpaku, who just took over leadership of Japan. And we are now third in line, which is crazy. What is going on? Oh yeah, I need to stop this sway task and pick a different one. House Matsura joined the Hoke block. There's a lot of houses in this block, man. And we are up here. Okay, I was about to do something. Maybe... What should my personal scheme be? Because we already had a plus 98 opinion with Otaki. Third in line is pretty good. What spot did you start at? It's complicated. When we started, I didn't even know how anything works, and I still don't. You are invited to a festival. We kind of just looked, and suddenly we were like 6th in line to rule Japan. I don't know what I don't even think we started on a list. I have no idea. Greetings, Kokushi Fujiwara Arasada of Bichu. I would be honored if you joined me for a festive occasion. All right, show me where you are first. Patriarch, an appeaser. They're callous, gregarious, and temperate. They just like throwing parties. You were invited to pop-up spam. That's true. But there can be pros from going. You may not arrive in time. Yeah, because I've been unpaused. When does it start? How do I know when a festival starts? Because it says travel time 23 days. But then when I go here, it says travel time 45 days. But that's total. That's there and back. And it's pretty close. 1st of April, it's on the right. The right. It is on the right. No, over here. Activity starts 1st of April. Estimated arrival 11th. You will not arrive in time. All right, well, it doesn't... We're just not going to go then. Is he not going to like me for not going? I don't know. We're at war. We're a little busy to go to festivals. Your large mansion has finished constructing. Oh, yeah. Each level of this building increasingly reduces the success chance of hostile raid estate schemes. We can have another domain holding just unlocked. We can have 2 counties now instead of 1. Or we could have a county and a barony. A whole other domain. Levy size just went up. I don't know what it was before. It might have been high, like 15. Now it's 30%. Yeah, level 1 is 15, level 2 is 30. So more levies is always great. Income is up, prestige is up, influence is up, and we have 2 new building slots to work with. So we have, we've been cooking a little bit. We cannot upgrade this to a level 3 until we get manorialism innovation. A manor innovation, which could be really far away. Civic innovation, early medieval era. Yeah, it's 900 AD. So another 26 years before that era even becomes available. So this is the best our mansion can get for now. But we do have a internal upgrade here that we never got for the mansion itself. Tax collectors, more income. Domicile construction costs are cheaper. Court poet thing. Recruited characters cheaper. Influence equals martial skill. More investment for every house member. I don't even know how to use investment capacity right now. It's above me. Intrigue bonus. Learning bonus. Bodyguards are better. Prestige per night. We don't really do that. So out of all these, it just seems like tax collectors. It seems basic. It's either tax collector or personal builders. But I think tax collector is just simple. I don't know. It's not very fun. But all in on gold. What can't you do with money? And it can be leveled up. I don't know. Maybe it's just not worth that much. When has greed ever gone wrong? The thing is, we're going to be locked. We're going to be locked on manor buildings way sooner because we're just going to have to wait for the next, like, age to come. But in the time that we're waiting, we're just making money with taxes. Right? It's either that. Okay, low-key, the Serukagu stage might actually be kind of cracked as well because it is an influence buff, which is kind of hard to get. And it starts out at just 0.15. We're getting 8.2 right now. So the money is good, but I'm actually going to go with the Serukagu stage because I think just finding more ways to pump influence is going to be key in everything that we want to do in the future. And it's only 25 days, and it's also cheaper to recruit court characters, which could add up later. Mostly doing it for the influence, though. And because it sounds fun. All right. Chat. What are other personal schemes that one can do? Sway, befriend, seduce, and elope. But you can only do half of those if you have a particular lifestyle. I kind of wish there were more default schemes that you could do and then lock the other ones, like create new ones and lock them behind the lifestyles. Learn language is one too, but does anyone speak a different language here? That's way better in other areas. Court language is very uniform right now. And I don't really care about learning any of the other ones. You failed to romance wife, but can you seduce her? Isn't that one that you have to unlock? No, but you can't do it again for a while. No, you don't have to unlock it, but I could try and romance Lady Sadako instead. Just a different person. What? Okay, serious question, chat. Other than good RP, what's the real benefit of romance or seduce wife? Is it just when they might try and kill you, you're basically just like getting a good relationship with them? Just more babies? More babies, plus they will be less likely to try and murder you? That's what I just said, Nooster. So you didn't really answer the question. More babies, I guess. Yeah, I just wish there were more basic, I guess I could try to sway someone who's... I need to figure out which noble... Ooh, dude, pick a noble family. Pick a noble family to try and improve your relationship with the head of their family. Especially like a younger head of family who's going to be alive for a while. And then you could try to have them endorse you. I thought the tooltip said something about prestige gain. Which tooltip? Don't know what you're talking about. This guy has negative 35 influence, though. Like, how do I could sway any of these dudes, but none of them are going to save their influence. House Funya is inside of our block. They're 8th on the noble family ranking. And he has 265 influence. He's 64 years old, though. I need someone younger who also has influence. 248. Toshu Narihira. An insane blackguard. Impatient, arbitrary, and paranoid. That's not the kind of guy I want to be friends with. Honestly, this top guy who's 52 years old, fine health, cynical, lustful, and fickle. Man, the fickle's gonna kill you, though. The fickle's gonna kill you. I can't find a good target. This dude's 74 and basically dead. This guy's got negative influence. Why did I just not want House Funya? All right, he's 64. He'll be alive for a while, right? Right, guys, right. I have a question. If someone uses their influence to help you, and then they die, do you get to keep the points that you earned from them influencing you? Or do they go away because that guy's dead? I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that question, because it seems like a very, very specific question. Like, if I asked him to influence my candidacy, he will not accept. So I'm gonna go ahead and sway bro with a personal scheme. He is the head of a fairly powerful house, currently 8th. He's in our block. I think it just makes sense. Pretty sure you keep it, but it's been a while. What do you mean a while? Like, it works the same with the Byzantines? Because this has only been out for like 2 days. Stewardship perk available. Building construction time down 30%. We've been declaring some wars. So I might take the fort level one up. Demand payment for hooks is also good, but I don't really have any way to generate hooks. I'm gonna wait too long to take defensive measures, and then we're gonna get sieged. I'm gonna go professional workforce and make the building times 30% faster. All building times. So, the Kenpaku brought all the siege equipment and they got a small breach in the walls. They got rampant disease, they've run out of food, they're getting ready to give in. The Sarakagu stage has been constructed in the manor. So now, if we upgrade it, we get even more influence per month for 51 gold. I probably want to save that and construct one of these buildings instead. So we cannot build any of these without a specific aspiration. So we're gonna scroll down to the ones we can build. We can make a horsey paddock. Cavalry maintenance is cheaper, income up. A tea plot. You get a small elderly health boost, and you get income and prestige. Honestly, those are not bad. Those are not bad. And you can get a new ceremony. Prepare a cup of tea and reduce your stress. This one's, we're too cheap. We don't have enough money yet. Don't really want it anyway. Private tea house. That one requires the ceremony house aspiration, which we have. So I'm not actually sure why, chat, why is this one blocked off? Wait, that's okay, what does it say? Private tea house. It says may construct the private tea house Japanese manor building. Oh, I'm currently level 1. It's weird that this page starts on level 2. I feel like I should start on the page that is your current level. So we have to have a level 2, which is 2,500 prestige. Good luck with that, by the way. But yeah, we're not currently that. Or the private garden, more income and prestige. Court gardener is better. Yeah, out of all of these, it really seems like the tea plot and seems like the best one. The income and the prestige bonuses will help everybody. Plus a small health boost. Go for it. Then we'll start getting some upgrades on some of the other things, probably. All right, the siege. Less than 60 days left. They're deserting right now from the castle. Elder health equals more time to outlive other emperor candidates. Exactly. The tea plot, wow, the tea plot got built what feels like instantly. We did just get a 30% reduction in how long it takes. Filling in nicely, and it can have 3 internal upgrades, none of which we can build yet without 11 more gold. Income, learning, and a tiny disease resist. Oh, dude, plus 0.35 domicile income is kind of cracked. It's got to be the money one first. The workshop also has internal upgrades that buff archers, income, or building construction costs. Like, at this stage, there's no shot that 5% cheaper at our low tier of being able to build is better than just straight gold per month, right? There's no way that 5% is better than this. Because the buildings that we can make are not that expensive right now for us. They're already like 127 gold tops, and 5% of that is like 6 gold or something. When you can make the really expensive high tiers that are like 700 gold, then 5% suddenly adds up. But anyway, we got the T-plot, got the stage, upgrading the manor. Making some things happen. We've already gone up from like 1.9 monthly income to 7 in a pretty short time. So that's pretty solid intro. Oh yeah, they're breached. Over the wall, lads. Over the wall. Assault the fort. Let's go. Quarreling relation damaged. You imprisoned Yamagata Sukeko, 1-year-old. Prisoners taken in siege. You captured Soryo Moto's wife, Lady Mitsuko, and his daughter Sukeko during the siege. The siege is won. You got 8 gold from occupying it. And we have 2 prisoners and went straight to easy 100%. Now we can enforce administrative integration of the Soryo of Aki. Basically, they went rogue and we're putting them back under the crown for all intents and purposes. Their lands will be confiscated and returned to the Kenpaku. Your service will be recognized. All valuable prisoners will be released automatically. You gain 180 influence. That's not bad. That's a lot of influence. That's like 2 years and change worth of influence. Also, it pleases the Kenpaku, so he gets bonus opinion of me, and we get a title? Wait, no, he gets a title. I was gonna say, he gets the Bushidan of Aki County title. So he gets the county. Can we ask for the county? Hey. Kenpaku. Yes, Kenpaku. I, recently became able to hold a second domain, and I could really use this county title. It would really help my family out. He might keep it depending on how many he's able to hold on to, so we'll see. Bichu enforced administrative integration of Aki. Peace be with you. You are a greater foe than I imagined. I will comply with your demands. Land is confiscated. So be it. Pumped up our influence. Listen, Juzbees, I am the one that declared war first, and I asked him to come second, okay? The number 2 thing is, he wasn't the Kenpaku when the war started, so he knows that I was not leaning on his ability to mobilize 5,000 troops to come save me. I was ready to go gunning when he was not a Kenpaku. So now that he is, he's got to be able to look back and say, wow, that dude was ready to go to war to try to unite Japan. Now he's Kenpaku, so he knows it was legit. But anyway, give me that title. But anyway, hey, give me that title. Can I have this? I don't think so. Chat, is there even an option to ask or petition your liege for a title? Is that a thing? Chat, we're actually third. Wait, that's for the Empire. How do you see just the succession of A county. If you have a claim, you can under feudal. Yeah, I remember that being a thing before. Here's a question as we disband our forces. Lower the levies. Where is that option normally? I don't have a claim, but I'm just curious for future reference. Where would that be? On this list. I think it's a decision. Okay, thank you. I can petition the Tenno, and I can petition the Kampaku for a gift or service. Sincere requests which contribute to the good of the realm are often granted. You travel to Kampaku Otaki's court to deliver a petition. Personality, opinion, and petition type affect the chances of acceptance. You gain 40 stress. It'll be unavailable for 5 years. Cost you 50 influence. You can ask him permission to accept your transition to Soryo as not a crime. That's fascinating. I really like that that's an option. This is cool. Gold. Family governorship appointment. Your liege must hold a vacant governorship. I don't know when that will happen. I assume it will happen eventually. Yeah, suddenly things are starting to click into place in my brain, right, Retrograde? Like, I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh, suddenly things are clicking into place. Provincial house rights. Request the office of Bichu to stay within your house. Grant a house governorship succession. A house is a branch of members on the bigger tree of a dynasty. Yeah, I know what that is, but I'm trying to figure out. So we can ask him to keep Bichu in the family. This needs so much more tutorial. Yeah, like the all the things you need to know are available are in this one button. You know what I'm saying? This button right here has significant gameplay implications. And the fact that I've been playing for, you know, I don't have to be unpaused to be playing, but let's say we're at like 13 hours now. I'm just discovering how much is inside of the petition decision. I don't remember ever using the petition much before in the previous 300 to 400 hours of gameplay. So it's not really my first instinct to look under here. There's a lot, because you can do a lot with feudal without ever asking your king for anything. I've asked for gold a couple times, and that's pretty much it. This has so much more. Family council appointment. Court position. Okay, so basically you can request formally instead of just sending them an email. Or a family court position, or resettle subjects. Transfer a fraction of his capital population to your own. When do you need that? It buffs your capital development. That's interesting. What can you petition the Tenno for then? You can get a Kampaku and request the Tenno support your appointment as ruling regent and bolster your own candidate score. That is what I've been wanting to know for the last 10 gameplay hours. If there was a more formal way to leverage these relationships. House advancement. Request Tenno Kurohito support the governorship candidate score of members of your house. A royal marriage between your house and the ceremonial house, or just acknowledge the dignity of your house to get prestige. Yeah, there's a lot of potentially useful shit right here, like a lot. Now, it might backfire and it might not work, but you need the option to try. And I've been wondering about like 6 of these options. Perform tea ceremony and reduce your stress. Gain opinion with members of your court. Gain a random tea benefit for 5 years. I love tea superpowers. Perform a ritual sacrifice. On a journey. Meditate in seclusion. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to try some things, yeah? None of those things are giving transferal of counties under your... So we didn't actually find the thing we were directly looking for. However, the one I'm most fascinated by is provincial house rights. Like, request the office of Bichu stay within your house. Because if we can get that, then we don't have to do the song and dance of worrying about the succession. Because if I die, we lose Bichu, though my son is at 43 right now, so he's 5th in line. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea how much candidate score option 1 gives. What should I do first as a petition? We don't want to transfer to Sorio. We don't really want them to give us gold. So it's either keep Bichu in the house, or get a family... I don't know, a family court... What's the benefit of a family court position? I might just go straight for provincial house rights first. What do you say, Chad? Is that worth? I think it's worth. Second question is, how hard is it to influence the current succession the normal way? Like, if I was just gonna influence his candidacy, it would cost me 150 influence to only pump him up plus 20. All right, let's try it. I can't click on this. There we go. Notify when this decision becomes available again. So we're going up to the capital, where the ruler, the Kampaku, is. It should be it's extremely safe to travel in Japan. It'll just cost us 4 gold. We have a decent caravan master also to kind of speed it up. 121% speed. His stewardship is doing most of the heavy lifting. His stewardship is actually raising it plus 21. No, that's my stewardship. His stewardship's raising it plus 7, but his paranoia is minusing 10. All right, let's go. I don't think there's any pit stops we need to make on the way. I like that there's a check mark on the places that you have visited. Let's keep it a brief trip. We're gonna go petition the Kampaku. All packed and proper, we've finally come to the point where we can start our journey from Bizen to our next destination at Yamashiro. As we depart from the holding and our mounts start treading new ground, I'm certain we will return soon and in one piece. I can't wait. Oh no, my regent is still my half-brother. I forgot about that. We're not going to be gone very long, though. As we travel through the outskirts of Oku, we suddenly see a jovial man in the distance. Jumping, dancing, and singing to himself, he seems quite the character. Would you like to hear some of me songs about Otaki the tyrannical Yamato Toad? He yells at us as soon as we get within shouting distance. Before we have time to answer, he starts singing a merry tune about the depravities of Kampaku Otaki. Tell me more. You may learn one of Otaki's secrets. Hold your tongue, vile peasant, and you kill him. And gain 10 tyranny. Here's the thing. On the one hand, I want to know if Otaki actually has a real secret that we could use as a little bit of insurance. But on the other hand, my character is It's a complicated... We're just... Which in this case, singing a song about the depravities of your new Kompaku, I think, in this era, would probably get a sword drawn from someone who just fought side by side with him in a war. Okay, maybe not literally side by side, but you know what I'm saying. I don't think killing this guy for talking is just. That's because you are thinking like a person from 2025 and not a person of nobility from 874, okay? Justice has changed a lot over the years. Is there anybody in chat who thinks that Japanese nobles did not randomly kill peasants when they said shit that they didn't like? You think that didn't happen? And they were like, this is justice. In ancient Japan, did nobles kill peasants whenever they wanted? Chat, there's a whole Wikipedia article about Kirisuke Gomen, a Japanese expression regarding the feudal era tradition. Now, granted, it's not technically... Well, I mean, it's a feudal era. The right of samurai to strike and kill with their sword anyone of lower class who compromised their honor. It was abolished in 1876 during... Dude, they did this till 1876. When the samurai class was disenfranchised by the imperial government. Etymology, it is a literal translation as authorization to cut and leave the body of the victim. Contrary to popular belief, this exact term did not originate in the Edo period. The real name used in historical sources is either uchisute, to strike and abandon, or buri-uchi, to offend and strike. It was considered a form of self-defense. Kirisuke Gomen had a set of tight rules. The strike had to follow immediately after the offense, meaning the striker could not attack someone for a past grievance or after a substantial amount of time. Also, due to the right being self-defense, it was not permissible to deliver a coup de grace if a blow had been successfully applied. Anyone at the receiving end had the right to defend themselves by wakizashi, a situation most common in the case of a higher samurai exercising the right against a lower ranked samurai, as those would always carry a wakizashi. I'm just interested in this, like, historical rule. Okay, this is this is all from Wikipedia, by the way. Now, this is an anecdote from, I think, the 1600s, a far cry from where we are right now in 874. Notable incidents. A popular incident tells of a commoner bumping into Saiheiji Tomo, treasurer of the Owari Tokugawa family, and ignored him further when Tomo demanded him to apologize. Feeling merciful, the samurai offered the peasant his wakizashi so the peasant would have a chance to defend himself. But instead, the commoner ran away with his wakizashi, causing further dishonor. The incident resulted in Tomo being disowned from the Owari Takugawa clan. Now, I want you... I know you're laughing right now, but this is the crazy part, so listen up. Tomo later regained his honor by seeking out the commoner, collecting the wakizashi, and killing the commoner's entire family. So, there you go. Murked the whole family. A measured response. Sounds like you get to kill as you please. Are you telling me that people who are in positions of absolute power based on a hierarchy system might abuse that power? I'm pretty sure that I was just some good old-fashioned justice partner. Peasantry were basically subhuman. Anyway, I gotta kill this guy. That's what I'm trying to say. I killed him. He's dead. Gotta murk that guy. Hold your tongue. Not my Otaki. Anyway, I love how chat's out here like, that's not justice. This isn't justice. Meanwhile, they're over here and they are playing as Bavaria and they are fabricating every single claim that they possibly can convince their high priest to lie about so that they can go murder everybody that's in the next door county so that they can take it under and make the map all the same color. Okay? So don't come at me with this. You know what you're doing. I'm playing as the Khans of the Steppes, and it's totally fair as long as I tell the people I'm attacking that if they bow to me, I won't kill them, then I'm totally justified for killing them for not bowing to me, because I gave them the option to bow and they chose not to, so kill them. And yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I know. I know what you do. You think Genghis Khan had a cool set of principles. Dude, I just got done wiping out an entire house because they were declaring war on me. I get it. Anyway, let's go find that guy's family and kill all of them. A man of unusual skills. After we've traveled together for a while, I have noticed there's something about Tadayuki. He often helps others with small wounds and scratches, putting together small poultices like it was nothing. When we pass through Akashi, I see him suddenly run into a small peasant kid struggling to breathe and turning an unnatural color in a back alley. And before you know it, the kid's face returns to normal. How did he do it? How do you know so many... about so much? How do you know so much ailments? Sorry, I just, my brain read that sentence 3 times. How do you know so much ailments and disease? You are the pride of this entourage, Tadayuki. I'm the only person who's ever read these. A learning challenge. 78% chance. I just can't do it. 21% chance you adopt his ways and become a novice physician. I don't really want 78% to get 20 stress. You are the pride of this entourage, Tadayuki. Good opinion, buff. All right, let's look at the manor. Because I believe the manor has a couple of internal upgrades. We have personal workshop here, and inside the workshop, if we add the lacquerer we get an additional bit of income and a tiny bit of prestige. And it's fairly cheap. Dude, we have so many bonuses that we're building this thing in 9 days. That's nothing in Crusader Kings. That's a blink in CK3 time. We're getting like double bonuses. Why are we getting double bonuses from Professional Workforce and Personal Workshop? Is this bugged? Am I getting like each bonus twice? Maybe. I think I am. Because if the base is 30 days and it's 9 days, we're getting over 66% off. And this is 30, this is 60, this is 70. Yo, we're getting every bonus twice. I found a bug. That's got to be an actual bug. And not just a typo. All right, anyway. Give me the income. Who's it? That scared me. Okay, we made it. We made it. This is their throne room. I am escorted into Kenpaku Otaki's throne room, where he beckons for me to approach and address him. After listening to my speech, he gives a curt nod and states, I shall dispatch my agents immediately to take care of this matter. Level 6, Royal Court of the Empire of Japan. Level 6 room. Brand new for the DLC. I thought there was going to be a little bit more back and forth. But it worked. It's still cool. I thought it was going to be like a little conversation or something. Thank you, my lord. For 100 years, the county of Bichu, House Bichu appointment succession score is plus 250. Dynasty Fujiwara gains 50 renown, and Otaki gains 10 opinion of you. Thank you, my lord. Okay, well, that was a brief interaction with him. However, we now automatically retain Bichu. My sons have an almost 300 succession rate. So basically, by going to our lordship and asking for this to be kept within our family, he agreed, and for 100 years they will get an automatic super buff so that Bichu stays in our family without me having to spend hundreds of influence to keep them at the top. That's very interesting. And really answers a question that I had earlier. We petitioned him 5 years ago. Because remember I was like, how do you juggle all these plates? Like if you keep having to, every time someone's gonna die, you keep having to do the influence song and dance to try to push them up to the top. If you get more than a few counties, that's gonna become so tedious. There you go. You just get the ruler to allow you to keep them in your family for 100 years. And the other people can still technically go above you, but they would have to be extremely dedicated to try and beat that score. So I like that. I think that's really cool. Traveling through the rugged terrain of Nose. A challenge. Do we have to get the barony of Nose? A challenge arises as the terraces are overflown with muddy water. My son Tadayuki and my caravan master Aratoshi begin to argue about the best approach to traverse a treacherous trail. Tadayuki, your suggestion is reckless, exclaims Aratoshi, visibly frustrated. Tadayuki retorts, and yours is cowardly. It seems as if my entourage is at an impasse. Listen to me and work together due to your high diplomacy skill. You gain 350 prestige. I mean, 350 prestige is a lot of prestige, bro. That is a good amount. That's like 100 months worth of prestige. I don't know why I'm getting 350 prestige for this. That seems like a disproportionate amount. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. And they will also stop being rivals. That's honestly good. The Caravan Master and my son will stop being rivals. You gained a level of fame. Your glory is widely known. Bam, that just pumped us up to distinguished. Can I have a knight now? Secular opinion +7. 1 extra knight plus 20% herd capacity. What is herd capacity? Herd represents a nomadic ruler. Oh, that's for nomads. That's why I don't know what that is. That's a different gameplay style. Is it possible they added a 0 by accident? Maybe? Like, that's gotta be... Because 25 or 35 would make sense, right? You get like 25 or 35 prestige. 350 prestige is a stupid amount to get for just a random travel event where no one even witnessed it except for the people in your caravan. Right? Okay, let's take a look at my potential knights. No, we still can't have a Bushi. I don't think we can unless we go full Soryo. House relation damage, Bichu and Nanke because they became rivals, but then they unrivaled. Wow, that event was probably made before this DLC came out. The event forces them to become temporary rivals, and I unrivaled them within the same event, but it caused our houses to become damaged, even though it was just a little event thingy. That is unfortunate. How do you see what your relationship is with the other houses directly? Chat, how do you see what a house relationship is between us and someone else? Maybe I click on their house. Where's Nanke? Go to your family and it's a tab. I feel like it should be on this page. Go to your family. My, like my house? Oh, there we go. House relations. So we're back to neutral. I mean, we just at neutral. I guess we're at nothing. We're cordial, quarreling. I still don't know what the house relations do. Other than give some cool flavor. The lacquerer is completed. Income goes up. T-plot also has a bonus. The roastery seems good. That's just gold per month and controlling your realm capital. But think, chat, is it worth having a tiny disease resistance health boost and a learning boost via the medicine house? Would you go greed here, or would you go learning disease resist, plague resist? Probably money. I can't build it though until I get more gold. Probably the money. We've arrived at long last. The ad is about to begin. This is a weird event. Please turn your audio down if you are someone who gets ads while watching this stream. I look forward to watching ads for some time, but the call of the road beckons ever onward. My stream master, Italics, reports that we will have to watch ads for 3 minutes and have traversed at least 6 ad breaks this stream. Thank Buddha, I can go inside and watch streams again. Oh yeah, what about the Regency? We should change the Regent. Which I definitely remember how to do. I remember how. I'll do it in a minute, though. We'll see what's happening in the rest of the world. I paid 5 gold. Pay 5 gold to skip this event. I'm definitely having more fun now that I'm figuring out how to navigate some of the things like petition the liege for different aspects, because even just locking down that one county for 100 years makes things a lot easier, because I was trying to figure out how I'm going to split my attention and therefore my influence on trying to do so many things at once. So getting that locked in lets me direct all of my influence to trying to expand my holdings, which I think is what we try to do next, because I was wondering if we needed to go ahead and lock down what we already have, but now we don't have to worry about that anymore. So, seems good. I think petitioning the 2 leaders is interesting. I would like to see even more things you could petition the Tenno for, but I understand they're just a ceremonial ruler. And you can petition him on an independent cooldown from the Kampaku. So I could just go try and get an endorsement and see how much that goes up. This is for our entire house. Don't know about the royal marriage. What's the rough consensus on CK3 after all these years? Did play CK2, but the initial reviews on CK3 were not really good. I don't know what universe you were living in. The initial reviews of Crusader Kings 3 were good across the board. Many consider the Crusader Kings 3 vanilla launch to be one of the smoothest, best Paradox releases that have ever come out. I would consider it that. It was for sure still plenty of bugs, but as with any Paradox release, but it definitely stands above every other 1.0 launch that they've ever done. Yeah, hardcore CK2 fans were slightly let down and maybe a little grumbly. But I don't... The initial reviews were spectacular. Anyway, my personal opinion is CK2 was a more fun game, but is not a more fun game because it's too difficult to play, and I don't know. It's hard to explain. I think Crusader Kings 3 vanilla with mods is the way to go. I think most of the CK3 DLCs are not good. Played CK3 on release, a shit ton, kind of dropped it after DLC started to be released. Yeah. For me, the majority of the DLCs for Hearts of Iron add something to the game. Even the bad DLCs are worth having for some niche reason. But most of the DLCs for CK3 for me, some of them actively make the game worse. The whole Rivals event was so confusing. Bucky, when is this a clip from? Did you Did you just clip the event that just happened? I thought you were clipping it from like a past CK3 stream or something. CK2 just felt like it had more variety. I also got surprised more often by the AI in that game. It did feel like it had a lot more event variety. There were a lot more interesting and memorable events. And they were memorable because you felt like you were making a cool choice in them. Not memorable because you've seen them 32 times. Here's a tooth from my child. What do I want to do with their tooth? You know what I mean? At least that's how it felt to me. Because I did play, you know, 200-300 hours of CK2 and really liked it. And in the same amount of time in CK3, there's definitely more repetition. The events in CK3, in my opinion, are much worse. But the presentation of the game is so much better that I can't go back to CK2. Ever. The quality of life, even though there's a ton of stuff that's still very obtuse, navigating information in CK3 compared to 2 is night and day better. So it's kind of ruined CK2 to me. CK2 seems so random to me. You would just gain or lose traits because of reasons. Yeah, but they were fun reasons. It felt... CK2 was much easier to roleplay in. Yeah, I would give CK3 vanilla a try, and then there's a ton of actual, like, total conversion mod support for it now. So you'll probably find some interesting mods that help you find what you're looking for. Because the mod community for CK3 is pretty robust. The intrigue plays by the AI got me a few times. I don't remember the last time I got intrigued in CK3. Like, half my family got wiped out by a rival house that had legitimate reasons to try and kill us off. Your stream convinced me to try CK3, loving it on vanilla plus this expansion only. Yeah, just be real careful with what DLC you put in. Would be my advice, because a couple times I got one and it actively convinced me that I hated Crusader Kings 3. And then sometimes I hop back in. My personal favorite DLCs, though, are maybe not everybody else's. I don't like... I think most people value DLCs that give you like a perception of infinite replayability. I actually value the ones that just let me play the game in a novel way, because the base vanilla CK3 is fun until you get tired of Fabricate, Claim, War, Annex, Fabricate, Claim, War, Annex ad nauseum, and you'll eventually just get bored, which I did after like 100 to 150 hours. So my favorite DLCs are actually the Iberian Peninsula and the Iranian Intermezzo. Because I think Fate of Iberia introduces novel ways to play the game. They're not things that I want to play every time, though. It was like a fun 1 or 2 campaigns. And I genuinely think that those are better. Northern Lords is okay. All right, just looking at the DLC, now that we're talking about it. Northern Lords is mid. It deserves the mixed reviews. Royal Court is genuinely one of the worst DLCs I've ever played, which the reason why I say that is because it was one of my favorite aspects of Crusader Kings 2, and I think that they just had such an easy layup and botched it. I don't know how you botch something as simple as give the players the ability to make their own court and put cool relics in there like we're in Crusader Kings 2. The relics are mildly interesting. The courts are terrible, in my opinion. And it's just... They just missed an easy layup. I really like Fate of Iberia. I don't care about the mixed reviews. It was fun to me. It was a fun campaign. But I guess I wouldn't consider it essential because you'll only play it once or twice. But it's also $7. Yeah, it's like for a $30 DLC for Royal Court. What the hell? The Royal Court events are some of the worst in the entire game. The most poorly written and the most repetitive. You will think it's so cool to finally get a court, and then you press the hold court button and you're like, yes, I finally get to RP being a leader and having people come and beseech me for things, and it's like 5 things that just repeat 100 times. It's crazy. What else do we have? Friends and Foes. Put this in a dumpster and then burn the dumpster and then bomb the dumpster after that to make sure it's gone. Tours and Tournaments is mostly positive and is actually my second least favorite DLC. I disagree with the reviews entirely. Friends and Foes is the worst. Tours and Tournaments is like, well, I forgot, Wards and Wardens exists. I do hate tours and tournaments, though. The simple answer is because tournaments are all event spam, and the events, none of the competitions were done in a creative or clever way. It's like, do you want to use your martial? Do you want to use your diplomacy? Yes or no? And you just keep clicking the same button many times. And that's it. The actual, like, tours and tournaments are just bad event spam. And it's $30. ETEL had the world's worst tournament? I don't even remember it, dude. I've pushed it from my mind. Oh yeah, I forgot Legends of the Dead exists. This one sucks too. Don't buy this. Do not buy Legends of the Dead. In my opinion, don't buy Roads to Power. I don't care about the very positive reviews, okay? Wanderer gameplay is dog shit, and everybody who likes this has convinced themselves that it's good because Copium is the only one you're ever gonna get. It's so much worse than it should be, and because it exists in any form, it's given a positive review. Recent reviews are mixed. I don't blame you. The only reason that people... Yeah, exactly. The only reason people like this is by Byzantine players. That's it. The actual adventurer loop is dumb. Administrative government is like the only reason to get it. I've heard Cons of the Steppe is fun, but I haven't played it. It's honestly just the Byzantine Empire and administrative government. Yeah, but is that worth $30? So anyway, the only ones here that I would buy for me is maybe Northern Lords, because I think Vikings are fun and it's like $6. Iberia, Persia, because I enjoyed playing both of those. It gives you something smaller scale to focus on besides painting the map. So map painters don't like Persia or Iberia, but I don't like map painting. And then I would buy this DLC. Like, I think it's fun. I've been having fun with this one. So All Under Heaven, I would say, is good so far. If it's confusing. This is advanced. I would not buy this when you're buying vanilla, because you're going to be overwhelmed unless you just don't play over here until you've figured out what's going on. And then I haven't played Cons, so that one is unknown. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts. But I haven't really played with many of the mods. I just know that there's a good mod community, but I haven't really done anything with it. Chat, what was I doing before I got sidetracked? Probably nothing. Probably nothing. Just yapping. Thanks for the new sub, by the way. Hello, Hick. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for supporting the stream. House Wake has joined us. 6 living members. Fellow vassal, your counselor died. Oh no, our first counselor death. But yeah, I would still highly recommend vanilla Crusader Kings, which is only $15. And then you can decide from yourself how far you want to go there. You'll find that a lot of Crusader Kings 3 in places is more shallow than 2. However, It's just more fun to play. Like to physically have the game open and click the buttons and navigate the menus and make the decisions is just... Sometimes presentation does matter. And this is one of those times. The presentation in 3 is so much better. And they just updated all of the like world map too, so it's quite pretty when you zoom in now. Where there's actual like mountains and much better kind of land to look at. My spy master is dead, which is actually a problem because we don't actually have a good spy master. My sister-in-law is the next best one. Unless I marry somebody else in that can become a spy master. Though I think it's a little risky to get a 4th wife who you want specifically to become a spy master. This seems risky. Presumably Asia's on the map. I was told that Asia is still on the map without the DLC. It's just all feudal. That's what I heard. Haven't tested it myself. 12 spycraft is not good. Chat, do you have any suggestions for getting a better spy master to come into our court? Muppenheimer, thank you for 68 months also. Thanks for subbing again. 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row. It's all there, just feudal and contentless. At least it's there. Yeah, I don't really have any marriage options other than myself. Try for more knights, not a thing. No knights in Japan unless you go rogue and become a criminal. I poach other courts' courtiers and pay them. Can you just look in someone else's court and pay a random courtier to come to your court, I guess? Let's just go to, instead of looking at other people's courts, let's just go to the search and find a character who is inside diplomatic range. This guy is deceitful, vengeful, but compassionate. Deceitful worries me in a spy master. I understand it gives you a big intrigue bonus, but it still worries me. I want like a goated spy master that I can kind of trust. Like, I think I'd rather have arbitrary than deceitful. Lots of fickle here too. Has claims on the Chrysanthemum throne. That's a dangerous person to put in my court if I'm thinking about taking a claim up there. I mean, this guy's compassionate, merciful, and sympathetic, which sort of tempers deceitful, as long as you don't cross him. I don't know if he'll join me at all anyways. Where is... He's a fellow vassal, so he's not going to move, right? Because, well, I mean, it's not land. But if he's a fellow vassal at all, then I can't invite him to my court. He'd have to be unlanded. So let's try unlanded. Where is landed or unlanded? There it is. Unlanded. Well, actually, no, that he is unlanded. It has to be not ruler. Probably. Not ruler. Cynical, deceitful, paranoid. Ambitious, definitely, definitely not ambitious. Patient, vengeful, and arbitrary, maybe? That one's okay. The person is a monk, may not marry, may not inherit titles, plus prowess. That's the same guy I was looking at a minute ago. This dude is not bad. 22 intrigue is pretty decent. Enemy hostile scheme phase length 10 days slower per scheme phase. So if I right click this dude, how do I, oh, it's X'd. If I pay for his travel expenses and spend 60 influence, he still won't come over. Why is base reluctance at -50? Also, what does his opinion of the Tenno have to do with this? That guy's 74. She is a spouse or concubine in a patrilineal marriage, and her partner is employed by their liege. So this is harder than I thought it was going to be. Is there a setting for finding people who are willing to go to your court or can be convinced? That would be nice. It used to be really easy to invite great characters to court, so they added a base -50. That seems like a... I don't know what a good idiom is. What I want to say is, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And the hammer is, instead of changing gameplay in a fun way, just put a huge natural debuff on it. Use the action to recruit. Mike, I'm not sure if you know what you're talking about, brother. But if you do know what you're talking about, I'm willing to stand corrected. So why don't you just tell me what to do? They noticed I was having fun inviting all the legendary artifact crafters over. Mike, don't do it. He's baiting. That's not true. I wasn't the only one who mentioned it. That's not what I said, Mike. I said, tell me what to do. Put it in chat. Specifically, be specific in your instructions. It should be in actions. I'm gonna assume by actions you mean decisions. Okay. Mike? I said be specific. You're already off one. Recruit for a court position. Okay, next. I miss Mike already. Well, ban me. Accepted your fate. Rip Mike. Rip Mike. Mike was a real one. Anyway, back to finding a character. He's got to get that EOD suit on. Dude, I watched, for the first time in my life, I watched the EOD movie. The Hurt Locker. Yeah, Hurt Locker. This is going to sound crazy, but I had to think extra hard to figure out the words Hurt Locker, because for some reason the only movie name my brain could come up with to try to fill in the EOD movie was Brokeback Mountain. I have no idea what procced that. Like the files in the file cabinets were all mixed up. It may be around the same time period. I don't know what year Brokeback Mountain actually came out, but for some reason Hurt Locker. I don't know. I don't know what Jake who's even in that movie? Is Jake Gyllenhaal in that movie? Who's I mean, Heath Ledger, right? Who's in Brokeback Mountain? Who is in? When did Brokeback Mountain come out? 2005. Hurt Locker was 2008. They're pretty close together, all right, chat? They're pretty close. Yeah, it's Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal. Okay, I was right. I was right. I was questioning my sanity there. Is it because Jarhead had Jake Gyllenhaal? I still need to watch Jarhead. Anyways, Hurt Locker kind of sucked. I didn't like it. Overrated. Did not really enjoy, not a fan. Really confused by the movie as a whole overall. Like, it makes sense as a movie that came out in 2008. I feel like I would enjoy Jarhead more, yeah. It's just a strange movie. Like, I don't understand. I'm just confused. Like, I watched it and the credits rolled and I was just confused. I couldn't tell if the ending of Hurt Locker was supposed to be a hell yeah moment or a moment of sadness where you wonder, like, is this what everybody is signing their soul away to? Or is the reason why it won an Oscar the fact that you could come away with either opinion depending on your current, like, disposition? Was that the movie that the dude went back? Yeah, at the end of Hurt Locker, Jeremy Renner's character basically leaves his wife and kid and goes back for another round of joining up to get the thrill, the adrenaline thrill-seeking of being like a bomb tech. And the movie presented that in a weirdly positive way and not really like a sad way. It seemed to lean into being like, this is more, it took a stance of this is more important than your family because you're serving your country, even though it looked like you could interpret it as a be sorry for him because he's addicted to adrenaline. It didn't feel sad at all to me. Catherine Bigelow also had the slightly pro-war bent with Zero Dark 30. I never saw Zero Dark 30, so if I had, maybe that would color my interpretation. Anyway, I was just confused when it all was said and done, and I also found the scenarios that the characters were in to be just kind of like strangely disconnected, where every event in the movie felt vaguely like I was watching multiple episodes of a TV show that were condensed into 15-minute segments. and the pacing was really weird. And then there was a whole scene, like a whole segment in the movie that was so bad. Oh, the sniper segment. Chat, if you want to see why I think Hurt Locker sucks, Hurt Locker sniper scene. Yeah, and it's like 10 minutes at least. It could be longer. So if you Google one, if you YouTube one and it's only 5 minutes, not that one. Like the full 10-minute scene. And it's just gonna make you very confused. I did watch Warfare. I didn't like it. I enjoyed watching it visually, but also a movie. I just wasn't sure why it existed. I never saw American Sniper. I never saw that one. Turns out Ital hates all war-related movies. Just the bad ones. I am a very anti-war person, which I think many people are, but I enjoy war history. I enjoy learning about, especially World War II stuff. Operations Room is like one of my favorite YouTube channels. That's some real old man energy. Brother, we're in a game called Crusader Kings, mofo, okay? So, you trying to reform and rule the Roman Empire is no better than me being interested in World War II, okay? I got bad news for you. Hearts of Iron player finally admits to liking World War II history. I'm trying to think of the what is the last war movie that I actually enjoyed? They all come with caveats. I haven't seen them all. Honestly, there's not very many good ones, but I watch them anyways. Chat, what's a not the old ones, what's a recent one that was like a recent war movie that's good? Did you see Fury? I did. I enjoyed it even though it's silly. But that's not really recent. I like the new All Quiet on the Western Front. This is gonna sound bad, but I think I watched it, but I can't remember. Like, I could watch it again from scratch and not remember if I had seen it. So that probably says I didn't really enjoy it, but I don't remember why, because I just don't remember it. Quick question, Tao. Which side was the bad side in World War II? Nazis. That doesn't mean that every single person who participated in the war's hands are clean, though. Because war is bad. I don't think that's a controversial opinion. Y'all are just naming movies in the 21st century. That's true. Chat's just naming movies from the 21st century. I actually haven't seen 1917. I haven't watched it. I know someone in chat just was like, I don't like it. But I feel like I still need to see it. Because I would at least enjoy the long take aspect of it. From a cinema perspective. It's a good one. Meh. I liked it. War crimes happened during war? Yeah. They do. They do happen. Oh, let's keep talking about war movies, because I don't want to have to look for a new Spy Master. I really don't. There's nobody here, man. Any recent war movies are more war sucks rather than propaganda. That's kind of an interesting thing to think about, is the fact that it's kind of weird, right? Any movie I mean, it's not weird, it's understandable, but it's still interesting to think about the fact that in war movies, if the POV characters win and are happy about it, it's propaganda. If the POV characters win/lose but are sad about it, then it's a war sucks movie. Like I don't care about either of those things. Like I don't need a movie to tell me that war and people getting killed is bad. I already believe that, right? I don't need a movie to tell me that. But I'm interested in seeing, what if they lose and are happy? If then they got some screws loose. I don't know. I just want to see like a historical account of interesting battles. Like when I'm watching the operations room and I see like a crazy World War II battle, I'm like, that would have made a crazy movie. This would make an insane movie. Just because some of the things that happened historically are just so unbelievably coincidental that they would have to like tone it down because people would think that you just like embellished it for the sake of the movie. I don't know who to hire for this. I'm never going to. I guess I should just right-click on people and see if they even have the option to invite to court. So because they put the native -50, what's the best way to invite anyone to court now? Like, there's nobody even pick from here. They all have an X or blank. Literally none of them. I can never get them to without getting married. So it's only marriage now, basically. Well, that's really hard to do when your family starts out so small in the beginning. There's not many people that you can marry, one way or the other. And also, there's not any like adult characters here that are unmarried. They're all married at the beginning of the game. Like, for example, just as an example, let's look at my character right now. He can marry a 4th wife. These are the people these are all of the eligible bachelorettes in the entire regional, probably diplomatic influence range. The best one is a 63-year-old level 13 intrigue in the entirety of Japan. You know what I'm saying? These are the people that are unmarried. There's not many people. You can sway, bribe, and those other options. Seymour, all due respect, shut up. Okay? It starts, it's a -50, all right? His opinion of you is a +15, and his opinion is a 36. So he's getting about half. So if I get him up to 100, I will only get 64 roughly divided by 2. He'll get a +32. Then I have to... So sway will only get you like part of the way there. And the other things, there are no other things, and you have to send everybody 50 gold. They all have a base price of 50 gold. There's literally nothing else. There's challenge to a board game and lose. I could get some opinion that way. There is no other way, man. You have to have 100 relation and bribe with influence. Yeah, there's one way. That's only one. And it has to be like perfect to get them as well. I gotta have somebody, dude. This is killing me. I guess it's gonna be my sister-in-law. I don't know. She's only got a 12 intrigue. She's it. It's not very good. Yeah, I think you'd have to have 100 relation and probably bribe them with influence. Speaking of golden teeth, Costco's first teething. With my leave, my daughter Costco and her wet nurse parade into my chamber. Noriko poses like a herald and proclaims, "Your Excellency, you witness a monumental occasion. Costco has a mighty gift to offer you." She nudges her forward. "Go ahead, Costco, tell him." "Father, I lost a tooth." My daughter proudly presents her toothless smile, handing me a pouch with the fallen tooth inside. Too bad you can't befriend people. Well, to befriend people, you have to go into diplomacy lifestyle, brother. It's literally a prerequisite. You have to change your entire lifestyle to befriend someone. So I don't know if you're being sarcastic or serious, but it is too bad I can't befriend people. We are literally not allowed to use the befriend scheme. Lovely. Keep your tooth as a good charm. $35 stress because you're compassionate. You become the owner of the tooth. Here, a gift befits a gift. You pay 15 gold to Costco. You become the owner of the tooth, and she gets 10 a pin. Why would you ever do this one? Why would you ever pick this one? Oh, she becomes the... Oh, you want the tooth. She gets the tooth in this one. You get the tooth in this one. Or I don't have time for this, but I'm compassionate. Dude, I don't really care about your tooth, man. You take it. I'll take some stress loss. No, I gotta take the first one. Here's 15 gold. It's your first tooth. It's the first tooth. Don't be like that. Put the tooth in a sack and carry it on your hip forevermore. Tooth RP. You're gonna see that event like 30 plus more times. A lot of times. It's actually kind of crazy. That's one of the repetitious events everyone's talking about when they say that it feels like you see some events a ton of times. Collect 10 teeth to upgrade the trinket to legendary. My favorite is the Prince of Fashion one. They only have like one event for every stage of your child's life. It's crazy. They just wrote one and we're like, yep, we're done. Your nephew gained 20 opinion of you. Thank you. You can declare war. You are in line to inherit the titles. You can ransom Lady Mitsuko. Why have you been in prison for 6 months, Lady Mitsuko? The game told me that everyone was going to be released after the war ended. If I negotiate their release for a weak hook, would she be able to help me with my candidacy? Probably not. Probably not. Maybe we just take the money. I don't know. If it were her husband, maybe, but he's ill. He gonna die soon. The forgotten prisoner. Yeah, it happens more often than you think. Move to dungeon, torture. Nah, just ransom. Give me the money. Wait, I could get a hook on Toshu Matoe. He still has his titles. He doesn't have any land, but he has his other title. Can he support my candidacy? No, he's a Toshu. He doesn't do that. All right, in that case, give me your money. Weren't you going to petition the Tenno? Yeah, eventually. It's not like a huge rush. Not a huge rush. I'd like to stay here and do a little bit more governing. What is this war? Enforced administrative integration of Tajima. How do they have 1,000 soldiers on this? They hired mercs. That's how. I wish my only regret is I didn't get to do that war first. That would have been smart. All right, help me out, chat. I need to do something before I forget. I'm gonna forget. Regent. Okay, the regent. I need to change the regent before I forget again. Power share. Who's my regent? I'm tired of my, like, brother. Regent presumptive? This guy is terrible aptitude. He kept on taking over. Lady Sadako actually has good aptitude, but is situationally loyal. At the moment, it's now Fujiwara Tadayuki, my son and heir. Maybe that's for the best, because he's selfless, but he only has average aptitude, but to be honest, that's fine. Okay, it's already fixed then. When you're by yourself... I'd love for you to increase revenue, but you have 2 stewardship. You have 9 martial. I guess money, but I doubt you'll make any. Hello, Nico Deliro. Thanks for a big 96 months. That's like 8 freaking years. It's exactly 8 years. Thanks for 8 years to sub. How's it going, dude? But yeah, I do have stuff I need to do. We got 75 Gs. I haven't upgraded my T-plot. And I was deciding between a tiny health boost and +1 learning or money. So I guess I'm gonna do money. Control in Realm Capital up. I don't know when that's gonna go down, but the roastery for the tea leaves seems pretty good. So I guess I'm gonna go with that. 9 days, 45 gold for a 0.35 income boost. Lock it in. Doesn't your son travel with you, which is why the other guy became regent? You know what? Sometimes chat says something smart. But wouldn't it be Lady Ono? I don't know why I went to him. Because regency succession should be my wife and spouse. But yeah, my son does travel with me. Hello, Brainfist. Hello, Night is Fine. You guys are coming in toward the end here, but good evening. We've moved the needle a little bit today. We actually did our first war. And more importantly, somehow, we created our own family cadet branch, and we moved up to 16th in power out of 73 now. And then more importantly than that, we are 3rd in line for the Empire of Japan. And we're actually friendly with the current liege, who just hit poor health. Wow, he's starved. This character is suffering a severe lack of food? Severe health penalty. Oh god, I didn't realize things had taken a turn. That's good for us. It's good for us. In the succession line, we've moved up into rank 3. The other guy who's next in line, they're both 77 and 75, so they're quite old and also in poor health. So we're effectively next in line in many respects. So we could actually become regent. We're 48 years old right now. Moved up. I'm not sure what the best way to get other people to, like, I could influence myself. We have 463 influence. Hold on. I know what we need to do. We need to go ask the Tenno. That is what we need to do. If we go ask the Tenno, we figured out earlier that the decisions for petitioning the Kenpaku and the Tenno are of the utmost importance for your progression in this game as Japan. The Kenpaku in particular, we did a quick trip to the capital and asked him to secure our current county within our house, which he agreed to. So we only have one county, like everyone else in Japan at this point, but the Kenpaku said that for the next 100 years, Bichu is going to be ours and our families. So that actually locks it in. So this is a huge one right here. So then you can focus your influence on getting other things instead of just making sure you don't lose what you currently have when you die. So that one's big. But he has to say yes. He has to say yes. So make sure that you're really good friends with him before that. So in our case, the Kenpaku is actually plus 100 with us. And then on top of that, not sure if it had anything to do with it under the hood, but from an RP standpoint, it made sense. We actually just fought alongside of him before he became Kenpaku in a war to reinstate a county back under the crown of Japan. So we actually were like war buddies with him. He did most of the work after he became Kenpaku and brought in the royal levies to finish the war, but we started the war. We were the good guys. But yeah, 100 years. So if you're playing Japan, take a look at those. Take a look at those. And then you can also petition the Tenno, which we need to do for an endorsement. So we can either endorse you, which is what I want to do. He will endorse your appointment as ruling regent, or he give your house a governorship candidate score bonus if he says yes. Yeah, on top of that, we're on his council, so that helps as well. So what I did earlier today was I managed to sweet talk my way onto my liege's council. So we've been the steward of the Kenpaku for a few years now. Once you manage to get on the council, you get to stay there for 25 years no matter what. It's locked in. And then you get super bonuses to the noble family rankings. So that's why our noble rank shot up quite a bit. So yeah, we're now right here, rank 16. And most of that we're getting plus 15 points for being on his council, which is like close to a third of our total nobility points. So try and get on the Liege's Council, which is not too bad if you are, like, we're a pretty good guy. Like, we're compassionate, so people really like the compassion, especially if it's holy to their religion, so that gave us a nice big boost. And then on top of that, we managed to appease them. If you do the wars, like if you see other people going Soryo and like leaving the fold, if you go to war to bring them back, you get a pretty sizable 150 influence, and you get big plus relationship with the Kenpaku. So that's a pretty easy way to do both. So we're slowly figuring out how to navigate these intricacies in a way that feels pretty satisfying. But yeah, we're gonna go petition the Tenno. I can petition the ceremonial monarch to help me rise to the challenges I face. Sincere requests which contribute to the good of the realm are often granted. So it costs us 50 influence. We got 463. We've been building our monthly influence a bit. You can see where we're getting a decent amount of influence. Building up your mansion. We got the Sarakagu stage in the manor, which is an upgrade building for one of our builds. We got the Kakushi rank, so increasing your governor rank gives you more influence. Being the steward of our liege is an extra 2 influence a month, which is a lot at this stage of the game. Being allied with your top liege is another plus 1.5. So before this guy became the Kenpaku, we saw that he had a baby son and we had a baby daughter. So before he even became the Kenpaku, we betrothed our daughter to his son. And I believe that is where the alliance comes from. If I'm not mistaken, that's an extra 1.5 influence. Yeah, allied with house head Kenpaku Otaki is another +1. He just happens to be both the head of our house and also the top liege, so we're kind of double dipping there. So alliances via marriage give you a bunch of influence. The thing that's confusing with Japan is it doesn't show you those alliances like it traditionally does in other feudal places. So it requires you to just know that they exist, which is very confusing and not telegraphed to the player well. But the traditional ways in which you would form an alliance with other groups still works here. It just doesn't show up the same way. But it does give you that influence boost. So now we've kind of cranked up influence. And we're going to go say hi to the Tenno for 50 influence. And we're going to try getting an endorsement for the ruling regent to bolster our candidate score. Overwhelmed by stress. Oh, I didn't think about that. Wait, why am I overwhelmed by stress? I haven't even started traveling yet. What if I decide to back out? What if I decide to back out and cancel? I haven't committed to it yet. Anyway, it should be a pretty easy trip. Did you make your own character? No, I chose the existing character that was in Bichu. Which, if you choose an existing character, it still randomizes their traits. We just got kind of lucky. I didn't re-roll. This is just, I saw Bichu and I was going to pick it no matter what this dude's traits were, but he had pretty good traits. Every ruler is a single county? Yeah, that's part of Japan's administrative government. Everyone only gets one county at the beginning. Though we just unlocked the ability to have a second domain, which might not be a county. We could make it a barony. It's a little confusing. I'm still trying to learn how it works. How do tournaments work in Japan? No idea. Sorry, I can't be more helpful. We don't need any travel options. Yeah, we haven't seen a tournament. We've only seen festivals. And festivals are kind of mid. I didn't really enjoy. We did 2 festivals and they didn't seem good. And they were a little confusing because I don't know who anybody is. Start traveling. And then let's see. All packed and proper, we've come to the point where we can start our journey from Bizen to our destination at Yamashiro. As we depart from the holding and our mounts start treading new ground, I'm certain we'll return soon in one piece. All right, show me the critical. Mental break by Kama. My courtiers have been relentless in their requests lately. The work feels endless. Yet another one approaches, evidently distressed about some trivial matter. If you have come for justice, know that I do not overrule my judges just for petty coin. Arakage gawps at me, blinking rapidly in shock. Was it something I said? My samurai. Last one, then I want to be alone. Become reclusive. Help yourself to the treasury, you need it. Become improvident and lose 120 gold. Oof. I'm the Kikuchi, I can do this. Gain 40 stress, and in another 5 years, you may suffer another mental break. Of these, we're going, I'm the Kikuchi, I can deal with this. I accidentally insulted my samurai. Don't worry, we'll fix our stress before 5 years. We need to hold a feast or something here anyways to get everyone else to like me. But we will see the results of going to say hi to the Tenno. I began sharing power in the regency with my son. So my son actually stayed behind on this little journey. He'll be the regent, and we finished the roastery in our manor. So we'll save up for some more upgrades. But I will continue this tomorrow, and I think tomorrow we'll get some finality on whether or not we actually get to rule Japan briefly for the remainder of Kikuchi Fujiwara Arasada of Bichu's life. He's 48, so he should still have some good life ahead of him unless something bad happens. Our personal physician has given us a boost. Our son is a pretty decent physician. But yeah, I think we've got a track that we need to follow. I think we've got some idea of how to progress, how to climb the ranks. Oh, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching tonight, chat. I know we're going real slow, but I feel like I'm actually learning what is needed to be somewhat successful. I will see you again tomorrow. We will continue. 3 days of Crusader Kings 3. Oh my goodness. Is that allowed? I think that means that the DLC is pretty fun so far, actually. There's still things that I think could be way better, especially how they present information. And I'm sure that to some extent, like if you do the tutorial, that might help, but I don't know where is the tutorial for China or Japan? They're quite a bit different. I feel like it was for China, wasn't it? Japan's pretty tough. Japan has been quite the hurdle to try and get over. All right, gamers, I'm gonna send you out on an end of stream raid. Go say what's up to Rule Storage, playing some Farthest Frontier, which while I had my problems with it, I did still enjoy it, and I still like it as a game, and I want to follow its hopefully continued development. So go enjoy somebody else, hopefully enjoying it. And I will catch you tomorrow for the next one for part 3. So come back then. I can actually put a part 3 in the title. I wasn't expecting that when I booted up the DLC, but hey, credit where credit's due. As long as the gameplay is fun, we'll see how long it remains fun for. Nothing has happened that's been really frustrating yet, which happened immediately when I tried to be a wandering hedge knight. The deluge of events on that campaign. I think that was the last time we played. That was a one-day campaign. Look at this. I think we played this campaign to 882. Doesn't the game start in 876? Whew, we didn't make it very far. All right, good night. Go say hi to Rule Storage. Come back later. Bye-bye.